This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance. It's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you can make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us? For you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey. Baja, California, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Good morning and welcome to the BFGoodrich Tires 58 SCORE Baja 1000. I am your host, Brandon Johnson, and I'll be covering all of the exhilarating race action happening down in Ensenada. With me today is class winner and multi-time Baja 100 runner in bikes, as well as multiple-time Class 10 race winner, a lifelong motocross off-road racer, and Baja explorer. Nick LaPaglia is here.
Thank you guys
Say
for
hi,
having
everybody.
me. Appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Good to have you, buddy.
Thank you.
Also with us, 5-time motor class champion and 4-time Baja 1000 class winner, John Griffin joins us. Always good to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
Glad to be here.
And of course, with us all live stream on the SCORE Action Desk is professional ATV, UTV SCORE champion and multi-Baja 1000 champion, Wes Miller. Hey, Wes, can you offer some insight about our new Action Desk tracking that we're using with the Optima Batteries Racing Redefined app? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we have timing loops set up all over the race course that will give us, live updates as the racers come through there. So it's pretty awesome. Between that and Racer Redefined, we've got some great technology that keeps us updated on how this race is playing out while the competitors are out there on the course.
Right, awesome. And Wes, from the Action Desk, what will you be kind of peppering in all day? Let us know what you're going to be doing in your role.
Yeah, so I've been talking to a bunch of the different racers, a lot of the teams. We'll be getting updates. We'll be doing Zoom calls with drivers either before they get into the car, after they get out of the car. So, really just keeping our finger on the pulse as this whole Baja 1000 plays out.
Awesome. Thanks so much, buddy. All right, gents, we are here, the Baja 1000, and though it's a little bit after 8 o'clock DST, the bikes and the quads have been going for over 8 hours. We've already seen, we've getting reports coming in. Let's try to catch our audience up to what has taken place over the last 8 hours. Nick, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, man, it was a very early start, right at the beginning of the day at midnight. We got off the line. I heard reports down there. It was a pretty foggy morning down in Ensenada. The fog is always a big factor early in the morning. One, you're tired. You're racing in the middle of the night, something that you never do.
Right.
Then you have the elements of the fog, navigation, just what you see pre-running. Doesn't really translate to those early morning hours with the in the fog and stuff like that.
Yep.
Incorporate silt and dust and fog, and you have a really big mess early in the morning. So
yikes.
Just trying to make it to sunrise for most of these bikes. To kind of get through there, be safe, make sure your wheels are rolling. And
you're heading in the right direction.
Hey, make sure you're headed in the right direction. Yes, sir.
Speaking about heading in the right direction, as you can see on the screen right now, this is our live stream schedule. And as we mentioned, the moto and the quad started at 12 o'clock. At the crack of dawn, if you will, of midnight, 12 a.m.
Yep.
And then at around 9 a.m., we're going to move into the all-wheel class start. And potentially, we will be able to announce our unofficial winners around 4. Here we see down by the wash there, a great turnout actually too. I mean, if you guys saw earlier on by like midnight, that place was packed down there.
Yeah.
Tremendous support. We're really excited to have the wash back in action for the 1000. John, any comments that you'd like to make so far about what we've been seeing with the bikes?
Sure. So the SLR Honda team with Tyler Lynn leading the way. So he was starting the race for them. He has the lead. He was the first bike off the line right at midnight.
Undefeated so far?
Yep. So they're carrying on their winning ways, or at least leading right now. It's a long race.
Yeah.
But they're about to the southernmost extreme portion of the race course now. So they're in that race mile 400-ish area, and they've got, looks like about a 15-minute lead over the 7X.
Okay.
Excuse me, the 7X is leading over the 1X.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, the Arturo Salas Hero Racing team.
Okay.
So they've had some good battles so far. And then the 15X team surprisingly had an issue about race mile 38.
Yeah, Eric Holt had an issue,
Eric Holt's team has been a very steady third place, kind of competing for that second, third, and even leading for a little while at a San Felipe 250. But anyway, they got their bike back up and running, and so they're now catching the pack from behind. And but it looks like most of the teams are making their way out, and they're all in daylight now and going for it with all they can.
Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, as our schedule just showed, we've got a great lineup today. But as we've been talking, first we start with the bikes.
Anyone who thinks that they're going to come down and beat Mexico, they learn very quickly that Mexico always wins. Sometimes you just get lucky enough that it lets you squeak through and do it faster than everyone else. smart and know, when you can push and when you should back it down, and because it really is a cruel mistress that will catch you slipping and punish you if you are.
Off-road racing, anything can happen, and it will happen for sure. A normal person's life in a 10-year span happens in about 5 days down here. That what if factor, what could happen, and I guess that's like that draw that brings us down here.
Hey, I recognize that guy.
Yeah.
How did you?
That guy's really handsome. Yeah.
Give me a run for my money, man.
What it was about him.
Awesome. Really cool to see you in that video, obviously, and all the other competitors. Just take us through what I mean. We were talking earlier about it's a different kind of a caliber of person that would Ironman a 1,000, but nonetheless, I mean, just to be able to compete in the 1,000, you're out there with the bikes. I mean, walk us through that experience.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on and on about it, but just the experience in a whole, I mean, it's something that no other form of motorsport, no form of road racing or anything can compete with. Being down in Mexico,
right?
Relying on yourself, relying on your team, being desolate, being in a different country. It just has factor after factor. What just racers chase,
Sure.
Kind of like what I was alluding to in that interview is just like the unknown or the what if is out there.
Yeah.
And the only way to find that is to go head
search.
first into it. And kind of like the best things in life I find for myself. If you're scared to do something in this racing world,
right?
That's one of the biggest draws, and keeps us coming back as racers.
Amen.
Getting scared, and then you're kind of going through your day-to-day life, right? And
it's a roller coaster.
Driving down the freeway, and you get in the ordinary, especially not racing. Now myself, I'm like, man, I miss that intensity. I miss that.
That's adrenaline.
That what if, that adrenaline.
Yeah.
Being up for 36 hours on race day or whatever it be, and it's unlike anything else.
Well, speaking of adrenaline, we just saw a little bit of the starting order, and then this is race start, 12 a.m.
BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000 is officially underway.
And so,
next, Tyler Lynn heads out.
Well, and I'll tell you, Brandon, as a rider on the start line, you've worked hard, you've pre-run the race, you've spent a lot of time out on the course, you've talked to your team, you've had a team meeting about what's going to happen, where the chase crews are going to be. You wish each other well. Usually on the 1,000, a lot of the riders the day before are driving down to their section. They might be 4 hours down the coast, and they might be in San Felipe. Mm-hmm. So you kind of all hug it out and wish them well.
Okay.
You get to that line, you're nervous, you got the energy, you're hoping the bike's all together. There was one time that I got to the line and something wasn't right, and I had to pull my fanny pack out. Now usually we're there 45 minutes early,
sure.
So I took my wrench and had to just tighten something down or whatever. Yeah. But you got that energy, and then finally you get on the race course. And that's kind of nice that you're actually doing something.
Yeah.
But then you've got the weight of the shoulders of your team, because you've got 5 guys on your team. They're all waiting to get the bike. You don't want to crash it for them and give them a broken bike. And
there's Eric Colt.
Yeah, there's the Eric Colt team. So definitely, you're glad to finally be at it. But there's that pressure, and then in the morning you can't see very well. There might be the fog. And then, man, it seems like the course is as slick as can be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So and you have the physical factor of pre-running all week, which most of these guys, I'm sure, are doing anywhere from 800 to 1,000 miles of pre-running over the last week and a half.
How are you to that point, Nick? How are you physically kind of recovering? I mean, it's one thing to run the Baja 1000, but let alone days and days of pre-running.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you doing to you know, push it but not too much?
Yeah.
How do you do that? How do you manage that?
You really just try to keep yourself in check. You know, I would pre-run at like a 60% pace, so well below what I would do at race pace, just to save myself, save my pre-running bike, and you know, most importantly, keep the wheels on the ground, keep the body off the ground,
keep the bike vertical.
Yeah, because you know, something bad that happened you don't want to happen during pre-running, if you have a crash. And now your 4-man team goes down to a 3-man team, and then you're relying on your teammates to do another 100 or 200 miles they weren't planning.
They weren't prepared for.
Yeah, they're not preparing for it. So you have months of preparation, and if you make a bonehead move pre-running, and you know, if you're not all alert and not all there, and you go down and you break a bone or you hurt yourself, you pretty much throw that plan A out the door, go to plan B. Sometimes plan B doesn't work, so you better have a plan C, you know, and just on and on. So physically, you know, you really run a lower pace. You eat a lot of tacos.
Of course.
Yeah, eat a lot of tacos. Yeah, it's good for recovery, good for the sleep. And just staying hydrated, and you know, not physically exerting yourself too much, or you know, just keep yourself in check all week long until race day comes.
Yeah.
And I would say, I would add to that, as an old guy racing in the 40 and then later 50 Pro class, you know, there's a balance, because some guys want to pre-run that course. They want to ride their section 8 times or 12 times or 6 times.
Yeah.
And I learned as I aged that it was more important for me to keep my body in good shape than it was to ride the course a million more times.
Yeah.
Because once your hands get blistered or something, you're now set up for the race with blistered hands that don't work great.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna
or
help.
you injure yourself or something like that. So I always decided sometimes, like, hey, that last day that I was going to pre-run again, I'm just going to rest.
We're going to pause. We're going to pause on that. All right, well, we're shifting over here to the quads.
Yeah.
We see these guys going out the line. We were talking earlier, we've got a quad actually overall doing very well right now, right?
Yeah, running top. He's like 3rd overall, I believe.
Yeah, Mario Joaquin Navarrete Valle, the 116A Sportsman Quad is showing in 3rd overall.
Incredible pace.
Laying it down.
Incredible pace.
Now, I think that something of note is that the Sportsman classes have some shortcuts.
Yes.
So there's some Sportsman quads, there's some Sportsman motorcycles that were able to take a shortcut.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they try to get the Sportsmans a shorter course so that they can stay ahead of those trophy trucks and try and keep them a little safer so they're not getting passed by as many trophy trucks. So
safety first. Always safety first.
So
well, we've been showing you guys some videos of the bikes and the quads and stuff like that, but what we always love to do is get your videos that you're sending in. And so for social media purposes, we've got some really great clips that we'd like to share with you. Here we go. You can see how dark it is, fire in the background. Yeah. Some source of light and heat out there.
7X making its way through.
Right. Oh, he's got to love all the locals out there too. It's
great crowd.
2 in the morning, 3 in the morning right here, and just enjoying themselves. And I know they wait for this day all year long. Baja 1000. You know, this is like a national holiday down there.
More some quad action too.
Quads.
Yeah, they give you energy. I always enjoyed whenever the fans were there.
Yeah.
Especially way out in remote locations. It gives you a little energy. I did a little wheelie for them, give them a hoot or holler or something. Woohoo!
It's incredible just how amazing, dedicated these people are.
Yeah.
You know, the fans of Baja are unlike any other. And look, it's generational too. These are families. We've got people, families competing, brothers, sons, daughters. You know, it's incredible. It's really magical out there.
And really, the whole peninsula, I've heard some people say it's like their Super Bowl. This is their event for the year. The Baja 1000 is just so cool, and it's a magical area, and that's the 1X team just getting a pit there, action shot.
As you can see in the lower right-hand corner, if you have videos throughout the day, please tag @SCORE International, and we'll try to share them with you throughout the Baja 1000 today on our broadcast. You can see just how powerful that one single light is out there in all that darkness.
Those Baja design lights lighting up the way for sure.
And something to note here is that there's plenty of dust.
Oh yeah.
So we're expecting rain, and we've been really talking about the rain and weather all week long, and like, oh, when's it going to hit?
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like it kind of delayed, and they're still talking about some rain today.
Yeah.
But it looks like the motos have been able to start ahead of it, and then most of the rain is coming from the north down south. So they're heading down, and I think they'll probably be in the dry most of the day, but I think when they get over the mountain tonight,
maybe a different story.
They might be into some wet dirt.
Got you. Well, we were talking earlier about Tyler Lynn, the 7X Pro Moto, the 24-year-old who won the Baja 500. Let's take a look at him here. Looking confident, 24 years old. Nick, when did you start? John, when did you start riding on bikes?
Well, I think I rode a motorcycle for the first time at 3 years old, and then I started racing at 5 years old, so 31 now, so you could, it's safe to say I've been racing motorcycles for about 27 years,
Right,
longer than
so
Tyler's
24-year-old, he's been doing it forever, no problem. And John, you've been OG for decades now.
Yeah, so I started with, as a little toddler, my dad holding me onto the gas tank or straddling the gas tank and holding me on. I used to fall asleep on the motorcycle and stuff, so just going to the desert for fun. But Tyler Lynn is definitely at this point right now kind of the king of the desert. He's kind of the fastest guy, and even among a team, all of them are awesome racers on the team, but he's kind of the linchpin for that 7X.
Is it a mixture of the bike and the driver? Is it that he's got the talent? Like, what's the special sauce that makes him so dominant right now, and the team itself?
Well, I would say that the SLR team has been dominating or winning, in Baja for years, and of course the SLR team is kind of a descendant of the JCR team, Johnny Campbell Racing.
Right.
So they've just been, they have the experience, they have the logistics, they have the knowledge of how to do it.
Okay.
And I think that Tyler Lynn is combining the talent of being able to ride that motorcycle. But Baja's kind of a special place because these guys ride GPs, they ride motocross, and there's some talents and just pure raw speed. But Tyler has incorporated the ability to read the terrain down in Baja. I remember.
So he's got the IQ.
He does. Yeah.
And like maturity as well.
Experience, maturity.
To respect the Baja, and because we know Baja can collect its
We actually got a video of him too from earlier this morning, and we can chat as that plays.
Nice.
Here we go.
There we go.
Yep. So here's the sun's up now.
Yeah, Tyler's been on the bike since go.
At this point, how far is he?
He is 381 in, and
this is a replay from this morning, but
I heard he's getting off somewhere in the 400 mark,
which is unusually long. So a lot of the teams will swap out every 200 miles, 150 miles. Sometimes it depends on where the highway crosses or where it makes sense.
Yep.
But he is, the fastest guy on their team, so that looks like they're going to really try to use him up and have him go 400 of the 850-ish miles for the race course. But an interesting lesson for Tyler was last year at the Baja 500, which was one of his first races. He was trying to chase down the other team. Carter Klein at the time was now his teammate, and threw it away, crashed the bike, lost his fanny pack, which had the spica in it, and ended up, they ended up losing the race because of that. So sometimes these lessons that you learn now get applied and has made him an even better racer.
Yeah.
Wow. And you can see, we were talking earlier too about we got a little bit of dust out there happening right now as they're chugging along, but that may change as the days go, or as the time passes throughout this day, and other vehicles get through there.
Yeah.
And the weather. We're talking about the weather. We may at some point be able to sort of keep you. Before I get into that, I was just going to say, here's our leaderboard so far. We got the 7X, 1X, 15X, and 40X. We were speaking earlier about Eric Holt having some issues. John, what happened to his bike?
So, I actually messaged their team. We saw the bike was sitting there, and so on the tracking, for fans at home, when you see it say 0 miles per hour or for a certain number of minutes, you know that bike is actually at a standstill. Now, sometimes when you're looking at the tracking as fans, you'll see that it hasn't pinged from like 8 minutes. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're stopped. It just means that they haven't refreshed with the satellite. So his was sitting there, and but Eric, I messaged his team like, hey, is someone gonna get him a gas tank? Our team, apparently our rider had potentially, or a rider had come by and asked him, hey, what's wrong? Sure. And said something with the fuel system. And so they relayed that to our pit, and then I texted a Facebook group like, hey, it sounds like he's got a fuel delivery problem. Can someone get him a gas tank? And then Eric messaged later that he said it was a fuel injector. They had replaced it, and they were back running again. So
thank God for technology.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Resilience. Can't give up. You can't go all the way down there and let a fuel pump throw you down. You gotta.
Well, speaking of tracking and just information in general, there's been a little bit of hiccup with the SCORE app. But if you go to score-international.com, you're going to be able to see everything on the map there as well. So if you have any questions as to what John was just talking about, you can certainly go and you'll be able to check that out. So.
Yeah, there's a little red box that says live tracking, and there's another red box that says leaderboard, and then there's the YouTube channel that you're watching us on right now.
There you go. So go check it out. In a little bit, we are going to just shift here to a commercial, and we will be back with more Baja 1000 right after this.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Track class is the baddest of the bad, the unlimited everything. Whatever you want to throw at it, you can.
The two-wheel drive class is still highly, highly competitive, and there's a lot of great drivers and teams out there. So there's 3 actual trophy truck classes right now.
Two-wheel drive, this truck should be able to do 150 miles an hour, I think, and some of the four-wheel drives can't do that.
When you race spec truck, it is on. You are on each other's bumper from the start to the finish.
Me as a driver, I like competition, so we always drive for the best and want to go out there and do our best. And if we can beat the best, it just makes us feel that much better.
I think Class 1 is one of the best classes. You know who's the driver there because you need balls.
Welcome back to the Baja 1000, a really crazy cool video that we just saw. And speaking of crazy cool, boy, qualifying on Tuesday was nuts. We saw some really fast trucks. Chris Polvardi took pole position on that. Wes, you were down there for it. Why don't you talk to us about what you saw?
Yeah, so they moved qualifying to Rancho Nelson, which I actually kind of like that venue. It, I think, is very well suited for qualifying. You can see everything a lot better. But I was able to speak with a lot of the drivers. That course was pretty fast. There was a lot of off-camber. It started to get chewed up, and there were a few corners people were having issues with. Toby went out, laid down a really fast time, and then I was actually with Chip's mother and father while Christopher did his run, and it was funny because his mom just looked so nervous, and I literally asked her. I said, "Hey, are you nervous right now?" And she's like, "Oh yeah." And so it's pretty funny, to watch a mother kind of be put through that. But Polvardi just went out there, threw down a heater, and I think he was almost 3 seconds faster than Toby. After him, Allen went and was able to secure second. But we've got a stacked field here.
Yeah, what's nuts is that when you look at Polvardi and Pudia and Price, there's really only 2.7 seconds that separated those guys. So if I were to go 1, 2, that's it. That's what separated those top 3 drivers.
Yeah, and when we were watching it, it was really cool. Method Wheels, they set up a booth there, and they've got a TV, so you can actually sit and watch the live stream coverage at the qualifying venue. So we were all just sitting there watching it because you can actually see it better on the live stream coverage than you can in person because they're winding around all these hills and really kind of go out of sight. So we were watching that, and you could see like Allen blew a corner, and we kind of thought he lost at least a second right there. So I think if he wouldn't have blown that corner, he probably would have been fastest, but all of them were having issues. As we're on board here with Chris, I mean, you can see how loose these corners are, and that's all kind of hard-packed DG with this little bit of loam on it, and then these corners were just getting silty and blown out. Yeah. So, guys were having a real hard time getting in and out of those corners quickly.
Yeah,
like right here, you can see this. So this corner right here was an off camber. You're coming downhill and you make a left hand, almost 180 off camber. And a lot of people were having issues there and blowing that corner. They'd come in a little hot and you start sliding on that ground and just push right through that corner. Yeah. And then instead of like a supercross berm that you can bank off of, it's just basically talcum powder that's piled up, that's silt, that you just blow through. So it looks like there might be a berm, but there really isn't. It's almost like if you're dirt track racing and you get out in the marbles, out of the blue groove, and you just slide, that's what happens in that type of a situation there.
Wes, what kind of a decline percentage-wise are we looking at when these guys come into that corner? I mean, I'm surprised that some of these guys coming in at the pace that they didn't barrel roll over the side.
Yeah, well, and watching from the in-car with Polvardi, I'm pretty sure he two-wheeled through there. I didn't see an exterior shot, but he threw it in pretty hard. It looked like he got it to hook into the rut, but it almost hooked too hard. Yeah. So I think it's a balancing act there of, do you want to kind of slide through that, or did you want to hook into the rut? Polvardi hooked into the rut. But as far as the grade there, video never does things justice. So when you see a jump, it's twice as big in person than it is when you see it on video. And same thing with the uphill and a downhill. you know, they don't look like they're that steep, but they're actually steeper and more off camber than you think. So that in person, I didn't walk all the way up there. That was like way up a hill. So I didn't need that many steps, but you could just tell that it was a pretty substantial off camber as to how much they were having to back off and then how much the trucks were sliding right there.
Right, right. Yeah, pretty intense. John?
Yeah, well, I would say, you know, that especially that corner that we saw where they're blowing through it, some of the drivers that would just take a little more patience going into the corner, slow it down. It seems extremely slow, but to get the inside line and miss all the silt on the outside. And then to me, it's an interesting balance between you want to qualify well. You know, being in front of the dust is a good thing, but if you wad up your truck, I mean, these guys were qualifying on Wednesday. There's only really roughly 24, 48 hours to rebuild something. And we saw last year where one of the drivers overshot a decline and nosed it in, nerfed in the truck, and damaged the truck quite a bit. And not only did they qualify bad, then they had a whole bunch of work on the truck to get it redone. So you see some guys like Rob Mack and others that just kind of go, you know what, qualifying 5th or 6th might be okay.
Might be the move.
Keep it in one piece and have a good truck for the race.
Amen. All right, well, speaking of the move, let's move down to Ensenada for the Mexican national anthem.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresa y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciña patria tus sienes de oliva, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios se escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanad con sus plantas tus suelos. Pienso, patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en su centro.
You know, I recognize somebody standing in the background that's usually behind the wheel. Larry Rossler, our Grand Marshal, was down there. That was nice to see that he's being honored this year.
Yeah, Mr. Baja is his nickname from winning so many Baja races, and too many to count.
Yeah, both on bike and four-wheel.
Unbelievable career.
He's the GOAT down there. Yeah, he's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best.
All right. Well, you gotta, in order to get to the 1,000, you got to get past the 400, right? So that happened a couple months ago. Let's take a look at some highlights from that competition.
Ampudia made history by becoming the first Mexican driver ever to win 3 consecutive overall races in the 52-year history of SCORE International. He conquered the course through the deserts, mountains, and beaches of Ensenada in yet another epic battle against Australia's team Toby Price and Paul Wheel. Ampudia completed the challenging course in 8 hours and 12 minutes in his Ford Raptor Mason all-wheel drive Team Pappas and Beer. Australia's Toby Price and Paul Wheel finished second in the SCORE Trophy truck for the second consecutive race. The duo faced mechanical challenges with their transmission over the final 150 miles of the race, but managed to keep pace. RJ Stidham took the checkered flag in the SCORE Trophy truck two-wheel drive class, ending the dominant run of Cameron Steele and Dave Mason Jr. This was Stidham and his team's first SCORE race of the season, making a grand return after sitting out the previous 2 rounds. Gustavo Vidosola Sr. and Ricky Johnson secured their 15th consecutive victory in the SCORE Trophy Truck Legends class, a remarkable record within the organization. Johnson started the race in Ensenada before handing over the wheel to Vidosola Sr. at race mile 250. Together, the duo maintained a perfect season driving the #1 L Ford Raptor Mason all-wheel drive Vidosola Racing. Jason McNeil secured his first trophy truck spec victory of 2025, expertly piloting his number 234 Tisco Chevy after recovering from a flat tire while navigating the GO Trail in Valley T. He engaged in a titanic battle against Justin Davis throughout the racecourse, with his son Connor serving as his navigator for the second half of the race. The official Polaris factory team secured all podium positions for the second consecutive race in the Pro UTV Open class, led by Brock Hager's fourth consecutive SCORE victory. Hager was joined on the podium by his teammates Caden McCachran and Max Eddy Jr. in a highly competitive class featuring 20 racers, with Polaris as the dominant force in the SCORE Baja 400. Tyler Lynn and Carter Klein of the Slam Life Racing team emerged as the overall winners of the Baja 400. This marks their third consecutive victory of the 2025 season in the Pro Moto Unlimited class aboard the number 7X Honda, solidifying their bid for another championship title. We say congrats to all the contenders as the stage is set for more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments as we continue the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship racing with BFGoodrich Tires' 58th SCORE Baja 1000.
There you have it. Well, maybe the Baja 400 wasn't the most fastest-paced Baja we've ever seen, but it sure was exciting and exhilarating. Yeah. And boy, just got to tip our hats to the Empudia team. Very curious how this will play out. We were chatting earlier, actually yesterday, about this. You know, will Baja come at Empudia in a way and make it a little bit more challenging? Can you bat 1,000 at the Baja 1000? We'll see what happens because it's not just Empudia that's going for a solid record. You've got the UTV, right? We've got Brock Hager going for another slam dunk right there. You got the 7X team going for a slam dunk. So we've got this amazing kind of culmination to the season that's happening right now. And but I don't know. My bet, I'm putting it on Alan. We'll see. But if it's a DNF, all goes out the window. All goes out the window. So pretty exciting. And with that, let's see what Alan did at the Baja 400 with this video right here.
Me and my co-driver Kyle, the rest of Team Pappas is ready to go. The pits are ready. The strategy is good. So just gonna go out and perform and keep the ball rolling.
Alan Empudia claiming the #1 plate there. Pretty amazing, pretty exciting. You know, it's almost impossible to go an entire season without any real issues, right? Yeah. How do you do it? It's got to be an incredible team. It's a little bit of just good luck.
Yeah.
Well, and I would just say for all the fans at home, we have been treated to unbelievable racing and the telecast because these in-car cameras. Both the 400 and the 500 had spectacular finishes, nail-biting right to the end. Right. I mean, Empudia and then Toby Price team usually setting the pace. Yep. And then Empudia has really shown me this year an ability to kind of bide his time. Yeah. He's still going for it. Obviously, to go that pace, you have to be, taking some chances here and there. But he hasn't been the one that broke. He hasn't been the one that had issues. Yeah. He's been able to keep it on track and then at the right time, just keep pushing and then make the pass at the end. But I think we're in for a whale of a race today.
Sure.
You know, now it's longer. We're going to have the 850-mile Baja 1000. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of other factors like logistics. I'm with you. I probably can't vote against Alan and Putty winning again because sometimes when it's your year, it's your year. But at the same time, the odds of having 4 races without issue is pretty tough to overcome. So there's some teams that really want it, and sometimes when you have a bad year, you throw all your eggs in the basket of Baja 1000 because it is still the granddaddy of all. Some people would rather win the Baja 1000 than even the championship sometimes, they think. You know, just crazy.
When in doubt, send it. Well, imagine you're winning 4 races in a row, but imagine winning 15 in a row. Gus Vidosola Sr. has been on a tear in the 1L truck. Let's take a look at his and his incredible career thus far this season. How much champagne have those guys consumed over the years, you know?
Ricky definitely a lot.
Ricky's always on the podium. That's a special sauce. I don't know what it is with those 2 guys, but I mean, you got Ricky Johnson on your team behind the wheel. You're going to do all right.
Yeah. Ricky, obviously a pioneer in racing in general, and just a well-rounded human being. Having him part of the program, I'm sure, is a huge benefactor to their success. Along with the rest of their crew. You know, they have all those wins for a reason, and you know, wouldn't be shocked if it keeps going.
Amen.
Well, and they've got, you know, both the family vehicles there. So we got Gus and Ricky in the Legend truck, and then Tavo qualified well for the trophy truck class. So, you know, those guys can get it done, and I'm always amazed. Again, their family runs a whole logistics business with trucking company in Mexico and into California and so forth. So they're some talented people and great race drivers as well.
Poised and ready to go. Well, speaking of getting it done, RJ Stidham racked up a significant win at the SCORE Baja 400 in the 2-wheel. Let's take a look at that. Hats off to RJ Stidham entering the conversation. Well done, sir. I mean, and really interesting, we saw Cameron Steele was having just an incredible season as well, taking first in the 250 500. Some issues in the 400, so gave RJ the opportunity. We'll see how they fare. I'm curious to see how the two-wheel drive trophy trucks will venture on our course.
Yeah, and the Honda SUV, if you will, qualified first and was really battling with Cameron at several of those races, and actually passed him and took the lead, and they were nerfing each other and stuff with some exciting racing. So that two-wheel drive class, and then both of them ended up getting passed, and so that was a great performance.
Pretty crazy.
I said him, yeah.
Lots of trophy Lots of trophy truck talk, but let's not forget about Class 1. Cody Parkhouse had a perfect performance in the Baja 400. Let's take a look at that. Awesome stuff there from Cody Parkhouse. What do you guys think? Does Cody have it in him for another one, for another victory?
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I think if you run a race that perfect, and you can, that's what you need in the Baja 1000.
Yeah.
It's really a clean race without a whole bunch of flats and any issues mechanically. So
we'll definitely get into all the craziness and preparation and strategy and all those things. But first, we're minutes away now, I guess for about 10 minutes away, maybe 15 minutes away from getting the green flag going down in Ensenada for the ceremonial start. So let's take a look at this year's Baja 1000 course map so you can see what's going on. Roll it.
Let's take a look at the course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing in the BFGoodrich Tires 58 SCORE Baja 1000, the grand finale of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. This legendary race tears through the breathtaking landscapes of Ensenada, Baja, California, pushing man and machine across roughly 854 miles of punishing terrain, from coastline to canyon and every wild stretch in between. The adventure kicks off on Boulevard Costero in Ensenada. From there, racers will head out of the iconic Ensenada Wash, which once again is part of SCORE International's thrilling course, sending racers counterclockwise into the heart of Baja. The first leg begins toward Rancho Nelson, then blast through Ojos Negros and Rancho El Mezcal, before hitting Europan and then emerging briefly with Federal Highway 1. From there, it's a full-throttle sprint through Santo Tomas and the rugged coastlines of La Calavera Beach, Punta Cabras, and Erindira. Competitors will battle through the dunes of Cerro Solo and the silt beds of Cuatro Casas and the Santo Domingo Wash, serving as unforgettable highlights. The route then rumbles into San Quintin, winding through Nueva Odisea and El Rosario, where racers will tackle legendary landmarks like Rancho El Tablon and El Rosario Wash. Race teams will also face La Vibora climb and then head toward La Bocana Wash, near the Catavina Desert. It doesn't stop there. Drivers will charge across the brutal washes of Las Arrastras, Matomi, Azufre, Guatamote, and Chenate, racing through Morelia Junction and over the shimmering expanse of Diablo's Dry Lake. The course crosses Highway 3 at El Chinero, pushing into La Ventana and through El Arrejal Wash and San Matias Crossing. From there, racers will tear through Valle de la Trinidad, claw their way up the epic Goat Trail, and thunder across Santa Catarina, before returning through Rancho El Mezcal, Ojos Negros, and Rancho Nelson. Finally, the finish line awaits, back where it all began, on Boulevard Costero, right in the vibrant heart of Ensenada's tourist district. And backing the racers every mile of the way is BFGoodrich Tires, providing world-class pit support across 6 strategic locations, powered by an elite crew of mechanics and volunteers from both the U.S. and Mexico.
All right, folks, there you have it. Not quite 1,000 miles, about 854, but it will be punishing, unrelenting, challenging. It's got it all. Wes, you've run this entire course, and you were doing some incredible videos on the Instagram. Can you talk us through what you saw?
Yeah, it's going to be a very challenging course. I think you start off, one, we're running the wash, which we haven't done in quite a while. And then, just the way it's working, its way over to the West Coast, down. Most of that's fairly fast. There's a couple areas where silt's going to be a problem. One by Cuatro Casas, another one like race mile 200-ish by San Quintin. Those are going to be challenging with silt. From there, it's pretty rocky. Out of San Quintin, as you head towards Catavina, that's probably my favorite area in all of Baja to race through is down by Catavina there, through the Cardone and Sirios forests. And then, then you're going Fred's Tractor Trail, then working up towards San Felipe and back to the finish. So the other thing that really stood out to me is after you do all these miles, do all the washes of San Felipe and everything, and then you get to Valle de Trinidad and you're like, man, I'm almost there. Well, no, you got over 100 miles to go. So a couple things, I always do storylines of the race, and I want to just kind of touch on that real quick. Obviously the big thing everybody's talking about is the weather. So I have a little graphic here. I want to show what we have in store for these racers. If we can pull this up. So you see this right here. There's a gigantic storm cell that's sitting out there. They're calling this an atmospheric river. And this is coming up from the southwest, and it's going to swing up into Baja. And we're looking at kind of this evening into the night is when Baja is supposed to get hammered. And if I zoom in here a little bit, I think our leaders, they're going to get down to San Quintin. Hopefully they're going to kind of stay ahead of the rain. They got a little bit, which might help with dust. But I think where things are going to get really interesting is after they do the northern San Felipe loop and they're coming up San Matias Wash. San Matias Wash might be a river. And then from there, you go up the goat trail. It gets really snotty in that Nuevo Junction area. And I think there's a lot of gullies, so there could be some flash floods in that area. I think that really can play a major part in this race. Some other things I just want to touch on quickly is things I want to watch here is can Alan, bring out the broom and make it 5 races in a row. He won the 1,000 last year, won the championship, and he's won every race this year. Can somebody beat him? And until someone proves that they can, I don't think they can. Then we've got a bunch of other people that have gone undefeated this year. Brock Hager, Gus and RJ in the Legends class. Tyler Lynn, he's already halfway to winning this year's race. So that 7X team is dominating. And then there's a bunch of other guys in some of the other classes. Justin Lofton was doing really good. He's not racing, so that's going to affect points. And then also we had the Geyser all-wheel drive was making its debut here. And we had Sean Geyser went out and he clipped a hole, which we actually have a video of. I don't know if we can show that really quickly. But he ended up compression fracturing his T8 vertebrae. So, Sean, if you're watching, heal up, man. I feel for you. It's really disappointing that right they broke that truck because everyone was looking forward to seeing that. It's really, it's awesome to see different manufacturers and fabricators bringing more vehicles out here to give the Masons a run for their money. Wow. So, hopefully next season we can see that Geyser truck back out here. But you can see how hard they hit right there. Yeah. It literally ripped the left front fenders off of that truck. Yeah. And compression fractured his back.
Wes, how earlier you were talking about when you watch something on camera versus when you were there in person. If you were there in person and saw that, it would be even more violent, I would guess.
100%. The GoPros really don't show how bad things are. You never, again, if you see somebody catching air on a GoPro, they're probably at like 30 feet in the air. So if it looks like any type of a jump at all.
Sure. Got you.
The last thing I wanted to say is with Pulvardi and Bryce teamed back up again, you know, we've thought that they were going to be a big powerhouse. Pulvardi always goes out there and qualifies first, but then, you know, I mean, sometimes he's made it a couple 100 yards and broken. You know, the last year at the 1,000, they made it, I think, 13 miles and broke. So can they kind of get that monkey off their back and have a clean run? And then Bryce, you know, he's been battling an injury all year. He hurt his neck. He had a minor stroke, which is, you know, no small thing to laugh about. And so how healthy is Bryce Menzies? When I saw him at the 400, he's like, oh man, I'm fine. But then he threw Jesse Jones in the truck, and he didn't really race hardly any of that event. So that made me think maybe he's not as good as he's led on to be. So how healthy is Bryce, and can Christopher kind of get over that hump of making mental errors that have hurt him? He finished at the 400. You know, he had some mechanical issues that kind of held him back. But is he going to have that maturity and make that next step?
Right. Wes, how do you, in the you know, speaking from a perspective of Chris Pulvardi, knowing everything that he's gone through personally, knowing everything that Bryce has gone through as well, there's just seems to be like a lot of pressure on your shoulders. And he's young, though he's displayed much more maturity. Yeah. As a driver, how do you tackle that? How do you push through those challenges?
I think everybody, as they get into Baja racing, very rarely you come in and just light it up. Baja has a way of humbling you and making you kind of earn your keep.
Okay.
So I think we got the ramp ready to go. Race is getting ready to start, so let's get down there.
250 miles. So it's going to be fast out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And as you know, you've watched our previous races. It comes down to mere seconds. So this is going to be incredibly fast and incredibly fun. Enjoy it out there. Enjoy the race. For your fans watching, please stay clear of the course, but enjoy and have a good time out there. I'm going to step out of the way and let the camera follow the action. As you can see, our first truck on the line there, that's truck number 94. That's Christopher Pulvardi. As you can see, it's very loud here, but you love the sound in the morning. So you're looking here at Christopher Pulvardi, truck number 94. He'll be sharing the duties today with Bryce Menzies. An incredible super team. A lot of people's picks right there. However, right behind him is Mr. Alan Ampudia, where 5 seconds ago, so that was Pulvardi starting the section of the 2025 BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000. It's a hot start in Ensenada this time. We're using the wash for the first time in about 6 or 7 years. So they're going to go into the corner and they're going to drop into the Rugged Radios wash. And then they're going to really get on it and open it up. Right now you're looking at our defending series champion with that red plate, that number 1, but also he's won all 3 races this year. The San Felipe 250, the Baja 500, as well as the Baja 400. He'll be the first trophy truck driver ever to sweep all 4. Alan Ampudia. Also spoke with some of the drivers of where they're going to drive and switch to. Christopher Pulvardi has taken it to mile 450, where he's going to swap out to Bryce. Right now you're looking at the truck of Toby Price. truck number 46. Toby's one of the guys. I think it's going to be quick, pretty fast race. He is going to take the truck this morning to race mile 185, where he's going to switch it out with Paul Wheel. Toby's getting back in the truck over by Fred's Tractor Trail to bring it home. So pretty interesting. He's had a couple little gremlins go his way in the last few races. He's hoping that was it, and he can run this one to clean all the way through. From Queensland, Australia, Toby Price. Up next, in that truck known as the Beast, another crowd favorite, out of El Cajon, California, that's truck number 83, Luke McMillan. So far, all of these trucks have been Mason Motorsports all-wheel drives. Sharing with Luke today will be someone with a little bit of experience down here in Baja, Mr. Rob McCachran. Four seconds off here for Luke McMillan to start his Baja 1000. So now you're looking at truck number 70 from New Braunfels, Texas, the Concrete Motorsports. That's Kevin Thompson. Harley Lettner, Cole Wolf, and Kellen Walsh, among others, sharing the duties inside that cab. Kevin had a super fast qualifying round. That's why he's starting up here in position number Kevin Thompson. Beautiful paint job on this truck. And it's paint. It's not a decal. That's Tavo Vadosola from Mexicali, Baja California. That beautiful paint scheme on that truck, but don't let the pretty of the paint fool you. Tavo's a mean driver out there, and he's got one thing on his mind, and that's to get the checkered flag here. Javi Valenzuela, Victor Valenzuela, Augustine Moreno, Jason McNeil, and Eric Clay sharing the duties. Another Mason Motorsports. Up next, we have another crowd favorite on this truck. From Bristol, Virginia, truck number, that's Robbie Gordon. Sharing the duties with Robbie today will be his son Max Gordon, along with Clyde Stacy and Brian Hansen. This is the first non-Mason Motorsports truck. This is the RPM Geyser truck. And this truck is crazy. 2 engines, 2 transmissions, around 1,400 horsepower. This truck is just a monster. Another one of those beautiful McMillan trucks here. Now we're back to a Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck once again. Out of El Cajon, California, number 21, Dan McMillan. Sharing the duties in there is Andy McMillan, along with Rogelio Pereira, Jason Ledesma, Gil Aguirre, and Brady Thompson. Dan, of course, is out of El Cajon, California. DLM Properties, Monster Energy, and BFGoodrich Method Race Wheels among his sponsors. Dan McMillan. Up next, you're looking at a truck that only knows one thing, and that's coming in first place. You see that beautiful red plate, the number 1L, defending class champion for multi-years. I believe this is 16 or 17 straight wins in a row they're going for. Gustavo Vidosela Sr. from Mexicali, Baja California. Ricky Johnson, Nico Ambrose, Victor Valenzuela, and Mike Coleman, part of the team inside that cab today. I think he's got a record that's not going to be beat. That many consecutive wins, 16, 17, maybe going for 18 today. Getting a little squirrely getting out of there, but no harm, no foul, as the great Chick Hearn used to say. Another crowd favorite here. Number 11, the Rob McCochran entry. Fastball Racing. Bobby Smith, Joey Westhoff, and Josh Daniel. Rob's doing double duty today. I believe it's Josh taking it off the line. I think he qualified in it. Now that's a Jimco truck. As you can see, proudly there along the front. Now they're going right through the streets of Ensenada. I think it's a hot start here in Ensenada. And they're going to jump into the wash thanks to Rugged Radios. There's some jump set up down there. It's a lot of fun. I know we have a lot of fans out there today. So we have our two-wheel drive truck, 9T. That's Ethan Ebert. And that beautiful Honda Passport. They're out of Marana, Arizona. Richard Glassick, Gayton Hayden, and Brandon Wells teaming up with Ethan today. Nice looking truck. Different style, I like it. American Honda, Honda Performance Development, Maxxis, Steel It, and Baja Designs, Fox among his many sponsors. Right now, hailing from St. George, Utah, truck number 38, that's Eric Husted. Sharing time on the seats in that truck is Colton Husted and Mitchell Johnson. Maxxis Tires, King Shocks, and ELE Motorsports among their main sponsors. That Ford truck was just taken off there, but now we're looking at a Tisco truck, TSCO. The Green Army is represented all throughout Baja. It's the first of our trophy spec trucks. out of Colton, California, Mr. Justin Davis. Troy Holes, Tyler Peterson, Jeremy Davis, and Dustin Hellstrom. Other members of the team inside the truck today. Toyo Tires, Rigid Industries, and King Shocks among their main sponsors. Justin Davis, no stranger to podiums down here in Baja. Again, our top qualifier, our first trophy spec truck off the line. Now we have another trophy spec right behind him. A 1.9 Industries truck from Las Vegas, Nevada, number 227, Jack Olegies. Jordan Dean, Steve Olegies, Wes Leffler, and Matt Brady sharing the duties. BFGoodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, and VP Racing among his many sponsors. Jack's hoping to have a nice clean run today. There's just a little bit of sprinkle in town this morning. The rain has pretty much held off. Probably not even enough to keep the dust down yet. Another familiar truck here in Baja, a guy that's no stranger to the podium himself. That's 16T, Mr. Cameron Steele, out of San Clemente, California. In that two-wheel drive Geyser. Monster Energy, Yokohama, Fox, and Raceline among his main sponsors. Of course, that Desert Assassins team. Cody Stewart, Evan Italy, and Mr. Dave Mason Jr. sharing the driving duties today. Cameron's prepared, as he always is. Study getting out here, but bringing it into the finish line, that's the main goal. Another one of our spec trucks up next here. Another 1.9 Industries. FX Construction, their main sponsor. Out of Highland, Utah, that's Brent Fox. Evan Weber, Luis Dominguez, and Nash Youngren. Cody Johnson, Preston Brigman, Kyler Christensen, and Trevor Rasmussen sharing the duties. Got ahead of myself there. Brent Fox had a good qualifying. That's why he's so high up here with these spec entries. Trophy spec. Incredible trucks. Pretty much in that class, it's all about the drivers. Now we've got another Ford here. Number 62T, that's Ryan Pullman out of Orem, Utah. Good look inside the cab right there as the guys are getting focused. Rating 5 BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000. Yeah, that's a good shot of the eyes right there. This is where Gavin Weber, Dodge Pullman, Luis Dominguez, and Nash Youngren are sharing duties. 62T, beautiful color scheme, white and blue there on that truck. Ready Gunner and Prime Power Sports, their main. Seems a little longer here for some reason. I don't think we missed anybody, so not sure what the delay is. There's always a reason. This isn't just by happenstance. maybe timing might be something further up the course that's delaying to start right now. As soon as I find out, I'll let you guys know. Again, when you see, for you guys just joining us or kind of new to watching our SCORE races, when you see the trucks with that T on it, 62T, it's a trophy truck, but it's only two-wheel drive. Everything else is the same, totally unlimited what they can do. It's just the two-wheel drive faction of it, which could be up to $500,000 cheaper. Less expensive. I shouldn't say cheap. Nothing's cheap. So that was Sam Baldy right in front of that. Right now we're looking at Maverick Gaunt. Torrance, California, in that geyser. Jake Johnson, Robert Llewellyn, Brian and Roberto Farias sharing the duties. Now we have our first Class 1. Right now we're looking at number 162 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Mr. Brendan Gaughan. Talking to him yesterday about maybe the possible rain. He says, bring it on. I love it. Gotta love that attitude. Buddy Feldkamp, Brandon Holly, Jared Ingram, Timmy Wilson, and Jeff Wilson sharing the duties. South Point Hotel, their main sponsor here, Glen Helen Raceway as well. BFGoodrich Tires. Again, our first Class 1, Brendan Gaughan. Now, you're seeing them different. You're seeing trophy specs and trophy two-wheel drive, trophy four-wheel drives. You're seeing it that way because it's all based on qualifying the other day out at Nelson Ranch. These are the results, and that determine the start order here today. Right now we have another 19 Industries truck, also out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's truck number 263. That's E.J. Herbst. Ryan Millen's going to be taking it off to Erica Seidman, Justin Blower, and Zach Coates sharing the duties. Pretty popular truck with the El Terrible logo on the side there, Terrible Herbst. BFGoodrich Tires. Now we have another Class 1, and you see the red plate. That means they're defending class champions. From Apple Valley, California, that's Mr. Cody Reed. Mike Diorio, Adam Fanuc, Kevin Reed, Matt Dorson, and Shelby Reed all helping out today. There goes Cody Reed. I'd also like to introduce Miss Carolina Hereles, who's joined us here in the booth today. Carolina, welcome. Let you take over here. It looks like Dave Taylor is next.
Sponsored by Adonia Yaks, Raceline Wheels, BFGoodrich Tires, and Trailers Unlimited.
Up next, another 19 Industries truck out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's truck number 200. Again, another plate evening class champion. That's Mr. Thor Herbst. A lot of Herbsts inside that truck today. Pierce Herbst, Riley Herbst as well. Jeremy Munyon and Trevor Ellingham helping with navigation there. Terrible Herbst Motorsports, their main sponsor, of course. Again, defending class champion. BFGoodrich Tires and Fox Shocks among their many sponsors. Method Race Wheels as well. They spent a lot of time down here feel pretty good about their odds out here. They've done their homework.
Now in line we see another Herbst truck with Team Herbst. And of course, sponsored by Terrible Herbst Motorsports, Monster Energy, 9 Industries, BFGoodrich Tires, and with Caleb Marshall, Shane Robinson, and Arciero. Y para la gente que nos ve y nos escucha de México y de los países que hablan español, ahora sí, bienvenidos a la transmisión de SCORE International en esta SCORE Baja 1000, su edición número 58. Acabamos de ver a 2 de los trucks de la familia Herbst, el 200 y el 19T, Thor Herbst y Team Herbst. Es al segundo mencionado que vemos en la línea de salida. Vemos el conteo, 5 segundos para arrancar en esta SCORE Baja 1000.
All Industries truck. That's number 236, another spec truck, and that is Michael Marsal from Millbrook, New York. Hudson Hall, Matthew Martinez, Troy Grabowski, and Jack Tanner sharing the duties. That's the Spy Optics sponsored truck. They got the helicopter overhead. Not sure what they're flying today. I don't know what the aviation rules are with this weather, but they did a lot of time.
All right, we're going to step away from the start, and we are going to jump into the truck of our leader, Chris Polvardi, at race mile 20. Here we go.
Left 4. Right 5, then left 3 tightens and rock left. And right 5. And right 3. Right 4 into caution, right 4 over, then left 2. Chuck up here, then left 2. Left 2 short, then caution gate, then left 3 tightens. And right 3 tightens, then caution, right 3 tightens, then left 2. Caution, left 3 tight. Then caution, right 3 opens. Dip. Big dip in the middle here. Tight left over with big dip. Right 4. Right 5 over. Then left 5 over. There's the left 5 over. And left 6 over. Then we're going to go right into a left 3 tight zone. That's going to get down to a 1. I'll go slide right over. Down to 2. Nope. Left 5 tight. Left 5 tight. Then right 4 tightens over. Jump. Then straight over. So we'll check up in here. Then we'll go right 3, then right 3 tight. Slight left over, and then slight left over. And then after this, it's caution G out.
All right, folks, we will continue to ride along here with Christopher Polvardi. However, if you'd like to go back to the start ramp and see everything that's happening there, we do have a link up on the SCORE International website as well as their YouTube page, so you can always flip back and forth between what we got here and then what's happening down at the start ramp. Just FYI.
Now we'll go jump, then left 5 tight. Straight over, and caution jump. Now it's simple. Right 5, and right 4 tight, down to 3. Straight over, then flat right over. Left over into left 4 tightens down to 3. Go right 5, then slide left over, then left 5. And right 4 tight. Left 3 tight, then caution 8, then left 2. Continues left 4, then right 3 tight, right after you right hand here. Right 2 tight. Right 2. Left 2. Right 1 tight. Left 2-3. Right 180. Left 2. Right 2. Left 2 over rise. Left 1 over rise, right 1. Left 1. Right 2, left 2. Tight. Left 2. Left 1, right 2. Too tight, over rise. Caution, right 1. Left 2, right 1. Sorry, baby. Right, left. Caution times 3. Watch your steering box. Left 1. Right 2 tight. Tightens. Left 1. Caution, left 1. Right 2 tight. Caution times 100, chicane 1.
Now we have another one of our legend entries. That's number 53L. They're full-blood trophy trucks. Full-blood trophy trucks. It's just the drivers are all 50 years of age or older in the legend class. Out of Chico, California, that's Wade Porter. Logan Ponce, Jonathan Ruvalcaba, Danny Maciel, Naver Maciel, and Alex Iverson. And Matt Brenthal. Their main sponsor is Porter Flying Service, Danzio Performance Engineering, STG King Shocks, and Toyo Tires. The Legend class, it's going to be hard to get on top because only one man takes the top for many, many races in a row. But we hope they have a great race out there.
Out of Temecula, California, we see Brenthal, another Brenthal truck, and we're with Abdali Lopez, Sonny Cázares, Tyler Miller, Juan Carlos Lopez, Reynaldo Zavala, Dawson Pasalic, and Pedro Ramirez. That's a Brenthal Industries, of course, and is sponsored by, of course, Brenthal Industries, Fox Shocks, Yokohama Method Race Wheels, and Sparco, Danzio Performance, Hawk Performance, and a lot of other sponsors. They have a lot of sponsors. Y es un equipo con algunos participantes mexicanos. Vemos a Abdali López, Juan Carlos López, su papá, Reynaldo Zavala, también de su equipo, Pedro Ramírez, y les deseamos toda la suerte y el éxito del mundo. Y Kevin, we see Shane Lewis in line from Jupiter, Florida. Another Brenthal truck, and with him, Earl Desir, Brandon Jones, Jason Smith, and their team is sponsored by BFGoodrich Tires, Nacho Off-Road Lighting, and RSS.
That Speed Shark truck getting ready to take the green light. There they go. Oh, they're getting on it. Nice. Getting some power. Pretty excited. A lot of adrenaline. I can't imagine that they must be feeling, Caroline. They're ready to start. They know what's ahead of them here and the coming rain. Right now out of Yuma, Arizona, we're looking at 228. Correction. We're at 61L. Let's check the number here. It is, that's correct, 61L. That's Mr. David Payne from St. Louis, Missouri. Sharing duties in the cab is none other than our Grand Marshal for this event, Hall of Famer Mr. Larry Rossler, Kevin Murphy, Tucker Conroy, Jeremy Johnson, Rod Walser, Skylar Pereira, Larry Ragland, and Andy Greider. A lot of experience in that truck. Another one of our legend trucks here. Payne-Cast Electric, Milwaukee Tools, BFGoodrich Tires, Maxima Racing Oils, and that beautiful Mason Motorsports truck. Not only can he be the Grand Marshal, but he's also going to spend time driving the truck. That's awesome. Now we're looking at our spec truck here. Here's Ryan Hancock out of Yuma, Arizona. 228. Alexander Ford, their main sponsor, BFGoodrich Tires as well. Jordan Poole, Dan Fresh, Evan Weller, Cole Wimmer, and DJ Fresh. DJ Fresh, come on, that can't be a real name. They'd be playing the after party as well. That's a Tisco truck. Beautiful truck. Again, the trophy spec class, extremely competitive.
Kevin, with the number 239, we see Travis Picoy from Costa Mesa, California. Sharing the duties today with Tyler Brown, Brad Hilliard, and Gavin Harlian. Only three. And that's a Mason Motorsports truck, Sponsored by Earth Basics, Delta Media, BF Racing Fuels, Fox Shocks, Raceline Wheels, OMP, Vibe Organic, Troy Lee Designs, Baja HQ, and Baja Designs. Travis Picoy, 239 from Costa Mesa, California. That's part of the Desert Assassins team. And here they go.
Slight right over, then right 4. Left 3 tight, then right 3. Just chill a little bit through here. Lots of rocks here. Left 3, rocks big, both. Slight left, right. Watch out. Yeah. There. Over, then left 3, rock right. Straight over, then caution right 3, rock right. Watch out that. Oh, right 3 over, then left 3 over. Is that tire okay? Tire's okay. Left 3, then caution right 3, narrow. Left 3. Just chill a little bit here. Just a lot of rocks. Right 2. Digger, left 3 sweep. Left 4, right 4. Left 3, after rocks. Right 5, left 4. To the roof fence, right 2. Narrow. Right 4. Roller left 3 long. Endangered digger, rock right. Times 2. Next one's there. Yep. Digger. Right 4. Left 3 through gate. Left 4. Left 3. Left 2 long. Right 2 over. Left 3, rocks right at bottom. Rock left. Right 3, rock both. Left 4, then fight right over. And left 3 tightens. Straight over, then right 2. So big rocks bigger. Right 3, then caution, big rocks both, narrow.
L4 in 657 feet.
Straight over into digger. Right, 2 at top. Right 4, left 3 sweep opens. Left 5, right 3, rock, right, left. Right, left to gain, folders. Folders left, right. Left 5, straight over. Right 4. Left 4, sweep. Right 4. Straight over, left 3 after. Digger, either line, right 4. Straight over to Digger. Left 3. Left 4 long. Right 2. Right 3, and slight right over. Check up Digger. Right 4 after. Left 4. Right 4, then kicker. Left 4 sweep. Right 2 sweep, clip left. Straight over.
Over in 637 feet, 90 right. 90 right. In 847 feet, sweeping right. Sweeping right. In 516 feet, irregular. Irregular. In 347 feet, 45 left. 45 left. In 693 feet, bumpy. Bumpy. In 758 feet, bumpy. Bumpy. In 594 feet, 45 right. 45 right.
All right, so I think a lot of people that are watching this right now are kind of wondering why we're hearing that automated voice. It looks to me like Luke and his co-driver Jason Duncan, they're using lead nav, that iPad that is in the center of the screen. You can actually have audio notes cued in there, and then that way your co-driver doesn't have to be calling all of your notes. So if you notice, like Polvarde, everyone else, generally their co-driver was talking them through their notes. And some people are asking how these notes work. Most of these guys now are using rally notes. So things are based on a scale of 1 to 7. And we'll get into that a little more in depth later. But with this, the thing that's nice with that lead nav setup is your co-driver doesn't have to call everything. If you have the notes in lead nav, it'll automatically do them, and it's just all automated. So that's what's going on there. If any of you guys had any questions, and we can kind of get back to hearing them in the race car.
20 right. In 737 feet, 30 left.
forbidden road that you can't.
So here we are at race mile 45. Polvardi, our race leader. So far, so good. No mechanical issues. Doing great. Chris has got something to prove, I think, in this competition. Here you can see inside. And one of the fun things about being inside the cab here with Chris is the telemetry in the upper right-hand corner. And you'll see, for the most part, that green gas is going to be maxed all the time. The brake barely teases in at times. You can we'll listen in here and see what's going on.
Straight over, then slight right over. Take right, then left 4 over. Hug left for VP. Slight left over. Got it. Then right 3. And slight left over. And slight right over. Left 3. Then caution, slight left over.
So here's Alan and Pudia at race mile 45, and you can see lots of dust coming in there. We were just saying how the dust seems to be hanging, not very windy. But John, you were also talking about how it seems like Alan's kind of playing it, dare I say, safe?
Yeah, I think when you listen to the engines, or at least between me and the cabs there, the RPMs are lower. He's stuck in the dust anyway. He can't go any faster because he can't see, and he's in a section that's really treacherous because it's rough. They use it at every Baja out of the Ensenada race, and so it just totally whooped out. But there's also huge rocks, huge ruts on either side, so if you get it wrong, you can really ruin your race.
Yeah. Well, you guys were saying how, like, if you're on a bike, how deadly it is.
Yeah. Right, and when you're near the dust, on a bike, you hit that rut, you go over the bars. Yeah. And in the truck, they just go slow and they hit a rock. Maybe they DQ themselves from a broken axle or something. But right. I also thought that Polvardi. There we go. Yeah. Was,
it happens.
He's playing it smart. I think that, you know what, he's in the lead, he's got the clean air, but he's not going crazy. And you know what, he's keeping it on all fours. That's going to help him out.
Yes, he is. Here we see Toby Price in the 46 truck. He is well.
Straight over.
Yeah, even the comparison.
Taking his time a little bit here.
With
I wouldn't say taking his time.
Alan and Toby right here. You can see that you can hear that Toby much higher in the RPMs than Alan. Toby obviously known for pushing it, pushing the envelope a little bit more.
Left 3.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
And I was saying too how Toby's such a dynamic driver in so many races, and his lineage and everything that he's come through his career, he always just makes it such an exciting competition to watch. Him and Paul are just a fantastic team together. So much competition to go, and I can't wait to see how this ends. Yeah. It's going to be a doozy. Back at race mile 45.
I think he's got a smaller displacement motor too. It seems like it revs higher and
higher pitch.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Pudia's got a big bore, big block type of setup there.
Again, much dust in the air here. Having a little technical difficulties inside the cab for Luke McMillan. We'll get that squared away in a minute.
McMillan's another team that usually runs a pretty good big block, lower RPM, big power, 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah,
very patient racers as well, the McMillan family. Definitely not their first rodeo. They know how to play this long game, and they'll play it well.
They will.
They have quite a lot more miles to go, so
they do too.
Who can play the patient game, and who knows when to put their foot on the throttle and go.
Well, to that point, one of the big things that we've been talking about over the last 48 hours is the power of strategy, how absolutely crucial it is. You're doing so much pre-running. Some of these teams got big budgets. They've got they can do all the diligence that's needed. Others don't. They don't have that kind of budget. Yeah, you guys have experience about this. Talk to us about strategy and how imperative it is, and also how you're able to now in 2025 weave in some of this new technology. How does it help you? Things like that.
Well, one of the things that I love is that we finally have probably 8 trucks that are all similarly capable.
Yeah.
So they're all the Mason all-wheel drive trucks. There's been years past where the Macmillans had them and no one else had them, and it was 2-wheel drive against 4-wheel drive,
right.
and they clearly had an advantage. And now we've got probably 8 trucks, 10 trucks that are all on the same capabilities.
Yeah.
And so now you're seeing them like ride close together and know that they can't mess up, they can't break, they can't whatever. And so it's like, hey, I'm just going to keep my truck in one piece and save the battle for on down the course where maybe there's multiple lines. And I think that the drivers are using that to kind of decide how hard do I want to go. And then you've seen guys like Toby that has made mistakes in the past, also been that aggressive driver, getting a little more seasoned, and to me you see a little restraint. And not even going up and nerfing. Like they're not even getting that close.
Yeah.
Now, if you, as the fans, you look at the time split on the side.
Yeah.
So those guys, Amputia's not really leading the race physically, but on time he is because he happens to be close to
Right. Exactly. And they're leaving obviously off the race in increments, right? So again, the adjusted time is
one
extremely
minute gap
important
between all the top trophy trucks.
1 minute gap. Well, if we think back of last year, and this particular, there's a lot to talk about with regards to points. And when we reflect on the 2024 season and the championship, just a little bit ago we saw Tavo scoot through. It came down to 1 point, 508 to 507. Alan took it. And here we are again now. The top 5, we're really only got about 48 points that separate Alan and Pudia, and then 5th place Kevin Thompson. Certainly you get 50 points for the start, you get 80 points for finishing, but as long as Alan does not DNF, he can take it. But that gap is so tight right now in those top 5 trophy trucks. It's anybody's race. Even if you look at your top 10, everybody in those brackets, just solid competitors. You just never know. You don't know what Baja's going to throw at you. We don't know how in the next 5-6 hours how the weather will affect you. I mean, there are just so many factors, and it goes in again back to strategy and how you prep for this epic competition. Looks like we're back here at race mile 20 area.
Yeah, I know that Wes had pointed out that the oncoming weather and things like that, and to me it looks like the rain is expected at least in Ensenada, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
so it looks like the bikes are going to probably, at least the lead bikes anyway, come through with a clean race without rain. But I'm sure all the trucks are going to have some rain, possibly even snow up there at Hamu. It gets cold up there by Valley Trinidad and stuff. I know a couple years ago on the 1,000 we had some snow flurries here and there.
Right.
Wasn't sticking, but it still was awfully cold.
Kind of seems like the calm before the storm right now too. I mean, it doesn't look like a breath of wind anywhere. So that dust is just sitting there. And about 6 hours from now, to your point, it's probably going to look like a whole different race course. And luckily too, the rain is coming later, because had it been going right now or last night, even going by the Cuatro Casas area and all the silt beds and stuff like that, once you start mixing water into the silt, then it's it swallows bikes up, vehicles, whatever gets in its way.
Well, we'll continue giving you some race action here.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix of rain and dry, because there's a certain rain that is like really helpful. Get rid of the dust.
Yeah, of course.
But then if it rains too much, it turns into mud, and some of those things become possibly impassable.
Yeah.
Starts requiring some strategy. So
definitely like certain areas of the race course too. To your point, a little bit of moisture goes a long way in certain soil types. I know once you get past like the goat trail and stuff like that, you get a lot more snottier dirt, clay, stuff like that. Start mixing water into it, starts getting a little bit ice skatey. And, it's always
slip and
transition.
slide.
Yeah. So and depending for the moto guys and the 4-wheel cars, having the right tires or do a tire change. Yeah.
The course wasn't too chewed up from all the pre-running and the qualifying and stuff, so it didn't look like it. I don't know how bad the ruts are out there, if you guys have heard anything, but
that sounds like the guy that's in the studio.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. I saw a lot of footage of silt, and of course a lot of motorcyclists will stop and take pictures of their bikes going through 3 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot deep silt that's in channels where they have to stick in there because they're trying to go up the course. But so yeah, some of those are pretty tricky, and you notice how much brush there is. So if there is silt on the course, you really can't get off because you're going to hit trees and brush, and so you're stuck. So you're seeing some of these deep ruts and stuff that the trucks are going through with their 40-something inch tires.
Sure.
And the bikes could get creative here or there, you know, kind of miss a corner here or avoid a silt pocket. But the trucks, you know, they're pretty much locked into the course when it's more two-track like this. And you've got to be along for the ride.
Maybe one year I'll have to put my money where my mouth is, and we'll live stream.
There's
in
a couple
the actual
trucks sitting around here. Yeah, maybe
that's the roughest course I've ever seen.
Are
in my
you kidding
life.
me? This is nuts.
It couldn't have been that rough last year.
It's pretty surprising if you do multiple days of pre-running. You'd be shocked if you know this bush, you know this rock, you go over this hill and you know that rock's there, and then the next day you go past and then the rock's gone, or it's like 30 feet that way because a trophy truck hit it and spit it off into another location, or it just always, even up to race day, we always try to pre-run right up to race day. And there's still little things that you missed during the race, and you're like, oh, I didn't see that, or I didn't see this, and that's a new rain rut, that's a new rock, that's a new cactus hanging in the race course that, you know, try not to hit with your arm.
There's only so much content your brain can process, let alone the speeds that you're going, and just what you're trying to record in the moment is amazing.
Yeah. Something I always really enjoyed pre-running on the bike was always reflecting back on yesterday's thoughts. When I would go into a section, you're reminded, yourself, you're just you on your bike, and you're like, okay, I was thinking this.
Right.
And that leads to avoiding a rock or avoiding a rain rut. And we don't have any navigation, we're not slowing down, taking time, it's just reflecting on thoughts, and I always really enjoyed that part about pre-running.
Are there certain sections where you actually have body memory, where the body preps and knows and anticipates something coming up?
Yeah,
you just
very
know.
much. Yeah, definitely the sections too, where it's a little bit smoother or flatter.
Yeah, you relax a little more.
Get those deep breaths in. Kind of stretch your fingers out. Get some more blood flow through the arms. Because you'll know you have a large whip section or a big rock garden, and really have to hone back in. Okay, made it through that section, on to the next.
Well, and then Brandon, when you get a little bit older, then you know that there's a bad section coming up, but you can't remember exactly where it was.
Now, where
so you try to
that?
track that in your head, like this valley, I come down. I remember when I got onto this flat section that there was a bad thing.
Yeah.
So as an older guy, you just say, all right, I'm just going to go a little bit more calm. Okay, I finally made it through that rough section. Now I'm on to the next. And sometimes you had some horrible silt beds that you just had to make a mental mark and say, boy, when I get to there, I'm going to stop and make a hard right turn and go around it or something. And then if it's at night, you end up in the middle of that silt going, oh, that's right, I wasn't supposed to
be here.
I was supposed to make a hard right. Well, I'm in it now.
Whoops.
So what do we do now?
And that's where doing your homework too, pre-running. This goes for every class, doing your homework throughout the week and knowing where those difficult sections are and, trying to make an adjustment. So either not losing a lot of time or avoid, those tough sections altogether, or just being creative with your lines. And, it really helps out doing your homework.
Have you had are there any stories that you can recall over the years where, you yourself came into a situation you couldn't get yourself out of? Anything come top of mind consciousness here that was pretty hairy and scary?
One time I was coming into Santo Tomas, if anyone's familiar with the area, big long graded road. I was pre-running all week. I was doing about 70 miles an hour pre-running, kind of on this flat road. I made a mistake on race day. I was doing about 90 there, and but I was braking in the same spot. I had this little post out there. That was my braking zone. well, I hit the brakes there at 90 miles an hour compared to wherever I was, 60 or 70. And I wasn't stopping. I was just staring at the rocks, and I'm like watching my life flash before my eyes. Barely made it. Oof. Whipped that one over.
Not going to do that again.
Yeah, on to the next.
Wow.
Yeah, the high speed stuff on a bike. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it worked out for you.
Yeah, I'm here, one piece. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, there's, they used to say that there's not a lot of atheists in foxholes. And I would say that for motorcycle Baja racers, there's not a lot of atheists. You're talking to God a lot out there. When you live through certain events, you're like, thank you, Lord, for saving me and so forth. So, but it's interesting to watch these truck drivers with the co-pilots. And they're able to see the notes, and they're able to tell what's coming, and they've made all these notes from pre-running. And you'll notice on the motorcycle riders when we show their footage, they've got a tiny little GPS, and it's possible to potentially load some notes or maybe a push pin or something. But even then, trying to watch that while you're riding,
I was going to say,
and hitting the bumps and the dust and stuff, so it's just really difficult. So the motorcycle riders usually have to have a lot of intelligence.
Yeah, it's all up here.
You can see why a guy like Malcolm Smith back in the day would be so successful, and some of the legends like Larry Rosler and stuff that could remember from all of his years of experience. And sometimes it's not the fastest guy, but the smartest guy, or the ability to add all of those skills together.
Yep, the experience.
Yeah. Alluding to Malcolm and LR, when we were racing down there, it was always like kind of like a banter back and forth with me and the guys. If they could do this in the 70s, on bikes and 60s, right, with no technology, little support, little suspension, and they made it each and every time, for the most part. And,
it's incredible.
When we would get frustrated, or have a frustrating day, we kind of put ourselves in check. Like, these guys are out there with 4 inches of travel on their
these pioneers knew how to do it,
and their Huskies and stuff like that. And, it can't be that bad. So just pull it up by the bootstraps and keep going.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to your point, look at what we're doing right now. Just the incredible footage, the drone footage, the heli footage, the in-car. I mean, just the ability to even have videos sent from our fans out in the field, real-time updates. I mean, the sport has just exploded. It's really, really exciting, and we most certainly want to tip our hats to our sponsors and everything that they do to make this possible. The entire SCORE crew, just big shout-outs. Just really exciting.
And this live coverage too, I mean, really getting it out to the masses. The off-roading communities seems to be like such a tight-knit community. Either you off-road or you don't.
Yeah.
But anyone can tune in right now and see this live in-car footage.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is so cool, and
Stable.
It just keeps getting better and better and better. Obviously, as technology is advancing and more people are investing to put the Starlink systems in their chase vehicles, for one, and of course their cars.
Yeah.
And pretty soon here, they're going to be the size of a cell phone. So all the moto and quad guys, they'll have them in their back pocket.
Right.
And it's only going up.
Again, it's so important though for everyone to be able to see really what these competitors are going through in areas that they never had coverage before, and ultimately how dangerous this sport is.
Oh,
it's life or death at times. I mean, look at that angle right there. Bouvardi came through. It's pretty amazing what these people do, and they put their life on the line for the sport, and they have to do it, right? You're called back to the desert no matter what. It's in you.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too is the character of the drivers, the teams, the chase. There's huge supporting crews behind every one of these teams,
for sure,
with sometimes 50 or 70 people out there in as many as 10 different trucks all around the course. There's 850 miles. And so they're at different points with spare wheels and spare axles and spare air arms.
You also got the BFGoodrich pit top. You've got those amazing pits, which are huge.
Baja pits too, for the guys that don't have the support system out there. They could sign up for that and have fuel whenever they need. And
just the way that we can communicate now, if there is an issue, is a real gift.
Yeah, and
wow, look at that dust.
Especially with the fans too. I mean, I've heard countless stories of people breaking down and middle of nowhere, and it's those Baja magic stories where the local comes out and just offers everything to them to help them either get back on course or communicate to someone that they're down.
Totally.
And the community
helps so much.
So much.
Yep.
One of the things that was pretty cool story that came out of one of the last races, these drivers, it's pretty glorious, and they're driving these $1 million or almost $1 million trucks in some cases.
Mason trucks.
But you still have to be pretty tough. Jensen Button, the Formula One race driver, drove a trophy truck recently, and his truck broke down in the middle of the desert. Ended up having to spend the night out there in his truck waiting for the chase crews because he was so far deep to come get him, and had to tough it out and learned what a true Baja racer is, which is you got to grit your teeth sometimes and figure out ways to get out of there or fix your rig or have a crew come help you.
Yep.
But there's not much room for sissies out there.
For air. Yeah, I do. Oh, here we go. Little in car with Alan. Oh, we locked up for a moment.
Dust hanging out in those trees.
Hard to get reception in there sometimes, even with the power of Starlink. We'll go back to Shane Lewis. Same thing for Shane as well. There we go. Now we're back in. There she is. Eva Star. She's going to solo this thing, I've been told. She's amazing. She's going to drive the whole thing, which
that's so cool.
Is unreal.
Ask Wes what it's like to drive. He drove the whole course. What do you think, Wes? Drive that whole thing and.
Yeah, Wes, do you want to chime in on this, buddy?
One take on a UTV.
Yeah, I spoke with Ava while she was in line at contingency on Wednesday, and we had a long discussion about what it takes to solo one of these races. I've done it in a UTV myself, and realistically, it's probably one of the more painful and mentally challenging things I've ever done. So I just tried to kind of give her some advice. I told her, you got to treat it like a tortoise and a hare, and every fuel stop, get out, stretch, make sure you're staying hydrated, eating, and with the potential for weather, even whether there's weather or not, I think like wearing bicycle shorts under your driving suit so you don't get chafed. I told her like I would pour baby powder into my driving suit at every stop as well, just to kind of keep from getting chafed. Little things like that, because it's a really long way to go. And I think that's a pretty big challenge she's taken on. I think they have another driver that can hop in if needed, but she is going to try to do the whole thing herself.
Right on.
So, I mean, that's a big accomplishment if she's able to do that.
Yeah, it is.
So, Wes, might be kind of crude, but the fans at home kind of want to know, what happens when you have to use the restroom?
Okay, well,
this is what the fans are saying.
The fans might want to know that. I kind of want to know, like, shoot.
There's a couple different ways.
It's called a catheter.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're on a quad or a dirt bike, if it's warm out, you can just ride harder and sweat more, and you really never have to pee. In a car, you wear what's called a condom catheter, and so there's a tube that just runs down your leg, and you end up peeing on the floor of the car. Ideally, you kind of space your meals out where you don't have to do anything else, and
and hopefully you don't have a stomach bug either.
Yeah,
too many tacos.
Yeah,
it
that
happens.
too.
That'll happen. Nervous too.
It does,
nerves.
and I mean, sometimes you might just have to get out of the car,
especially if you got a co-driver.
You don't.
Yeah, switching seats ain't so fun.
So, and then I've talked to like Kristen Matlock and some of the female drivers. I think they have a few different things that they do. I'm not totally sure exactly what they do. I know there's some products that are kind of like a condom catheter, but I think that has created some issues for some of the female drivers too. So
okay, fair enough. Let's shift gears away from that real quick.
But driving a car for 24 hours, I mean, that's pretty insane, and how crazy that they're having to deal with all these things that go through their head.
Comes at them.
Well, I mean, you think a lot of people, they got to do, say, an 8-hour drive on the freeway or something, and they think that's a long drive.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing 3 of those off-road all at once. So I mean, that kind of puts it in perspective. Nuts. I think, too, like, if you look at mileage-wise, 1,000 miles, I think, is basically like going from like almost, well, LA or San Diego to Seattle, or like New York to Miami or something like that. So imagine doing that off-road for people at home to kind of give you some perspective. Or I think another one would be like LA to Denver, something like that. It's about 1,000 miles. So it's definitely a long way. Here we got Cowboy Cerrone. This is a pretty cool story right here. I'm pretty sure he's teamed up with the Monster Girls too.
Yeah.
So it'd be fun to watch them. I know earlier when we were talking about comms too, I talked about Luke and Jason Duncan. I totally spaced on, actually Rob Mack is starting this race.
You're right.
So is Rob in there, and he likes to use that comm system. And then Luke will be getting in about halfway through the race. And then a kind of a cool story is then Rob is also the driver of record for the fastball truck, the number 11.
Correct.
And we've got Josh Daniels is driving that. So they're trying to kind of figure it out. What I was told, they thought Rob would get into that truck around race mile 600, but it's going to be fluid because you don't really know where both trucks are going to be and how this is all going to play out. Yeah, I mean, we're we're an hour and a half into probably 16-hour or 15-and-a-half-hour race, and less than 100 miles in. So a lot can happen between now and when Rob is supposed to get in and out of trucks.
Correct. And sometimes Rob has been plagued with some bad luck mechanically on these competitions, but he'll find a way. He always does.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that McMillan program is extremely solid, so I'd be surprised if they had a problem. And then that Jimco team, you know, they keep dialing that truck in. That's a newer truck than these Masons. So they've been working bugs out, but they keep getting that truck better and better. So hopefully that truck has a solid run.
Well, speaking of solid runs, Wes, obviously you are champion. You were talking about, you know, what it takes to cross that line. To your right, you have what appears to be a trophy. Are you able to chat at all about that? Can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that for a second?
Yeah, sorry. I was talking about how, you know, you've been the recipient of being a champion in the Baja 1000 multiple times, and to your right is the trophy right there, I believe. What's it like to hold on to that thing? What's it like at the end of the day to pick that sucker up and raise it in the air?
Yeah, I think you're talking about this right
there
here.
It is.
So
yeah.
That's kind of the OG Indian
OG, baby, from years ago.
Overall trophy. That's like the coveted trophy that everybody wanted.
Yeah.
They gave one out for dirt bikes, quads, and then your four-wheel overall winner.
Right.
So this is the one that you want up on your mantle. Luckily, we won, I think 5. Well, no, we won more than that. We won a bunch of these when I was racing quads with the Matlocks. So I've got a bunch of these at my house.
Super
cool. So that was cool. Nice. But
it's fun for the fans to be able to see that.
I would like to have one that said four-wheel champion, though. But unfortunately, I don't have the enough zeros in my bank account to be able to fund one of these trophy truck programs.
Yeah. Cool.
So we've got Phil Blurton. Our UTVs are taking off right now. You know, Phil's running that Can-Am Maverick R, and I want to see if a Can-Am can give Polaris a run for their money. You know, Brock Hager has just been on a tear. He's swept this year. The Polaris factory team hasn't lost a race since they created that program. You know, so can somebody like Phil Blurton come up and get in the mix? Because Phil's won down here before, very accomplished driver, and you know, he has the ability. I think he's got the program to do it. They just haven't had a clean run in that Maverick R yet.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see him at least give the factory Polaris team a run and keep them honest. You can see how bad the dust is here. So that's one thing that I think works to Phil's disadvantage is he races in the forced induction UTV class versus Brock is racing in the Pro Open. So Brock's starting with only trophy specs ahead of him, and those trucks are going to run a faster pace versus Phil has to work through all the slower UTVs in the Pro Open UTV, as well as I don't have it in front of me right now, but wherever he started, in the turbo class, he may even have some turbo cars he's got to pass.
Wow.
So he's going to lose a little bit of time
got his
there.
work cut out for him.
But it is a long race.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, anything can happen. You can see these guys wiping their visors, just dust, dust, dust. So far, weather has not hit.
Little bike update, just to give you guys a
sounds great.
The lead bike 7X still ahead of the 1X. It looks like they've got about a 15-16 minute gap, and they're real close to race mile 500.
Yeah. Wow.
So they're about 2/3 done.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Wash, are they going through Matias right now?
Any other hiccups for the 15X Eric Holt bike? Everything seems to be going.
I think they're back in the mix. We got the 400X though is doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
Nick, you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, Shane Esposito in the 40 class running an absolute great pace today. He's sitting, looks like 3rd overall.
Yeah, you can kind of see Nick's screen here.
And
show you where they're at.
Shane Esposito, the legend in his own right on 2 wheels down in Mexico, showing that age is nothing but a number. He's running up there. It puts a smile on my face to see the pace that he's running.
Yeah.
And, what a great accomplishment.
Something kind of wild that we saw really early on in the race was we saw one of the competitors take the wrong direction in the middle of the night. John, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so on the GPS that you have on the motorcycle, in most cases you can pick the color of the line for the race course. So let's just say it's a blue line. Well, the course split, and they're supposed to go to the right and head towards Urupan.
Right.
But it looks like you got race course going both ways. Well, this particular participant went to the left, which was the way they're supposed to be coming back to Ensenada.
Right.
But they were showing that they're on the race course. So this person, I believe, was a woman racer. But anyway, they went up to Highway 3, and so they were trying to have fans or someone else chase them to tell them to turn around.
Can you try to sort of show that area that we're talking about? Because when this kind of went down, we saw them at around. There we go. Yeah, we ended up seeing her at like race mile 780, at like 2-3 hours into the. She was way out there,
right.
And so.
And that's kind of near Tres Hermanos, where the course splits and rejoins. So, and the map that you're seeing, they're supposed to go to the right, which would be the west side, and then over to the coast. And she ended up getting on the other side, or this racer ended up getting on the other side and heading to the east. And looks like an extra hour, maybe.
As if it wasn't punishing enough on 2 wheels.
Yeah, she's going to probably do a full 1,000 miles because of that.
Legit Baja 1000.
One of the worst feelings is thinking if you're not going in the right direction. It's like I don't know what if you've ever had that feeling, or oh my God, did I make the right corner, or was it, or you're kind of looking back and you're second guessing yourself.
I go nuts.
And your brain's going a million miles an hour, and then you see a little faint orange marker out in the distance. You're like, oh my God, thank God, your prayers are answered. I'm still on track. I keep hammering down, throw those thoughts out the window, and back to focusing.
Well, I was racing in the 1990s before they had GPS and any of this tracking, and the only thing we had was ribbons and markers.
Yeah, and tickets, right? You had to put your ticket in.
Yeah, I had a little stub can and go through a checkpoint, and I made a mistake and cost our team about an hour and a half by going not seeing the turn to Urupan and going all the way into Ensenada and so forth. So,
yikes!
Man, I felt that suffering and pain. Like, oh no, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But there's a lot of things going on, especially for those moto riders trying to navigate themselves.
Sure. Yeah. You see on the screen there the 7X bike. We actually got some social media right now from the social media. Let's roll that clip. All right, Wes, let's take it up to the action desk. What do you got?
I'm watching our lead trophy trucks right now, and they are coming through a section that I took a look at while I was out there pre-running and doing the course previews. There's a bunch of lines in here, so I wanted to see what everyone did here, let's take a look at this little piece that we did that shows where they're going through, and then we'll watch our leaders come through here. For this year's Baja 1000, our competitors started on the Malecon in Ensenada. For the first time in a very long while, they raced out of town through the wash, went up to Ojos, crossed over Highway 3, and now they're working their way to the Pacific. In this area here, we're almost to Urupan, and you see there are a lot of lines. It'll be interesting to watch which way our top competitors go. To me, I think the shortest route is staying to the right, but that is also one of the more difficult ones because you have a big silty uphill. I think the all-wheel drive trophy truck shouldn't have too much of a problem, but a little later on in the race, as that hill deteriorates, some of the two-wheel drive vehicles are gonna have a tough go at that. From that point, you hit Urupan, you go into a speed zone down to Santo Tomas, back into the dirt, heading over to the coast at La Calvera, and then it goes down through Rancho Tampico, Punta Cabras, all the way to Irandira, and keeps heading south as we work our way towards Cadaviña. So you can see how many lines are through there. I want to watch our leaders. We've got Polvardi right here. It looks to me like he's just past that hill. And there's another area where Old Race Course is in a line to the right where he's at. There's also a line that's on top of this ridge. So he's gonna come up a hill right here and merge back in. This is right here where he's merging back in, and then this is coming to the course. So Polvardi took the line to the left. I think most of the lead trophy trucks are gonna go through there. What I'd like to see is a little further back what they're doing on that silty uphill. We may be able to see some in-car with them, but we've got a great shot right now with Polvardi out front. It also looks on the tracker to me like Polvardi is actually gapped out on Impudia a little bit here.
Still tight.
It was, I mean, that was such a great aerial shot they had, and you saw how just it looked like it was on a razor's edge there for a minute.
Yeah, you're on top of that ridge line.
Yeah.
And this is like coming into Urupan, and they're almost to the Highway 1 speed zone section. And we race through here. Almost every Baja 500, Baja 400 comes through this section. So the guys know this really well.
Well, and you just watch how that truck just dances on the top of the dirt, and you are amazed that they have control because they're almost always sliding. Those wheels are moving, sliding left to right, and they're just balancing right on the edge of that hill.
They have to trust that their vehicles will respond and do exactly what they want it to do.
Yep.
Or it's game out. It's game over, I mean. Lights out.
Concentration, keeping it there, having a feel for it, but such skill and talent.
No doubt.
This is also, think about how much stress the tires on these trucks are being put through, as well as the shocks. Yeah, those shocks are cycling probably hundreds of millions of times or 1 billion times in a race. You know, as well as those tires, just all the impacts that they're taking. So it's a true testament to the tire manufacturers that are running this. Obviously, BFG's title of this, and a large portion of the drivers are on BFGs.
Yeah.
But all the tires that are out there, what they're going through, it's pretty crazy to think about. And that there aren't more flats.
Yeah, and that's the section that Urupan over is where Price's team, the 500 ended up catching a rock. They're sliding sideways, a lot of embedded rocks in the dirt, and catch one sideways and whack, knock the tire right off the bead and end up having to swap the tires. So these guys are keeping it pretty clean.
That's the really challenging aspect about that when they're hidden like that, right? When you have even if you did the prep, you can't predict that.
Well, and you see them sliding, and sometimes the difference is sliding one extra foot is the foot you didn't have.
Slide right into a rock, blow your tire, and then...
There's a lot of rain ruts in this area too, so you've got to be careful and kind of pick your way through because there are things that'll tear a corner off your truck.
Yeah, definitely through this area where it's a lot of lower valleys, then you're cresting over the tops, where you're constantly going back down to the valleys, obviously, where water navigates and collects, and you know, Mother Nature does its thing. So a lot of rain ruts up there, which uncovers more rocks and vice versa. I mean, Chris could punch up a rock right now, and then Alan could, you know, not know that that rock's there, and then it surfaced. And
relatively clear skies right now, but come 10 hours from now, we get into nighttime, weather comes through, it could get very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, and you see the trucks behind. He's got such a clear view. He can see everything.
Yeah.
And then the other guys, like Empudia, you start to catch up, and then you catch the dust, and then you almost hit some of those things that might disable your truck for the whole race.
Yeah.
And you start to go, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll wait to pass till later. In motorcycles, it's the same thing. You get to the dust, you can't see it. Sometimes you have to make a mental decision that says, you know what? I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to hit the bike. I have to back off, and I'll save a battle for another time.
Sure.
Yeah.
I often waited for the rocks, because usually in the rocks, if it's like rock piles, there wasn't a lot of dust because you're on tops of the rock. So that would be my chance to strike, and I'd try to remember in my head, where is the next section when I can come up and pass these guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Even doing your pre-running, alluding to it earlier, like doing your homework through those rockier sections, like, you know, knowing that this is an opportunity where I could pass here. You know, maybe spend a little bit extra time in this section. Let me learn it well. Let me learn some alternative lines, because if I need to, you could pull that card out.
Sure.
And if the opportunity gives it, you know, make the pass.
Make the pass. Well, nobody passing right now. Chris Pulvardi, race mile 69, our trophy truck leader. Nice aerial shot. We got some fans out there. Oh, little disruption, but so far, Christopher is running a good race, and will be interesting to see when Bryce gets in there, what Bryce wants to bring to the table. He's got to be itching. Like that's got to go through your head too, as you're kind of itching, anticipating to get in there, and depending upon where the driver hands it off to you, you know, how do you kind of control yourself, because you just want to rip that thing apart and get going. But
and I'm looking at timing and scoring and seeing that there's 9 trucks that all are within the same range.
Yeah.
And since they start a minute apart, really the person in 9th or 8th or 7th might even be right in line. So you notice those first 10 are only 4 minutes apart on adjusted time. So, and there's several of them within 20 seconds.
Right.
So it's going to be a great race all day.
Yeah.
We're really in the catbird seat for watching some fun stuff.
No doubt. No doubt.
And Christopher's advantage here, you know, a little bit faster pace coming into this zone. You know, this is where he can use this clear air to his advantage and really start, you know, running his pace a little bit more to assert himself from those 1 minute gaps. He'll know that everyone behind him, obviously in the dust, and if he can use these faster zones to just go that much faster, then separates himself on time, and, you know, hopefully maintain that and give himself enough cushion to, if he does have a mechanical or a flat, maybe have a little bit more recovery time.
Yeah, it's a good point, because if something like that were to happen, you know Alan's going to strike.
Yeah, for sure.
And at some point too, as we get later on further down into the course, if all things are system go, you know Alan's going to start putting some pressure on Christopher. Well, at that point it'll probably be Bryce, but he'll be wanting to push him to make a mistake, right? He'll want to put some pressure on him, and then maybe at that point, physically they switch places.
I think the memories of the past too, of making a mistake and DNFing right off the bat, you know, is really helping out.
Alan and Toby.
Yeah, basically, they can't really pass him in this section because it's so dusty.
No.
And you know, I always thought when I'm leading a race, I didn't want to be the one that forced the air. It's like when you're serving by yourself in tennis or something, you want to have an unforced air. If they're so fast that they can come and pass me, sometimes you might have to let them. But I didn't want to be the one that made the mistake, blew over the line, hit a rock.
Unforced air.
So he's doing the right thing, I think, and keeping this thing on 4 wheels and moving forward. And I think once they get towards the beach, you'll start to see a few more lines open up where guys can go either or.
Yeah, there's a lot of those options on this course.
Yeah, definitely down by the Cuatro Casas area. There's definitely a few different lines to run there. avoiding, there's silt everywhere, but you kind of pick your poison, which silt bed you want to go through. And, you know, more often than not, there is a faster line
available.
Yeah.
If you choose your own adventure, so to speak.
Where maybe the faster line on Tuesday of this week during pre-running, that was the fast line, and then today, race day, that's not the fast line. So ever changing.
Yeah, and there were some that we would try to time out to go, okay, either one is close, so whatever they take, I'm going to take the other one, because at least it doesn't have dust and I can see.
Yeah.
And that's a safer bet.
And maybe just hedge forward just a little bit more because I got the clean air.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe I take a little more risk, just a little bit.
Yeah, visibility is pretty critical.
But as Cameron loves to always say, if it seems like a bad idea, it probably is. Don't risk it. Listen in here onto Toby's co-driver.
Left 5. Right 4, rocks left. Right 2, tightens. Left 4 into left 2 tight. Right 4, rocks left. Right 5, straight over. Roller, right 2, sweep. Left 4, right 1. Right 5. Left 4. Speed zone coming. Limiter is on. 37. Yeah, Jeff. Be ready to go to 60 on the highway? Yep. You got it now? Yep. You got it now? 46 on the highway. Steve to Joe and Paul. Trucks on the highway.
Stay right VCP. In 487 feet, right 15 degrees over. Right 15 degrees over. L2 stay right. In 384 feet, straight over. Straight over. In 525 feet, ditch. Feet. Stay right uphill. In 393 feet, 10 left over crest. 10 left over crest. In 342 feet, check 3 base. Check 3 base. In 227 feet, stay left. Stay left. In 391 feet, VCP 59. VCP 59. In 575 feet, check 3, check 3. In 495 feet, R3 stay right. In 712 feet, R2 VCP. R2 VCP. In 751 feet, stay right.
Copy, 83, all good. 83 in the speed zone.
59. All right, inside with Herbst, we just saw some people on the highway there. They're going to be stuck at 60 miles an hour for a little bit. But we will take this moment. We want to thank Nick for coming on
thank you guys
and
for
making
having
his
me.
debut.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Awesome job.
Yeah.
We'll switch Nick out, and then Ken Stott will be joining us from Racer Network, and we'll be back with some in-car in just a little bit here. But thank you, sir.
Thank you guys so much.
Great to have
Pleasure.
you, buddy.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
All right, back to some in-car.
Okay, so this is probably the most interesting thing that we've had happen so far. You saw Toby Price just did a driver swap. So Toby got out, Paul Wheel is getting in. Kind of knew that was coming, but they had asked us not to really say anything. So we were on that, we got to see it. You know, it looks like, I mean, they didn't lose any track position there. So, I mean, they got that done really quick. I wanted to see if Rob in Luke McMillan's truck was able to get physical position on him, but he didn't. So, I mean, it really looks like all they did was they lost, you know, maybe 30 seconds on Allen and Christopher Pulvardi. So that was a good driver change. We got Paul Wheel in there now. And that's kind of the first strategy that we've seen from any of the teams. And I want to see how that plays out. And, you know, does this work into their favor? I think, you know, their plan is to have Toby finish. So you'll have a really strong driver that's able to push through the night and into the finish. And that could be a key thing for that team of Paul Wheel and Toby Price.
4, then left 3 tight, no push. Wash out right, then left 5, then right 4, then left 3. Straight over and plane, then right 3. Right left over, then left 6. Then right 6 short, then straight over clear. Then caution, right 4 tight. Left 5, then right 5. Then left 5 tight, over. Right 4, left 4. Straight over, then right 3. And right 4 tight. Wash out right. Opens. Good. Straight over, fast. Off, straight. Right 4 sweep. Slight left over. Tight coming, tight. Left 3 sweep. Straight long. Slight left over. Left 5. Right 5 over. Left 4 long. Blind is left 4 over. Left 4 over to right 3. Left 4. Slight left over into left 4. Right, left chicane tightens. Right, left chicane tight. Opens. Right 3 sweep. Left 5. Left, block right. Straight out. Right 3 tight. Narrow.
All right, here we are back at race mile 69. Just a little bit ago, we saw Alan Impudia really starting to put pressure on Polvardi. You got the splits for the trophy trucks at race mile 90, and it is getting much more compressed. Back to Polvardi right here. He's, I bet, starting to, either his team's communicating or they're starting to let him know that Alan's coming for him.
Yeah.
Lots of race to go, obviously, but look at these splits, how close the top 5 is.
Yeah, and now you can see they're on the more open roads. These are roads that head to the coast, so they've all gone through Santa Tomas, and now much higher speeds.
Yep.
And they're able to let those horses run in the engines and really go for it. But yeah, it's a tight race. There's literally 7 guys within 2 minutes.
Crazy,
on adjusted times.
I'd really be curious what's holding him back, and I know he's flying. Don't take that the wrong way, but I mean, we're talking about a young, talented driver that's qualified on the pole back-to-back years here. He's very, very fast inside of that truck. So I wonder if it's a navigator telling him, I thought I heard earlier in the day to take care of the truck, to do something to take care of the truck. So maybe they pulled back just a little bit, but I would also think that there's some radio communication to tell him that, hey man, Alan Impudia is coming.
He's coming.
You got to get up on it.
Exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Ken Stout. He has replaced Nick LaPuglia, so we want to welcome him to the stage. Great to have you, sir.
I don't know if I replaced him, but
just
for momentarily, I didn't give him a break.
There was a moment you jumped right in there. I love the enthusiasm. I didn't have a chance to give you a proper intro.
Oh, good. Thanks for allowing me to jump in.
Absolutely.
I mean, honestly, this is it's quite an honor to call such a prestigious race and be part of the 1000, which is known worldwide, of course.
Amen.
And one of the most difficult forms of motorsports on the planet. So super, super cool here to be part of what's going on with SCORE.
You've been broadcasting for decades now. What is it that pulls you into this whole automotive world? What do you love about?
I'm a race dork, man.
You're a race dork.
I love racing. It doesn't really matter what
Same.
it is, and I've been very fortunate, as you guys know, to be a big part of the short course off-road racing and met a lot of these players here.
Yeah.
And my career was really built on 20 plus years of short course off-road racing, and met a lot of the guys that come out here and do what they do in the desert. So I've had a little bit of involvement in the desert, but this is all really brand new to me, certainly not at your level. So I have a lot to learn here, but I have massive loads of respect for what they're doing out here, all of these drivers,
Well, speaking of short course, Christopher Pavarni, there he is.
He's extremely talented, and of course his co-driver as well with Bryce, who will get in a little bit later. I know that Christopher hasn't driven in the dark a whole lot, a little bit of experience in the dark, but I think that's part of the reason why he started off here. He was very fast in qualifying, as we talked about before. Of course, these trucks, this truck is second to none. Mason, Dugan Power, 6P at Xtrac, Fox Chocks, which I'm sure that they've had a long time relationship with. I know Cam and Optima Batteries has really been involved with him for a long time, and Bryce with Red Bull. I mean, what a dominating team.
Yeah, it takes a village, and they got a big one. In a little bit, we'll try to pull out, give you much more of an aerial view of really, okay, here we go. So if we zoom in there, what we're trying to illustrate here is the gap that's between Pavarni and Ampudia. And maybe in a little bit, we'll be able to kind of get that dialed in a little bit, but again, as we've been saying, Alan is not too, there we go. All right, in car with Alan, you can see he's chasing dust.
And John, you were kind enough to show me a little bit of time in scoring just a moment ago before we came on here, but literally the difference was 0.2 of a second at the time that we looked. It is that they're basically even as we look right now.
That's right. With 1 minute staggering on the starts, someone that was in fourth can now be leading. So Toby Price started third and was the first guy on time at the split at race mile 76. So they're all in the game, and I think you see in them, just really try to make smart decisions. And to me, a lot of the racing is going to take place further south when they get onto the desert floor, especially when it's all whoops and hammered, and you got to keep your truck healthy enough to make it there.
At that point, is that when we could probably start to see some potential mechanical issues happen as they get into much more challenging, kind of grittier coursework?
Well,
some people
ask me about like the race course on the coast right here. You can see it's obviously much easier terrain. They can carry higher speeds.
Yeah.
But when you make a mistake, the consequences are pretty severe. You go off a cliff, you hit something at 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So, like I always said, riding in the sections, it was easier on my body, except when I crashed. And then it was not easier on my body. So it's but yeah, they're.
But you have to go, right? I mean, it's risk versus reward, and this is when you've got to go, because if you don't, somebody else is.
Yep.
Amen. Great shot, Alan.
And the helicopter support as well. I mean, it's incredible what goes on. I mean, I think the stories for the helicopters is a show in itself.
Right. Yeah,
Absolutely.
what it takes to be able to do that.
That's how a fan, you knew that something was coming. You'd see the helicopter in advance, and
there you go.
And then get ready.
Look at that shot.
Get yourself ready to go to watch those guys. Get your cameras ready.
Yeah.
Well, can I say to you guys, I'm really happy to see dust. I really thought it was going to be raining at this point.
Sure.
And I looked this morning too, and it looks like the rain is going to roll in maybe later on in the day, but it looks like it's going to get them at some point.
Yeah, there's probably no way to escape that as we get when we go from light to dark later tonight. It will prove very challenging for these competitors.
Yeah, I think that's a great wrinkle. It's nice to have extra little curveballs thrown in. So that all these guys
nice for us.
It's nice for us. Yeah, talking to Rob McCackran, he wasn't too excited about it, so was not looking forward to that at all.
Especially when there was some discussion, some rain is like, okay, but it's like, oh no, this could be a downpour. It could be 2 inches, 4 inches, and turn these washes into rivers. That's where you start kind of.
It could also be an equalizer for a team that might not have the speed, say, of a Rob McCackran that has so much experience out here. So maybe that's it gets out of his comfort zone a little bit.
Yep.
Paul Wheel driving the number 46 truck as we take a look at it now for Toby Price.
Oh, really? Okay.
Hear the chatter going back and forth.
Right 2.
Did he start the race for them? I would imagine they didn't have time to get out.
There wouldn't be time for, no, I don't believe so.
I had initially, from the notes that I had, the first driver was going to be Toby, and second was going to be Paul, but just going by the graphic there, it said Paul Wheel, so.
Yep.
Something I just had this conversation with Cam from Optima before I walked in the studio. Something EMSA has implemented for many, many years is a driver ID. When you plug your helmet in, it's associated with a driver ID, so you know exactly who's inside of the car. They want to know who's inside of the car in case something happens.
That's great.
You know, so maybe it's something that could be implemented out here in the desert, so we know exactly who's in the truck.
Well, every single race that we do, even within the same season, they just seem to get better and better. There's just little tweaks that seem to happen, an opportunity for new technology, if one can afford it, to play. So we'll see what happens at the 250, but right now we are inside the truck with Luke McMillan and Rob McCachran behind the wheel. You know, this is another duo that the McMillan-McCachran combination have taken the podium multiple times here as champions. Very powerful team.
Yeah, and I'm hearing Rob will get out at 365 miles exactly. Obviously, he has his own entry as well, which Josh Daniels is competing and driving now, so he'll look to get into the truck much later on. I think if everything goes good with Josh, I heard race mile 600.
Somewhere around there. That sounds about right.
Little left and right. Little left and right.
And I got to tell you, I was surprised watching the broadcast this morning. I was really surprised to hear this version of the Navigator.
The lead nav.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty cool to me. It seems to me like it would be very easy to understand versus the Navigator talking, and who knows what might happen there. I'm sure these guys are very used to each other, don't get me wrong, but just clear and concise. But with that came a question, how accurate is this thing? How does it know exactly where you're at versus the Navigator sitting there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sat base, so it is tracking the mileage for you, so it knows all along where you're at, and then you can adjust how far you want it to tell you. Do you want it 500 feet before the corner, 1,000 feet before the corner? So there's some adjustments.
We were talking to that earlier about how, you know, that driver, if they really want to record their own voice, they don't want to hear their co-driver, or they don't want to hear
maybe an Australian voice or something.
Exactly.
Jeeves, you got to ask Jeeves.
Yeah, ask Jeeves.
Take
a ride here, mate.
Or something.
Hey, slow down over here, mate. So yeah, there's various ways that one can sort of tweak it to their liking. But
what about all the work that it must take to put in those notes to have them come in exactly where you want them, saying exactly what you want it to say?
That's very true. Yep.
Stay left straight over.
Yeah, and they're not traveling at a snail's pace either.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's when they're pre-running. They're able to record, and then to record and sync the mileage with the note, and come back to you. But obviously, probably years of perfection to make it to the point where we're hearing it now.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks pretty good.
Earlier, we were talking about the points battle. Want to bring in Wes to this conversation. We'll put it up here on the board. I mean, Wes, 48 points separates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pretty incredible.
We don't hear. Is his mic working? No.
Sorry, my bad. All right, sorry about that, guys. So the way SCORE points work is you get start points, finish points, and then points on where you actually finish out of the field. And there really aren't a whole lot of points to be made from you get gaps from first, second, third, and then after, I think it's from like 6th or 7th on, it's just a 1-point difference. So really, Alan has to DNF for anyone else to have a shot at this. If Alan just finishes, he's going to win the points championship and will be back-to-back the trophy truck champion. That said, there's a lot of miles to go. You know, he's looking super strong right now. We've got him on adjusted time. He's about 30 seconds off of Polvardi and just sitting right out of his dust. So I think he's doing a great job right now. But if he does have an issue, then it's kind of wide open. I think Toby and Paul Wheel are sitting in the best position, but you do have Luke McMillan. Justin Lofton was 4th, and he's not racing, so then that puts Rob Mack and Kevin Thompson kind of in the mix there too. But the way Alan's been running, I don't want to jinx him, but I don't really see him DNFing. Plus, they have so much support out there. I think if they do have a mechanical problem, hopefully they would be able to fix it and get it to the finish. So we'll keep watching this here. They're working down the coast now. And they came over from Santo Tomas. That's a really fast road. Really, this whole section here, I think they're going to be averaging some pretty high speeds. It's fast all the way down the coast. They'll come into some silt around Cuatro Casas, and then around race mile 200, there's some silt by San Quintin. For the most part, other than that, they're going to be throwing it down through here. So right now, he's right about to come into Punta Cabras, this shot with Alan Impudia. He's going to make a left-hand turn and then drop down into this little area of houses. And like I was saying, he's just doing a great job of keeping pressure on Polvarde. On the flip side of that, though, I like what Polvarde is doing. Don't push too hard and just drive within your comfort zone. With how dusty it is right now, to try to make a physical pass is the chances that Alan would have to take, risk versus reward, is just not worth it.
It's not worth it, no.
So, and especially this early into the race. So I think for most of these guys, they're just going to kind of hold position, stay single file through this. And if I were Polvarde and Menzies, I'd be happy where they're sitting, and if I was Alan, I'd be happy with where I was sitting, as well as with Toby and Paul Wheel, they're still ahead of. They're sitting second on adjusted right now after doing a driver change. So if Paul can kind of just hold pace here and give Toby a clean truck, they're going to be someone to reckon with here.
So Wes, if there is an opportunity on the course, if there's a chance to actually make that move, potentially, where would one want to attempt that?
There are some lines when you get down towards Shipwrecks a little bit more, and in San Quintin. When they get in the silt of San Quintin, you may see some guys try different lines through there. I think especially like with Alan being this close behind Polvarde, you're not going to want to try to follow him directly through the silt. So I think, say, if Polvarde goes to the left of the silt bed, if I were Alan, I'd probably try to go to the right. And there's enough lines there that there should be ways to either side. And at least that way, you're getting a little bit more clean air. Because in those, you got some local traffic there.
Surprise.
For anyone watching these races, please stay off the race course when you got trophy trucks coming at you 100 miles an hour. But yeah, like where they're at right now, there really aren't any lines here. The course is the fastest way. They get a little further south. Alan might try some things, but they're so close in speed, and he's not close enough to make a pass on a line right now.
Wes, is this one of those situations where you just kind of bide your time for a little while, let the race come back to you, put your miles in? Let's say if it's a 500-mile race, you want to get 400 of them behind you, and then the last 100. Okay, let's start pushing. If we're still in the hunt, let's start pushing.
I would agree with that 100%. I think when I pre-ran the course, I felt like you want to get to the speed zone over by Gonzaga after Fred's tractor trail. Get there in one piece. Just stay in the hunt, but don't push too hard. Hopefully you don't lose track position, but really then once you get to the washes of San Felipe, at that point, assess where you're at and start turning it up if you need to. But really, once you get over to the San Felipe side, you still have all the washes of San Felipe. You got to run through up Diablo, through Las Manitas, through Borrego, and then all the way up to the base of Saldana, and then they're coming back. And then even from there, you got 100 miles of pretty tight technical terrain from Valle Trinidad and the Goat Trail to the finish. And looking at the weather, I think they're going to be fighting rain through there. And my gut is that could throw a wrench in some people's programs. If there are torrential downpours and they're in that 100 miles, we might see some changes for the lead in some of these classes. And they literally, they could get to the base of San Matias Wash, that's where you're heading up towards Valle de Trinidad. And it might be a river coming down towards them. If there's a serious amount of rain up above them, that's where all the water funnels. And so, I'm curious to see what happens as we get to that point, but we're quite a ways away from that.
Right. So Wes, with impending weather on the way, all teams kind of have a plan A and a plan B. If no rain comes, this is how we adjust. If rain comes, this is how we adjust. Would you say that's accurate?
As far as adjusting for the rain?
Well, no, just as far as strategy. Like, we know it's coming, but we don't know exactly where we will be, and we can't predict exactly what time it will land, but you need to, try to get out ahead of this stuff from a strategy point.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really predict where it's going to be raining and how hard and exactly what it's going to do. So I think I would just view it as everyone's going to have to deal with it, and you just got to adjust as it's being thrown at you. So I think you want to be prepared for the rain. I would have extra gloves, a lot of towels in the trucks to wipe your shields, things like that. Probably put Rain-X on your shield. Just be ready for the rain, and then if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But be prepared.
Well, when Nick was up here, he was even talking about certainly the bikes, the competitors on the bikes, man. When that rain hits, he was saying how one of his teammates at one point was so cold that he was like on the verge of hypothermia. I mean, it gets real. We keep talking about the rain, and you might be at home being like, shut up about the rain. But there's a real factor here.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely get cold. So we've got Polvarde. He's on the cobblestones in Erendira right now.
Yeah.
And this past week or so, there were really extreme tides. They called them king tides, as well as the surf was big.
Yeah.
And there are some lines where you could get off to the left here and get out of the cobble, but the water went over that and made kind of in that lowland, it's wet. So those lines you can't take anymore. And right now he's turning up, I believe it's San Vicente Wash here, and he'll start heading away from the coast.
Right.
So Polvarde's looking strong. This area right here, you get into some sand whoops, and the dust, so something to watch is through the cobble there and then through the sand wash. See how the silt isn't as bad as it was through some of the other areas?
Yeah.
This could allow Impudia to close up on him a little bit more. And there are a few alternate lines through this. So we'll see if Impudia is able to close up on him. The thing is Impudia might be able to close up, but then after this it gets kind of silty again, and he'll probably kind of have to fade back just so that he can see.
And guys, I gotta wonder too, I mean, we've been talking about laying back and being conservative here at the beginning of the race, but on the other side of the coin, maybe now is the time to go if you truly think rain is coming and things are going to get disastrous. Maybe you want to be out front at that point.
Yeah. We just saw our leader at race mile 115, Chris. He's out. He came through that a pretty hard clip.
And I do think that the teams will have strategy of placement of people on the course. So on the top of the mountain, for instance, San Mateus is at roughly 3,000 feet, 2,500, 3,000 feet. And then there's another section. So probably people to say, it's raining up here. It's not raining up here yet. And kind of text the rest of the team to the point of what do we need to be prepared for along the way.
Good onboard shot right there.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but I mean, look how close Alan, we just saw Christopher come through. Alan's, as you can see, I adjusted ties. He's right there.
I was watching one of the fans put a camera out there in the race course. I mean, they're looking for these trucks to come over there. It's amazing.
It's craziness.
So I think Alan knows that this is an area that he can push and make a run at Polvardi. So he may try to close on him, because the thing is when you get to the end of this wash, you make a right and you go up kind of into the hills, and then it's going to get silty again.
Right.
So if he doesn't get close enough to make a pass here, which I kind of don't think, I think Polvardi's still far enough away.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that's what's going through Alan's head, is like, okay, the dust is kind of dissipated here. Let's make a run at him.
Yeah, is that a bit of a tell for Alan? Like, if I don't have dust, am I backing off? Do I need to catch
exactly
up?
what I was thinking, because you don't want to get so close. If you can't make the pass, now you're buried in the dust when you get back in the silt. So it's either go or don't go, right?
I think it's got to be confidence inspiring for Alan, though, that he knows he has the speed, that when he has clean air, he can close on Polvardi.
Right.
So that's got to be in the back of his head, like, okay, I have the speed to close on him. But so in a pit stop or something, if he's able to leapfrog ahead of him, Alan probably feels like he can pull away.
Yeah. Well,
but he's doing a good job at being patient right now.
Yeah. As we say, more will be revealed. That's a guarantee.
I heard you guys mention before too. There's a possibility, obviously, if Alan can go out and win this thing, and very, very early on, but would be the first person to get a sweep in trophy truck, correct? Yeah. All of them. I did see where somebody else has won all four, but it wasn't in trophy truck. But that would be pretty impressive. But again, it was so early on to talk about winning is probably not necessarily appropriate just yet.
Well, it is a topic of discussion, and it's not just Alan. You know, it's the 7X team on the bikes, and certainly Brock Hager and the UTV. You know, some of these drivers have just had an absolutely exceptional season, and it's very rare to be able to compete at this level and really not have, like with Alan, not have any really huge mechanical issues or any of that kind of stuff. He's been kind of unplagued, if you will. So we'll see.
0.4 miles.
Here we are with Rodney Cochran, the GOAT.
Yeah, speaking of winners, right?
Yep.
What an incredible career. No matter what you talk about, out in the desert or in short course, either one, well over 100 wins in short course, 9 championships there, of course, 7 overalls out here leading the pack. I mean, just a phenomenal career, so talented, just a natural.
Yeah, it's in him.
And now his son. Competitive racer.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah. He and Brock, and I had a chance to talk to him, and he said Caden was leading a number of those races that Brock ended up winning, and they had mechanicals. So he and Brock are right there, you know, 2 extremely talented racers. Obviously, Brock coming out of short course as well.
Yep.
So talented over there with a number of championships. He comes out here and just falls right back in the groove. My son actually had the pleasure of racing, competing with him in the Lucas Oil off-road racing series, and my son actually won the championship that year against him in a Yamaha by just a couple of points, and the first person I think to beat Brock in a Yamaha. But watching Brock do what he does, talk about a natural. I mean, the kid is just so switched on, and it just makes sense to him.
Yep. Yeah, some people are just born with it, right?
Yeah, he's born to do this. He's born to race, 100%. And it's so cool to watch them come out, because you see it. There's an absolute difference in level of skill.
Yeah. It's a different caliber.
Now,
for sure.
Notice the bodies. I love this in-car cam, because
awesome.
the hood looks pretty steady, but their bodies are rocking. That's why when I see these co-pilots that are having to give directions, they're getting beat up, like with a punching bag and trying to go left turn, right 90 degrees. It's a 7, it's a 5. And now you see what they have to deal with. San Felipe, it's a lot of that. It's a whole lot of that. So it's tough on their bodies. They're like Wes said, driving from New York to Miami or something, except for getting treated like a punching bag for the whole time.
No kidding.
I believe that's Kalen Walsh that is navigating with him, sitting over there. And so impressed that they're able to actually look at notes and relay those notes under those conditions.
Yeah.
I'd be motion sick.
Yeah, shout out to those co-drivers.
And then be ready to swap the spare out in about 20 seconds when the time
fast
comes.
as you can. Get out.
And then get yelled at for the driver to hurry, hurry, hurry. Like, well, kid hitting the rocks.
Some of the communication that goes on, I'm sure, is very colorful.
Oh, yeah. Only so much we can air. There we go. All right, back to Alan. Dust in the distance. This is where you can hammer it. And I guarantee you Christopher's doing the same.
At least now you see there's some onshore breeze, so the dust is all moving to the left.
Correct.
So as a motorcycle rider or a driver, you're always aiming for the right side to get the clean side of the course.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like there's a little bit of an either or possibly here, because he's certainly a little bit farther to the right of the course than that other line.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he takes that line to get out of the dust. Maybe he's closer than anticipated.
After that, it's all moved
off
already.
Or it's just blown away.
Yeah, a little bit of wind is your friend in desert racing for sure.
Not too much wind.
Not too much. Then it blows you off the bike. Yeah.
Yeah. Be careful there.
And there and done that.
And I'm sure with all the pre-running, these guys know where they're at, but clearly watching their ability to apex turns, and so many of them are blind, but they run the line perfectly.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
And there's looking at the tracking, there's still six drivers within 5 miles.
Yeah.
And since they're averaging about 60 miles an hour now, and they all start at a minute apart, we still have 6 drivers that are potentially all within
on top of each other.
The same place.
Yeah.
And there you can see the split there. The 6 are all within 49 seconds.
Love the telemetry.
Isn't that cool?
So awesome.
Yeah,
do you know what motor they're running in the Toby Price?
I do.
I'd love to know what size that engine is. And
I don't know what size it is.
Or who the company.
It's a Gibbs, and I was told that the Gibbs are a little bit smaller cubic inches. They tend to rev them a little bit higher.
Sounds like a small block. NASCAR motor.
Okay.
Robbie always ran the NASCAR motors, and he would rev that thing to 7,000, 8,000 RPMs, and it just was music.
Yeah, and I think they're well over 8,000 at this point, 82 to 8,500, somewhere in that neighborhood, talking to Ray Fields at Dugan's. And some of, like I said, the closer to 85, 8,600 RPM for the Gibbs, maybe a little bit less for his big blocks. So, they're not afraid to twist these things, and the technology's come so far with the engines.
Yeah, we got the tack right there on Pavoldri's setup. He was doing 7,000 RPM, little blips.
Yeah. Great aerial shot. There's an either-or opportunity. Goes left.
And I had a chance to talk to Ray Fields, talking about the big horsepower that these things have. I said, why wouldn't you, speaking of the whoops, why wouldn't you use a turbo out here, to make some big torque and some big horsepower? He said, if you have any lag at all when you're in the whoops, he said, you need to pop that front end up. You need that throttle response, so the turbos are not preferred.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Blue skies ahead so far for Christopher.
Gorgeous.
So I guess that's a good sign.
Well, and with the two-wheel drives, they used to be kind of restricted to around 700 or 800 horsepower because any more power and you're just burning off the tires. And so now with the all-wheel drives, a lot of them are running in that 1,200, 1,100, 1,200 horsepower because they can still hook up and get traction. And then there's, of course, Robbie with 2 engines and
I was just going to
14
say,
or 1,500 horsepower.
Then there's Gordon stepping up like,
but
go big or go home.
You've got to have some traction to harness the horses.
And conversely with Robbie, he goes with an automatic, 2 turbo 400s versus everybody else with, X-Trax or Albins, whatever the manual transmissions of choice is inside of the truck. Really close there, man.
Yeah.
Right there in the dust. But again, to your point, it looks like no wind here to clear that course.
No, it's hanging. Or he's literally that close.
Must be headed west.
Well, again, look at the splits for the top 6. I mean, all right there.
Just listen to the engine when there's no dust, and then he hits dust, and you can hear the RPM drop.
Yeah. Speaking of Robbie Gordon, he comes through, and then 5 truck.
Ready to hit that wash.
Clyde Stacy's truck called the Twins.
The Twins.
And how about Clyde Stacy just getting inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Awesome. Robbie, an absolute madman. Winning it out here 3 times, and so cool that he won it with his father right at one point. Actually, his parents and his mom as well. So pretty unique situation there for him to be part of that.
Handing it off to Max too. Hopefully that'll all work too. So we're keeping it in the family.
Max, so talented. We raced against him as well in Stadium Super Trucks, and the kid is just incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in your blood. Just so many families involved in Baja as well, and it's just so generational. It's really special.
Brian Hansen sitting right seat here with Robbie Gordon.
Back to Alan. Poofs of dust, flats, ready to put the hammer down. Got that helicopter.
You called it, John. You can see when he rolled up to that dust cloud, man, he checked up.
Yep, you gotta let off the throttle. Don't drive blind. He's got the title to drive for, you know, so it's kind of a, we've been in that situation where all you need to do is finish, but you still want to win, but you don't want to be stupid and throw it all away. So
sorry to interrupt you, John. We're up here in the air, but want to go up to the action desk with Wes. Wes, you are on with Toby Price right now.
Yeah, we are. So Toby was cool enough to call in with us and talk to him.
Okay.
So Toby, do we have him on? All right, here we go.
Yep.
Hey, so Toby, let's talk about, you started the race, made it to Santo Tomas, Paul got in. How was the truck working? How are things going? What are your thoughts on the race so far?
Yeah, look, we did a short stint. We got like qualified. I had to start the race first, but yeah, all in all, everything is going well at the moment. So yeah, we did a short stop. Paul jumped in, so he's in the truck now and cruising along. And yeah, we're just trying to keep the wheels turning, stay in that group that we're in there, and just kind of manage everything. And then yeah, we'll wait for that night section to come in where I'll climb back in and we'll hammer down and go for it.
I know you might not want to give up too much of your race strategy, but do you mind telling us where you're getting in or roundabout, or like what is your guys' plan for the race?
Yeah,
if you don't mind telling us.
I'm sure everybody's watching, so I don't really want to give away too much, but we'll say it's around Fred's Tractor Trail. We'll climb back in. So yeah, around that area there, and then we'll basically run her into the finish line. So yeah, as long as everything goes smooth, yeah, we'll be fine and dandy and have a good time. But at the moment, everything's running smooth, everyone's running strong, and yeah, no slow flats or slow links or anything at the moment. So yeah, the game plan at the moment is working pretty good. So yeah, hopefully the Baja guys are on our hand and we can have a good run.
How do you feel about how the race is playing out so far, and what do you think are going to be spots on the course that are like crucial? What are going to be the make or break points where you think this race is going to be won or lost?
Yeah, like once we get down a little bit more, those still bets are going to come into play a little bit. So yeah, hopefully we'll just have at least a decent clean run through there. Fred's is always you never know what that place is going to deliver. So there's a lot of stones and rocks and a big cliff you can fall off on that one. But yeah, look, I think around the end of San Felipe is where the race is probably going to kick into gear and yeah, like I say, put the hammer down and go for it. So yeah, we're just trying to preserve the truck as best we can and yeah, get through to that part and then Paul's hand back over and we'll give it our best and just we'll see what it delivers for us.
All right, well, yeah, you guys got a lot of miles to go, but you're looking good so far. Good luck to you in the race, and we look forward to seeing you guys at the finish. Thank you for taking the time to call in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Thank you everyone supporting it, and yeah, we're going for it. So we'll see how we do. Cheers, guys.
All right. So we're here with Paul. We're on board here with Paul. It was pretty cool of Toby to call in, and you know, it's always got to be tough to start the race and then hand it over that early. But I think they do have a good strategy. So, what do you guys think down at the desk?
Yeah, I mean, first off, it's just amazing that, you know, Toby can literally zoom in mid-race and have a chat with you. Unfortunately, the audio was a little choppy, but we were able to make it out. Interesting. I think it would be challenging to start a race and switch over so early. Just again, going back to sort of like the emotional spikes and peaks and just the adrenaline surge. Toby's such an accomplished driver, you'd think he'd just want to keep going. But I'm sure this has been discussed, obviously, and they've got a strategy, so they're sticking to it.
Well, you know what I think is funny, Brandon, is that this deep in the race and they're worried about strategy or other people knowing their strategy. Yeah. It's kind of funny because at this point all the drivers they're already there, they're already their spot or whatever. Plus, you know, to some extent, he's driving on the highway down Highway 1. And so you go, well, where does the race course cross? He could either get on here or here or here. He's not going to make it around to there to swap. But yeah, all the other strategies are probably apparent.
Yeah.
So, but it's still cool because they're all, everything motivated in their mind is about winning. And every little advantage, anything that they can keep to a secret or something, they're all about that race win. I liked how he talked about saving the truck.
Yeah.
And kind of like, you know, if we can make it through those silt beds clean, because it's a race could be won or lost there. Yeah. And a lot of times, you know, that looks like we see all these 6 or 7 trucks in the same couple
positions,
minutes.
So close together.
And you're like, who's going to make the big mistake? Who's going to crash? Who's going to hit a rock? Who's going to get stuck?
Well, time will tell. And to that point, I am actually going to take a quick break. We're going to go to a commercial pause, but in a little bit, Ken will take over as well, and John, and we'll have some new people probably coming to the stage in a bit. So please do not go anywhere. There is so much more of the Baja 1000 coming up right after this.
Finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Las refacciones Duralast exceden el desempeño de equipo original por su avanzada tecnología, probada en laboratorios certificados, respaldada por garantías que marcan la diferencia, calidad que garantiza tu trabajo. Duralast, refacciones hechas para durar. Una marca de AutoZone.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Rock left. Rock left. In 367 feet. L1 big rock left. In 296 feet. Rocky. Rocky.
Shanker right there. Back light left, then straight over.
left line coming up in 100 feet. Perfect. Medium right. The hard right.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BFGoodrich 58th running of the SCORE Baja 1000, all part of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. Ken Stout, John Griffin sitting right alongside, and of course Brandon Johnson will be back in just a little bit. We'll give him a little bit of a break. The guys did a fabulous job. Congratulations. I mean, fabulous job of kicking us off here earlier this morning at 8 o'clock, and of course first trucks rolling off at 9 o'clock, and the bikes and the motos had all left at midnight, I think it was, running all night long. I can't imagine what that's like.
That's right, yeah. So definitely not a lot of sleep. You know, you're like, if I have to get up at midnight, well, sometimes you try to go to bed at 5 or 6 p.m.
I can't go to sleep anyway.
You can't sleep. You're excited. You're ready to go. And so you end up being up for like 2 days.
On board here with Kevin Thompson, the number 70 truck. And again, that onboard looking back at the driver and navigator. Something unique here. That one should survive. I mean, given it's not facing forward, that's always the trick here for the onboards. And the onboard technology, Starstream and the rest of the gang, I know I think there's a couple of other companies, but man, it has come so far to take us for a ride out here in the middle of the desert is nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, and Ken, an update for you. They did just pass a timing interval loop where we're able to get a nice comparison of everyone. So at race mile 128, Luke McMillan, who was actually, I think, 3rd or 4th on the course, was showing in the lead. And Alan Impudia 1 second behind. Tavo 7 seconds behind Alan. And Kevin Thompson, who we were watching just briefly a minute ago, was 6 seconds behind him in 4th. And then we've had Toby Price, which was almost a dead even on the split, in 5th. And Christopher Pavolde was 6th, but only 5 seconds behind. So literally we have 6 guys within roughly a minute of gap. So anybody's race.
Yeah, really incredible as we are riding on board with Thor Herbst. He is a points leader in Trophy Truck Spec, also in the hunt for the Rod Hall Milestone Award, finishing every lap, or every mile I should say, of every race so far this year, defending Trophy Truck Spec winners and champions from 2024. Thor, the younger brother of the third generation racer, and scored a win going back to San Felipe 2023, grabbing that first win for him. So incredible team there. We'll find out if Thor Herbst and the rest of the gang can hang on throughout the rest of this battle there with their 19 Industries truck. Good look at him right here. Man, talk about laser focus.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see he's got the glasses on underneath the shield. And we talked about rain and some of the fog and some other things. So definitely adds some variables of what can happen to the driver in trying to maintain vision. And you can see most of the drivers have a towel in their hand to wipe the dust away. So he's hoping that he doesn't get dust underneath the shield on his glasses. Otherwise, he's got a double wipe coming.
And my apologies, I said he was leading in the points in Trophy Truck Spec. He is not. He's 4th in the points. Justin Davis is leading in Trophy Truck Spec. He's had an incredible season with 2 second-place finishes and a first-place finish. 4th in the points is Thor Herbst, qualified 5th. On board with Justin Davis, speaking of him, as we just were documenting, man, what a great season he has had so far. Incredible effort there. Qualified 1st, as you would imagine, 1st in the points. Qualified 13th overall. I was watching the Trophy Truck Spec trucks come out there during qualifying, and boy, they were a real threat, man.
Yeah, especially as slick as the course was, because, you know, adding another 400 horsepower or something doesn't always help you if you can't get your tires to hook up. So the 700 or 800 might be just enough to do the job, so he did a great job.
Two-time SCORE points champion, of course, also in the Rod Hall Milestone Award spectrum, if you will, for finishing every mile so far this year. 5-time Baja 1000 winner, 3-time Baja 500 winner, so he is extremely talented, to say the least, and out here trying to accomplish this one more time. What a tough player. I mean, to finish second at 2 of the races this year and to grab a win as well, I mean, that is nothing short of spectacular out here in this rough environment.
Yeah, I love the shot when they were showing the back of his vehicle. You saw that green antenna. And I heard the guys in qualifying kind of talking about these antennas on the trucks and how they're now incorporating VHF signal, satellite signals, all these different communications to the truck so that the truck can communicate, also send up the signal so that we can watch this racing at home, their team can watch the racing, and all sorts of technology that's pretty amazing.
Help me out here as we look at the back of this truck. Obviously, 2 spares back there. We see the fire extinguisher back there, but there's a lot going on in this shot.
Yeah, and I think we've got another commentator coming on soon that's going to be probably way more in depth at adding some of the trickery of these trophy trucks, but they are amazing vehicles. You know, 3 feet of travel, 36 inches of travel at the wheels, in some cases more, and up to 1,200 horsepower, and they're just ripping up the desert out there, ripping through the desert, I should say.
Listen in at some of the throttle control, and boy, things just got serious. Yep. Really tight little area right here.
I remember that exact wash, riding it on a motorcycle. You remember that at night, coming down through a tight little canyon. Some of these things stick out in your memory. Lots of fans up on the ridge, and you know, people at home, if you ever get a chance, come down to Baja, watch a Baja race. You won't forget it. Being able to stand that close to the action amongst other fans that are just having a good time, and you get pretty much a full day of action and an excitement.
Able to leg it out right here. Beautiful, clean track, wide open space. If you're not familiar with some of the differences here as he moves over just a little bit left, we saw that a little bit earlier as well with Alan and Pudi, I believe it was. Limited 4-wheel vehicle, similar in appearance and size to the SCORE trophy trucks. The class limited to specified sealed engines with a maximum of 525 horsepower. So really that is the big difference. Obviously they're 2-wheel drive as well. Must use a turbo 400 transmission and must have solid rear drivetrain. Underdrive units are not allowed. So just some of the rules that they have to follow here in spec trophy truck. And of course it helps keep the cost down. And my experience is when the cost goes down, the competition level goes up because more people can afford to get into the game.
Right, yes, and kind of really starts to make the talent rise to the top, because that's the only thing going to make a big difference between you and the guy next to you.
On board with Cody Reed now, looking out of the back. That is the Starstream system there. That is the onboard system. George Hamill and the boys doing a really nice job out of Apple Valley, California. Qualified second, 2024 champ.
Motor sounds nice and tight.
And we go back to Christopher Polvardi, our #1 qualifier. And as you talked about there, lost a little bit of ground there in terms of the split. But all of them extremely close. I mean, not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Still a threat to win this one. And looks like Alan Impudia is in for a scheduled pit.
Yeah, and this pit stops are really probably going to be the difference today, or could be the difference, because when you're all 6 guys within 1 minute, if you can take 36 seconds at a pit and someone else can do it in 21, well, they just passed you. Away he goes.
So from what we understand, Alan did not do a driver change right there. Still inside of the truck. Ooh, that's tight.
That's a bridge going under, going to the east side at Colonet. Looks like he had a problem.
Some sort of issue. So pulled out of the pits, just got going, and Alan Ampudia has pulled off to the side. Our points leader here, and as we heard Brandon talking about before, or maybe it was Wes, I believe it was Wes, talking about before, really the only thing that would keep him from winning this championship is to DNF, and racing, man, you just never know. Now, it's not to say they're going to DNF. I mean, these guys have a ton of resources, but certainly not preferred situation here for Alan Ampudia.
Yeah, this is the good news, bad news story. The bad news is that you just had a problem that makes you get stuck. The good news is that your chase crew is really only about 100 feet behind you, and they're probably all running. They're probably counting the lug nuts or whatever else that they had to put on there, and somebody forgot something possibly. Rarely do you have a car that runs perfect for 200 miles and then suddenly doesn't run after a pit stop. I used to say I've seen the enemy and the enemy is me. So I take that to the chase crew sometimes.
Listening in to Mike Kim, that is Christopher Polvardi's navigator. He works at Fox Shocks, one of their main tuning guys, also involved in or has evolved as one of the best drivers as well. Fabulous resource to have on the team.
Yep, and from what I can see, he's still leading the physical lead on the course. So he's the first truck out there, not ahead necessarily on adjusted time, but still doing a great job of holding down the physical lead.
And that has to be a nice advantage because you've got clean air.
You do. Although at the same time, now sometimes the helicopters can kind of lead the way and let fans know to get out of the way, but also sometimes there's some scares, especially on motorcycles, as you run into traffic, and people that are fans that are coming the wrong way on the course because they're just trying to find a good spot to park and see it. Some fans are totally clued in, other fans are clueless, and so you got to really be careful when you're leading the brigade. You think you got a little bit safer job of it running second.
Look at that, man. Fifth gear. He was up to 111 miles per hour. I believe this has a 6-speed X-Track in it. So it might have one gear left. 5,900 RPM. I mean, he wouldn't pull it yet. We constantly talk to our fans about how they are over 100 miles per hour out here in the desert. That was a great example of it.
And there's actually 2 to 3 foot whoops that he's going through every once in a while there. And it makes me pucker just seeing some of those things because I know riding a motorcycle over that, I'm about 20 mile an hour, 30 mile an hour less than that.
Fox Shocks handling those whoops, if you will, those washouts, if you will. Method Wheels, Toyo Tires for the Polvardi gang. His father, Chip, the team manager. Lead mechanic, Jimmy Davidson, making sure they have plenty of power out of that Dugan's power plant. Mason truck, Mason all-wheel drive.
Yeah, he's headed towards the coast, back to the ocean, right from Colnet over. Pretty smooth road, but what happens on a bike, you come into those things at 70, 80, 90, and then you hit these whoop sections, and man, you got to check up pretty quick, or you could go swapping out. Truck's a little bit safer in the cage.
And once again, Wes at the action desk, and speaking of action, Wes, this guy is hammered down in this section of the desert.
Definitely. Polvardi is on the gas through here. He's in San Rafael Wash. So from this point, they're heading south. They're getting to Punta Colonet, and then they're going to turn along the coast, and they're going to get into a pretty big silt bed here in just a minute. And we do have a drone there, so I'm really looking forward to watching these guys come through here. If the fans that are watching, if you like silt shots, you're about to see some silt just blowing up all over the place. Right before they get to Cuatro Casas, they're crossing the San Telmo wash, and they put a VCP that makes you go straight through the silt. So we're a couple minutes out from that. Looking forward to seeing that. When I was down there pre-running, we actually have a package that we can show what they're about to go through. So let's take a look at that. As the race course continues to the west and now heading south, they've come from Ojos through Urupan, Santo Tomas, and then Erendira. You go through Colonet and then down San Rafael Wash. The racers come through a pretty silty area right here. Usually we have a camera, so it'll be fun to kind of watch the leaders go through here in this deep silt. They've put a VCP there. It's going to force them to go through the deeper part of that section instead of being able to take a line around it. Right here is Cuatros Casas. This is a pretty famous surf area. From this point on, the course is really fast. It heads to an area called Shipwrecks, where there's a ship that had wrecked there, and not too much left of it at this point, but it is really fast. It's probably going to be one of the fastest sections of the entire Baja 1000 from here to really to San Quintin. I think you're going to see trophy trucks hitting over 130 miles an hour, and most classes over 100. Real fun. There are some gotchas. You got to watch yourself. And then from San Quintin, it starts to get a little more technical. But I'd say to this point, the race has been pretty mellow. You know, it's not too bad from Ojos to Urupan. And then this whole coast area is pretty fast. So I anticipate there being a really quick pace to this point, and I don't think it's going to really slow down until we get a little further south. Okay, so they're getting really close to here. We'll have some great shots of that silt. One thing in there, you could see a little bit of fog, and that was something that I was really watching coming into this race. For the past few weeks, the fog has been inundating the entire coast. And now that we have this storm coming in, I think it cooled off inland a little bit, which is creating less of an onshore flow with the fog. Because everything we've seen so far along the coast, like right here, you know, you've got some clouds, but no fog. And that's, I think a lot of racers are probably had a little sigh of relief there, because the fog is just, you can't see, the moisture is all over your shield, and then the silt and dust sticks to that. So they're having the clean air, I think, or having no fog is a big thing. So I think he's getting into the silt right here. So we can kind of watch what Polvardi does. And that still might be the end of San Rafael Wash. I think that is, actually. So he's got a little way to go before he gets to this silt. I think the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, they get through the silt pretty well. Where it will turn into a mess is, I mean, some of the trophy specs might get stuck there, and then the lower horsepower two-wheel drive vehicles have a real hard time in the silt beds. When we watch Alan Impudia do that pit stop, he's the only one other than that quick driver change that we saw Toby Price get out and Paul Wheel get in. So pit strategy, seeing how this plays out, I want to see, where does Polvardi do his pit, and then where does Rob Mack in the 83 with Luke Millen do their pit? Because all of these trucks they're just neck and neck. They're holding physical position. I think it was crucial for Alan, whatever happened there, that when he started to pull out of the pit and stop and then got going again, that he didn't lose track position to Paul Wheel, but he did lose some ground on Polvardi. That said, as I look at our leaderboard through race mile 155, I mean, I'm showing that Rob Mack is our current leader on adjusted, and he was at 150 as well. So Rob Mack is throwing it down in Luke's truck. And then you have Toby Price 5 seconds back at 155, Polvardi 6 seconds back, and Impudia 28. But they're all holding physical position. So I adjusted time, I don't even really pay that much attention to this, 160 miles into an 854 mile race. But I think actual track position and physical position is more important. Polvardi's got clean air out there, so that's definitely an advantage. But the other guys are able to just hold back a little. You can see Rob, there was like some silt to his left, and he took a line around the outside. A lot of times, instead of going into these silt beds, I think it's smarter to try to skirt around the edges. But then the silt bed just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Thanks a lot, Wes. We appreciate that. I believe in talking to Rob Mack, he spent 13 days pre-running this thing out here. So once again, the GOAT showing up. I don't know if we can call him the GOAT. There's been so many good guys along the way, but he's certainly in the running for the GOAT. I hate to go down that road because there's always variables, but certainly one of the best of all time. And he's got 13 days out here prepping for this one, and it looks like. And adjusted, as Wes was talking about, he's made his way towards the front as we watch Christopher Polvardi here.
Going around that silt. Notice the silt beds that he just went through. Those were some big ones. He chose the line to the far right.
Another good look at the 94 truck, Red Bull and Optima on the side of that one, along with a number of other sponsors. Two of the best inside of this truck before all is said and done. Race mile 162, it looked like there. And I want to welcome to the desk Jason Hurd, who has joined us up here. A wealth of knowledge. Appreciate you taking the time and jumping in here. We were talking about some of the specs, and rumor has it nobody knows these things any better than you do. So great to have you and with us and all your knowledge.
Yeah, and that shot that they just had, that side shot, is a great example of the mid-engine platforms. I mean, you just saw that thing just settle and just lift and just come right over everything nice and cherry. So, you know, these are a little different. Most of the other trucks, the two-wheel drive trucks, are going to be a front engine, etc. This is a mid-engine. There you go. There's another perfect example of that. Just notice that balance. She's just nice and planted. That nose is slightly up, and you got throttle down and traction. And again, all these Mason four-wheel drives, they are going to be the mid-engine platform. So you're going to see that amongst basically the top 8 right now.
So for the fans at home, let's talk about how they were able to get these things to be successful and live out here in the desert and maintain that wheel travel. They have the portal gears that are out by the wheel, and that's what really allowed these trucks to come out here and do what they do now.
Correct.
All-wheel drive, I should say.
You are correct. Yeah, there are some all-wheel drives that are a non-portal setup. But in the Mason platform, it is a 4-gear portal. So you, in essence, have an axle center line that is above wheel hub center line. And so you have 2 gears that are idlers. You have an input and output. And so that allows you to place all of that assembly kind of higher up. So now you're back to more of a traditional 2-wheel drive wheel travel.
All right, now I'm going to have to take it even more basic than that. So for the fans at home that are on my speed, so instead of the pumpkin that we have on a normal traditional car, right in the center track of between the wheels, what are you saying that they're doing here with these trucks?
So these mid-engines, as far as the rear is concerned, it'll be an offset rear end. So on these, it's a left-hand drop. So the driveline itself goes forward in the chassis to, like on these Gen 1 Masons, it's going to go to the front differential, which is also the transfer case assembly. Then you're going to split the driveline off basically just to the right of your throttle pedal. And then you've got a shaft, a prop shaft, if you will, that comes back to like a carrier bearing. And then the driveline actually kind of sits underneath the driver's tush, in essence.
All right, so it's offset to one side.
Very offset.
Give them more clearance in the center, since
Correct.
they're oftentimes trying to straddle rocks and things like that. Now we protect that gear case by moving it to a side.
It's not only offset there, it's just you are straddling the engine. That engine is literally right in the way of everything. So you have both your links straddling the engine on the top of the 4-link, and you also have your dry line. And in this case, these are left-hand driveline drops.
Nice.
95 to 115 gallons, I believe, is how much they carry here. And much to my surprise, I was watching them put a fuel cell in one of these things, and it's right underneath the driver and the navigator. They're sitting right on top of it.
That's actually the new truck.
Okay.
That is the Gen 2 Mason. They have not released that yet.
Okay.
And the one that you saw is probably either going to be Bryce's new truck or Paul's new truck. But in these are Gen 1 Masons. So these are that you're seeing today are all the same platform in essence, and they are rear cell. And they're going to be in that 100-gallon range, yeah.
We're going to get it back up to Wes. And Wes, I hear you have one of the competitors on the phone, Mr. Bryce Menzies.
Yeah, that's correct. So Bryce is teamed up with Christopher Polvardi. He's getting, while Christopher is in there, Bryce is waiting to get in. So he was kind enough to call in. Bryce, how's it going, man?
It's going good. It's a little different sitting here in San Felipe waiting. Usually I'm always starting, so last year we did the same thing, so we kind of figured we need to rerun it since we only made it about 25 miles.
Well, you're off to a good start so far. How is it handing over $1 million truck to somebody and letting them start the race while you're just sitting here twiddling your thumbs?
I would say it's super weird. Last year was a lot harder because it was my first time doing that, not qualifying, being here in San Felipe, watching the race. But I gotta say, I gotta give it out to SCORE for all the live stream, everything they're doing. It is now so awesome. I'm literally sitting on the couch watching our truck race and the live stream. So it really helps, and it's really cool to see where the sport is going.
Yeah, you can see him coming through shipwrecks right now. So Christopher, he's had a few issues. What did you say to him coming into this race? Did you guys have a little talk and sit down and tell him, hey, just get this truck to me in one piece, or did you give him free reign, or like how did that go down?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely newer to Baja, and we've all been there. I was one of those kids once, so I think the biggest thing is just, kind of letting him know that this is a long race. Anything can happen. Let's make sure we get the truck to halfway point in one piece. And he's such a good kid. He could drive the wheels off it, but I said, let's keep a smooth pace, be calm. And it looks like from what I'm watching, he's doing that really good. So excited to get in the truck. We're going to have a long night in San Felipe, and then I'm hearing that some weather's coming in. So I've been scrambling, trying to find some rain jackets, Rain-X, just trying to be prepared because you never know what Baja's going to throw at you.
For sure. Let's talk about you. You had an issue after San Felipe. How's your health and how are you doing? Because when we spoke at the 400, I feel like you're like, oh, I'm all good, and then you didn't really drive that much. So I was like, I don't know, man. Is Bryce doing as good as he led on, or what? So I mean, what's the real scoop here?
Yeah, I had a tear in one of my arteries that caused a stroke, and the doctor just wanted me to have 6 months fully to heal that artery. So it's fully healed. I got my last checkup before I came down here to Mexico, and I've been pre-running nonstop. Everything feels really good. So just glad to be back down here. It was hard to step away from the sport for 6 months, but overall, I'm just glad that I could get back in a truck and actually go racing. So excited to do it, and hopefully we could bring that truck home first this year.
How do you feel about how the race is playing out, and what do you think are going to be the crucial points in this where the race is won or lost?
Yeah, I think he's doing an awesome job. Alan's pushing hard. He's only about 20-30 seconds off his bumper, and then Toby's only 20-30 seconds off. So the top 6 is within 5 minutes of each other, which is insane. It just shows the level of the sport, where it's gone, the level of these trucks. I think the biggest thing is this race is long. You just got to be there at the end, especially with this weather coming in. You kind of want to be out front. I think it's going to get worse as time goes. So trying to get through, Valley T before the weather starts rolling in. And then just be prepared for it. We didn't know this was going to happen. So a lot of drivers that aren't prepared, I think, are going to struggle, not having rags, not having jackets. It's going to be freezing cold up there. So we're ready for it all, and we're going to push to the finish. But you got to get the truck there in order to win the race.
You talked a little bit about having jackets, things like that. Do you adjust your driving style at all if you get into the rain, or how is that going to affect you? Because I feel like from the goat trail to the finish, you kind of think, oh man, and I'm 100 miles from the finish, but then it's really kind of tight and technical. There's a lot of rain ruts. I feel like that it just takes you forever to do that last 100 miles. And if it's a torrential downpour, it's going to make it even worse. So what are you going to do as a driver to adjust to that and get through that?
Yeah, when we were pre-running, you think you only have 100 miles left, but it seems like it's forever, just how tight technical it is, how many turns you have. There's a lot of slippery roads up there, so with wet conditions, you got to pay attention to that. Just know what you need to have in the truck to fight the elements. The faster you go in some of these sections, the better it is. So if it's raining down and you don't have rags, you don't have Rain-X, you don't have that type of stuff, you're going to slow down. So just being prepared for that and kind of knowing what's going to come, and just embracing it. Baja is going to throw what it has at you, and not being complaining about the rain, just enjoying it. And I think that's the biggest key to this race.
All right, Bryce, I don't want to take too much of your time, so thank you. I really appreciate you calling in and checking in with us. We're really stoked to have you back here racing. I'm glad to hear that you're healthy and 100%. Good luck to you, and we hope to see you guys at the finish.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for everything you do, trying to grow this sport. We love it, so I'm glad to see this platform exceeding, and you guys doing an awesome job, so keep it up.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that, and I hope everyone's enjoying this.
I say keep taking his time. That was a great interview. He's just sitting there on the couch. I mean, ask him some questions. He's a wonderful guy, man, and so talented. Watched him in short course for so many years, and Pro 4 and Pro 2 winning championships over there. As once again, we are on board here in the truck that he will get in. And John, you were just talking about it a moment ago, 125 miles an hour?
Yes, yeah. I'm just looking at that speed across the terrain, and just amazing. So here's a pit stop for the team. The physical leading truck off to the side.
Walk us through this, Jason.
Well, right now I'm looking to see if they're going to do front tires. I want to know what mile they're at and how bad do they chew the front tires up. The all-wheel drives, they don't chew the tires up like rear-wheel drives. So typically speaking, you can get more life. And what's more interesting is not so much rear-wheel tire changes. I want to see when the front tires are going to be changed.
They're at 176. Race mile 176.
It looks like Alan and Pudi was really going slow there once again, too. I wonder if they're still having issues.
There's a speed zone pretty close to there, too, Ken, so he might have been in the 37-mile-an-hour speed zone.
Quick pit stop there for the 94 truck. Man, tight little area right there. Wouldn't take much of a mistake there.
So you heard the co-pilot say speed zone, and most of those are 37-mile-an-hour speed zones, and the penalty for exceeding that is by every second that you're over and how many miles an hour over. So you could lose potentially 5 minutes just because you sped for, let's say, 30 seconds that you weren't really thinking of where you were. You're just on the gas going, I got to get out of here, they're going to catch me.
And so talking to you guys, I mean, if this was an IndyCar race, they push that in lap, they push that out lap, they squeeze every split second they can. Will they push that this hard here as well?
Well, I think the main thing he's trying to stay out of the dust. So if he can stay lead truck and be ahead of that the next truck with dust, he's just going for, you do all you can to stay ahead of the dust.
And there's still plenty of race left. I mean, right now you're still so fresh into this race that at this point, anything major mechanical, you're just trying to avoid. You just want to get past this next chunk and keep moving forward.
Look at the fans lining the track there. Absolute rock stars down here as well. And talking with Rob Mack, he said, there is no professional level sports down here. We are the biggest thing that they see come through their country, and they are absolute rock stars.
Yeah, it's cool as a racer, and I know that when we're pitting and when we're a rider that's waiting to get on, if you have your gear on and you're there, because you're usually geared up waiting for the bike, they're like, hey, do you want to sit down? You want a beer? You want some food? Whatever else. Is so hospitable. People just love being down in Baja. It's great.
We ran short course at Estero Beach, and I don't think we could have printed enough stickers to hand out.
Oh, right.
It was incredible, but when the car would come back off of the track, people just dying to stand there. They want to help you clean the car. I mean, the passion is like no other.
Agreed.
Throttle controls everything, man.
Yeah, that thing just sounds so good. I mean, the truck looks good. He has like zero mechanical issue. Everything looks crisp, clean.
Left 3 tights and left 4. Left 4 and left 3 tights. Now we're going to go to speed zone again.
And what a massive difference here in speed as you come back and we watch these guys. Brad Lovell, who we know is extremely talented, along with Austin Robinson and Jason Shearer inside of this F-150 Raptor. And Jason, you said a complete stock Raptor, one off the showroom floor.
Yeah, so Ford brought 4 different vehicles down here. This one would be in essence the most stock. I mean, they basically did just valving. So they put a cage in, obviously the safety features, but this thing still has a windshield, still has the other bits. So this is about as close as you're gonna get to, you know, race on Sunday, sell on Monday. So unlike the UTVs where like you could buy a UTV and go, you know, out and race, this right here is still a sealed cab. You know, like I said, still has a windshield, still has all the other luxuries, still has, you know, in essence the wiper blades too. So, but this is in essence a stock Raptor.
Wes, we want to work you in here as well.
Yeah, the cool thing is, like Jason said, there are 4 different vehicles. They're all different types. So we're in here with Vaughn Gittin right now. He's teamed up with Lauren Healy and Bailey Campbell. They're splitting the driving duties. At Contingency, I spoke with Lauren Healy, and he reiterated what Jason said of these trucks being basically all stock. So it's very similar to what you could get from a dealer. They just have safety features added for the most part. So to go out there in those trucks, go out and run a race course like this, you know, that's a strong testament to the strength and reliability of these vehicles.
My understanding as well is that the cage prep is done by the Huseman brothers, of course. We lost Rick Huseman a number of years ago, extremely talented Pro 4 competitor, champion there and short course with his brother Dan. Actually, his brothers are extremely talented fabricators as well and play a role here with the Ford team.
Very talented. I believe those are the same guys that built Menzies' original all-wheel drive truck too.
100%. Well, I didn't know it was an all-wheel drive, but I do know that they spent a lot of time together there, and Dan went to work on a dream trophy truck, if you will.
Where is their shop based?
They're SoCal.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, copy. Yep, 300, gonna be
Going back to the 94 truck here in just a moment is what I'm being told. To the cobblestone again, as you were talking about there, and John, you alluded to something, or you didn't allude to it. You were able to hear something when we were off mic. But tell the fans at home what happens, the audibles that they hear when they come into a speed zone.
Yeah, so there's a Stella, which is about the size of a cell phone, except for it's thicker, and it's in each vehicle, including on the motorcycles and the ATVs. And it squawks and makes different noises. Sometimes it'll have a red light that lights up and it squawks for an emergency situation or for a dangerous section like a big ditch that the trucks or bikes might hit. And then other times when you come up to a speed zone, it'll squawk and then it will display in the digits like a 37-mile-an-hour speed zone. Now, if you're speeding in that section, it'll first give you a beep, beep, and that's like, hey, you're 1 or 2 miles an hour over, and sometimes you can just reduce the throttle. But if it goes beep, 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 a long, steady one, you just got caught for speeding, and you lost some seconds or some minutes potentially for speeding. And most of these trucks, they have speed limiting devices. They can push something on the steering wheel and it'll regulate at a certain speed. But motorcyclists and quads, we're usually just controlling the throttle with our hand, and that's all we can do is look down at the dash or the GPS unit to see what speed we're going and try and hold it steady.
Here's an interesting thing to note. Watch Pavordi. There's basically no throttle rolling on or off. He is either on or off. And Dugan's builds the engines just for that. You're either going to be full on or full off. So if you notice on that top right corner, you can see where he's on and off, and it is really aggressive.
And Pudia seems like he's a little bit smoother, just leaving the throttle on, a little more rolling speed, less RPM, and just, but still going just as fast, but just doing it a different way.
He's very smooth, yes.
Okay, right line.
See, this is where I wish we had the telemetry in all of them, because you could see Paul's throttle response as well.
Well, you can hear that engine.
Correct, yeah.
Rop.
Now, this is the Gibbs platform, though, so this is different than the Dugans, yeah.
Higher RPM,
correct.
More of a NASCAR motor type. Smaller displacement.
So the torque curve is going to be, forced a little further up, a little further back. Horsepower curve, obviously, you're spinning about 1,400 more RPM on those Gibbs than you would be in the Dugans per se. So obviously you're gearing everything accordingly to that, and then you're driving everything accordingly to that.
Do the engines have much difference in weight? Is one engine like 100 pounds heavier than another? Or is it
not really. They're very close. I mean, like a Dugan's big block is going to be right around 575 pounds with the front drive assembly and the power steering. The Gibbs is like within, I think, 14 or 15 pounds of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have been told, I think that Gibbs engine did start off as a derivative of the NASCAR engine, but since has been specially built. It is a specific built, not based off of the NASCAR engine, specifically built for this use out here. And I know they kind of morphed that way as well. Toyota did the same thing for short course. They started off with a NASCAR engine, but it didn't really work out for them. They ended up building one specifically for short course. So I think as they come out here the first couple of years, I think the first one it was in was a Herbst truck. But I think as they come out here and they get that data and that feedback, they know what to do and how to build those engines specifically for the use out here in the desert.
Yeah, it is definitely a different atmosphere and different driving technique and everything compared to any other form of motorsport.
Yeah, typical like motorcycles as well. Road racing, the guys can keep it within a very short window of RPM. They can ride between 9 and 13,000 RPMs the whole time, or even 11 and 13. So that's really all they care about. Not necessarily acceleration, but here you can see the guys choking it down for the tight stuff, get back on the throttle, off the throttle, on the throttle, so you got to have that torque and that pull and the acceleration.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, because those engine builders put that power band right in that little narrow window if that's what they're working with. But conversely, if they know they've got to use torque, well, then they'll shift towards more of a torque frame rather than a high RPM horsepower frame.
Yeah.
And then they're still going to battle the guy who's building the torque converter and setting the stall.
Yeah,
that argument
exactly
back and forth all the time. The engine builder wants one, the driver wants another, the guy building the torque converter wants another.
The marriage between the transmission and the power unit, huh?
Correct, yeah.
And you've got to play nice, and I think they all do at this point. I even see to the point that, like Dugan's, for example, with the RDE. So he's building his own transmission with his engine to combine that together. So it's a good working combination.
There's only one person to blame?
Yeah, there you go. Maybe that's a downside.
Okay.
VCP 174 hard right drop down rocky wash in 253 feet.
See, now it looks like Alan's back on pace.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him in the adjusted time back up at the top, because he literally sat there for, a few minutes. And these drivers were all so close, but adjusted time looks like the number one truck is back up top.
It must have been seconds. It must have been seconds. It must have seemed like
seconds,
yeah. But it didn't look like he lost his place. So.
And maybe it had something to do with the pit stop. We did see, we saw a couple of those guys come in there and make a quick pit stop.
So we're getting close to the next interval. So on the SCORE International website, there is a button, a little red button that says leaderboard. And if you go there, it breaks down the intervals so fans at home can keep track of how they are on adjusted time. So they might not be the lead truck physically on the course like we see Pavlordi, but they could be leading the race on time. So if they started 6 minutes behind, but they're only 3 minutes behind on the course, well, they're actually leading the race.
Man, good airtime right there. Carrying a lot of speed. Look at the fans.
The next spot.
So only in Mexico you can be that close to the racetrack.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so he's at roughly 100, race mile 190. So our next little window into that is at 2:06. So they're within about 16 minutes of getting to that spot, maybe even less, since they seem like they're going 90 to 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're definitely in that range right now, probably fourth gear.
So this is Wes here. I heard you guys talking about Empudia and kind of trying to figure out what had happened to him there. I spoke with his father, and they said the helicopter saw him pull over for about 10 seconds. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but from what he's saying, everything's all good with Alan right now. And on Racer Redefined, I'm showing him through 185 with a 3-second lead over Paul and Toby, and then a 20-second lead over Pulvardi. And this is on adjusted time. And then Rob in the 83 McMillan truck is 37 seconds back from there. So everyone's really tight, but we do have, it looks like Empudia has been able to close back up physically onto Polvarde, which has put him ahead on adjusted time. This section they're going through right now was one of the areas that I talked about where the silt gets really bad in here. So from here to about 205 to 210, we're gonna see a lot of silt beds in this area. And again, the all-wheel drive trucks get through it pretty good, but you know, you could see some different lines through this, or you know, potentially an issue.
Hey Wes, have they gone by the section that was completely inundated with water earlier this week from the tides?
By the tides, yeah. So where we saw them on the cobble there, that's Andy McMillan had posted something about people getting stuck there. There was a lot of people on social media with videos being stuck, and that was all because of the tide and the waves, but they're through that section now.
Well, there was a section that was in this area where there's a VCP that went out, and the whole marsh area was under about a foot of water for like a mile. I think it's coming up pretty soon here, but I know that they were talking about having to potentially reroute it, so I don't know if they had to do that or if it all receded.
Well, what happens in a lot of the area they're in right now is it's like a salt marsh, and you have a little bit of a berm behind the beach. So you got kind of the beach, either cobble or sand, and then a berm. And then what happened is the tide caused the waves to go over that. So it backfilled on the other side of it. And they do run through some of those sections. I haven't heard anything about there being any deviations for it. So I think it's dry enough to get through, but that was something during pre-running. A lot of people were having issues in there.
By the way, hats off to the production team. What a fabulous shot here to show these trucks at speed from the angle that they're showing. Of course, going on to the onboards as well. George Hamill chiming in. There was over 110 onboards out here being utilized today, and I think we had about 235 starters, if I'm not mistaken. So the better part of 50% of this field. That's incredible.
Watch that speedometer race.
There it is.
Yeah, the last 5 mile section that they went through, they averaged 88 miles an hour through there. So that gives people at home a little idea of how fast they're going. Obviously on the telemetry.
6th gear.
I mean, what, you hit 128, right? Yeah, it's 128 right now.
Yeah.
That's going fast. Off-road.
Correct. Absolutely flying, and it was a good catch, John. I was looking for that as well. We did think that he had a 6-speed extract in it, and he did pull 6 there for a few seconds.
Yeah, that Menzies truck, they were key in developing that X-Track 6-speed.
This is the newest variant, too, to be fair. Only him and Pavordi have the new X-Track 6-speed variants, if I remember correctly.
So the person that fought long and hard for the 6th gear can say, see, he did get in that gear for like 3 seconds on the first 300 miles, and he's going to do it again one other time in the rest of the course.
And Ray's going to say, and it helped save my engine. He wasn't on the limiter, so.
Yeah. No, he's pulling, you know, it would appear like 6,600, 6,800, he's pulling to the next gear. I was looking at that to see how close he's really lagging.
Kind of short shifting it a little bit, right? Keep that thing in the torque zone, torque frame.
Ray has no problem going to 7, so. But again, he could just be, that's his comfort zone, and that's where he feels good shifting. Yeah, it also depends on where the stall is, too, on that converter.
Us as motorcycle racers, you know, you've got 4 or 5, sometimes 6 guys on the same team, and so then you've got to decide on overall gearing for the machine. So you got the countershaft sprocket, the rear sprocket, and we always have one of my buddies, Earl Roberts, he wanted that thing geared to do 110 miles an hour. And it was like, but there's only one lake bed, and that lake bed lasts for this long. And I had to do some numbers and math with them to go like, we're only going to lose 13 seconds in that one section, but you're going to have to spend the whole 24 hours in the other gears, so we're going to gain it back over other places. So some of the fun discussions that take place between drivers, engineers, and the team.
I mean, that's a valid point. The way it works these days is basically 45 to 95 miles an hour are where these guys are going to win the race. They could easily gear this thing to do 150, 155, but you know, there's several drivers where, frankly, they don't even feel comfortable going past like 133. So they'll just set their own mental limiter and or their own foot limiter to that just because that's where their comfort zone is, and we gear everything in essence to that lower range, 45 to 95, because The goal here is to pick up fractions of a second each turn. Not can I go 2 miles an hour faster or 10 miles an hour faster on a lake bed. It's can I pick up a half second on this turn, a quarter second on this turn, and that's where they're gearing all this stuff to.
I have a question for you. I'm curious, I think the fans at home might be curious as well. They associate a converter with an automatic transmission, but we're talking about a manually shifted X-Track here.
Yeah, correct. So these are a paddle shift system with a backup on the dash in case the paddle shifters go out, so you can push the buttons and shift it anyways. But it is a true 6-speed, so you can sit there and just click the gears through all day long. Still runs a converter, to be fair, so there's no clutch or anything like that.
And it's sequential, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Correct.
and then back down, 5, 4,
Correct.
3, 2, 1.
Then you'll have a neutral lockout, put it in neutral, then reverse.
Okay.
You may have to shut it off to put it in reverse depending on the different gearboxes.
While we're on here with Impudia, I just want to give a little update. We haven't talked about the motos in a little while, and 7X is still leading. They are kind of in the El Chinero area right now. They came through Tres Posas, so they are heading in the northern San Felipe loop. Yeah, we can see it right here. So we've got Tyler Lynn. It's a 2-horse race with the 7X and the 1X, which is pretty much what's been going on all year. Arturo Salas is keeping them honest, but Tyler Lynn has been doing a good job of just setting the pace, staying out front. They're looking good, and they've got a little over 200 miles to go.
Yeah, that's excellent effort. 2024 winner as well, so looking to go back-to-back here. Definitely.
You can see on the map here, they've got a big gap. The next is Shane Esposito on the 400X, which, that's a class 40, so they're doing a good job of third overall. And then looks like the 119X would be fourth overall of Ana Rivas.
Yeah, and the interesting thing on the 7X and 1X, so that's roughly 9 miles. They're averaging about 45 miles an hour there. So it looks like they've whittled it down. Before it was up to 20 minutes. So you're now probably in that same 12, 13, 14 minutes. But that's still so tight that, one mistake. There are some really tough areas that are filled with rock gardens and hidden rocks. I know from experience that riding that section where at 48 miles an hour, I could see some rocks, but when I tried to go 52 or 55, suddenly I'm getting kicked up out of the saddle, and your whole race can be switched in a second. You can go from first to now you're hurt, now you broke a wheel, now you're limping to the next stop. So those two teams are still in it for the win.
Also, we haven't really talked about our trophy specs, our legends, the trophy two-wheel drives. So I think let's give an update on them. You've got Gus and RJ in the 1L. They've been pretty much dominating the Legends class. They are sitting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8th overall. They're having a strong run. They're looking really good for Legends. And then someone that's really impressing me is Ethan Ebert in that Honda truck. And that's a twin turbo 6. He qualified really well, and he is running, we'll wait for this update here, but he's running really good. I think, he might be top 10 overall, and looks like he's got a pretty good lead for trophy two-wheel drive. So,
yeah, he qualified first.
He's in 11th right now,
right rear flat.
Physically on the course, but he's doing a great job there.
Wes, did you see the shot? It looked like they've got a right rear flat on that McMillan truck. In addition to a fender that's bouncing around, but yeah, the right rear is down.
Yeah, so Rob's going to have to pull over, and looks like Jason Duncan's going to be hopping out and doing a tire change here. They probably want to get off of the cobble there just because there's not a lot of space. When they turn and get into the sand there should be an area where they can pull over and make a tire swap.
Yeah, unless he's got a pit coming up, sometimes they try to go, well, how much am I going to lose by doing it here or roll into the pits? But
yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't look like he's slowing up, so maybe he is going to try to make it to a pit.
And that cobblestone is not fun to put the jack system down on.
It has to be
that is definitely least desirable.
Yeah, and for the fans at home, they've got a lot of these trucks now have a hydraulic strut that comes out of the side of the truck to lift it up. So they push a button and suddenly the truck's now lifted up by 3 feet so they can get to the wheel. And then the co-pilot hops out, has a gun to gun off the lug nuts, throw the other wheel on. Most of the time these top teams don't wait to restore the old one. They just leave it beside for the chase team to get later, and away they go.
In 846 feet, accelerate. In 783 feet.
You know, maybe he didn't have a flat. Now that I'm seeing how this is
He's sure
rolling
going fast. He must be okay. Maybe it was just the rocks. They were so deep in the rocks.
Buried in that rut.
It gave the appearance that it was flat. I just saw it wobbling.
That one left-hand turn just showed that it was just dug so bad. It would appear to be flat. It was a difficult shot.
Yeah, he's going way too fast to have a rear flat. You'd think it would be wiggling. And yeah, the Vildasola truck looks great. I imagine RJ's probably still driving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, qualified first in the points.
And that is the Rick
Johnson. I believe they were 9th overall, by the way, with RJ behind the wheel there in qualifying.
And for anyone that watched motocross in the 1980s, that was Rick Johnson, factory Honda, factory Yamaha rider, multi-time motocross, supercross champion. So converted to 4 wheels and still out there tearing it up.
The original bad boy, also a short course champion as well, Pro 4 and Pro 2. Matter of fact, the original back in 1998.
RJ's taking it from the start to 365. They've got 3 drivers in that truck. So it's Ricky Johnson, Mike Coleman, and then Gus Vildasola.
Did you see that Pavordi just tripped 208? So he just, actually, so did Alan.
So Alan's showing 9 seconds ahead on adjusted time. So yeah, for fans at home, go look at your leaderboard because it's going to start popping up. 6 trucks going to come across it anytime.
And they just came through check 3.
Correct.
I just got to tell you, man, I'm just constantly amazed at the navigators. So dedicated, and you know they're reading their notes and focused on their screen that they're doing, not looking outside of the truck. And to have that dedication and to not get the motion sickness, I mean, it's just a real thing for a lot of people. But to not, you got to have faith in your driver. They're going to do what they do, and you have to focus on your game. If you miss your game, he's going to miss his game. You're in trouble. It's just incredible to me, the dedication that they have to have sitting in the right seat.
And the ability for them to work together. I mean, you have to remember that the co-driver has to be seamless with the driver. If that driver doesn't understand all the call-outs from him, say the co-driver, he calls out a 4 when the driver actually thinks it's a 6. If there's a mismatch there, you're going to have a bad time, or you're going to check up way too hard as a driver. So some of these guys, they're so good together. Like Duncan, for example, is one of the best, man. His call-outs are the most perfect for Luke, and the symmetry is unbelievable.
Well, another thing a co-pilot has to look at is it's fun to go to a Baja race. Look at the race on Contingency Row. Look at all the vehicles, how cool they are, how awesome. But the next thing is to watch them at the finish line. And you often see the side that's crushed in, that's damaged. It's usually the co-pilot time.
Correct.
Because the driver knows exactly how far he's got, how many inches he's got clearance on his side. So the co-drivers take a lot of the brunt of the trees and the bushes.
That is a subconscious thing that unfortunately will never dissipate.
Great onboard shot here looking back at the drivers. Fill us in on some of the stuff that we're looking at here inside of the cockpit.
So on the side of that, so these are going to be the side vent helmets. Some guys will run them up top. It just depends. The taller guys don't like that because they tend to hit. So what I'm referring to is that air in the comms. These are on the side. My preference too, I'm a little bit taller of a guy sometimes in the truck too. And so right there, you're going to have your communication. That's what's dangling on his left shoulder. And then what you see right there is in essence the air. And they're going to force air, hopefully cold, clean air, into the helmets to keep them fresh. And then you're going to have both of them able to talk to each other and then also have comms outside the truck as well.
By the way, I've got to talk about Shane Lewis here a little bit. Talk about a unique individual running, obviously, in the Legends class, the Trophy Truck Legends class, Brenthel truck here, but also has raced sports cars for a lot of his career. Going back to 2010, won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, 2013, the 24 Hours of Dubai, 2013, the 24 Hours of Daytona. I mean, we are talking about some extremely difficult races to win, so hats off to him. Also has starts in NASCAR and Indy Pro Series, Trans Am, a lot of sports car stuff, but loves it out here clearly in the dirt, and great to have him with us.
One thing, the pace has been really fast down the coast, but we're going to get into a speed zone here, and then they're going to cross over to the east side of Highway 1, and the course gets a lot more technical. So we'll see rocks, uphills, a lot of just washouts and ravines, and I think the pace will slow down a little bit. Probably really from here all the way till we get to over to the San Felipe side on the backside of Fred's tractor trail.
And for the fans at home, as you take a look at the Trophy Truck Legend trucks, how are they in comparison to the Unlimiteds for the most part?
The Legends themselves, for the most part, for example,
they're probably closer to a two-wheel drive, a Trophy Truck two-wheel drive, right?
Not exactly. So Gus's truck is still a Gen 1 variant Mason. It's basically identical to Tavo's.
Okay.
And it's fair to assume that Gus's truck is getting all the cool stuff that Tavo has. So I would say they are basically equivalent top shelf vehicles. This right here, this is going to be a front engine Brenthel. I believe this is a Gen 3.5 if I'm not mistaken. And this may actually be considered a Trophy Truck Brenthel variant. Most of the Brenthels are built as a spec truck, so that's going to be your spec engine. Although the chassis was designed to fit the bigger engines, so he may have a Danzio big block in this or something equivalent. I don't know. Yeah.
And so the Legends just have to have drivers that are over 50 years old. Two-wheel drive in the rubble.
Yeah, and this is another interesting truck. This is actually a Tisco Trophy Truck variant with a, in essence, an SUV body on it. Yeah, twin turbo 6-cylinder.
As you guys were talking about before, the twin turbo V6.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is the Proctor. Jeff Proctor is the one that, in essence, runs this program. And same with the Honda UTV program.
Finished third of the 2024 Mint 400. Started racing at age 16 when he was 10 years old. Talking about Ethan Ebert out of Marana, Arizona. Earned 4 Rookie of the Year titles in different classes, 5 different series championships along the way. And we go on board here with Justin Lambert.
This is a utility
and Justin
vehicle,
Lambert, he switched over from Pro R that he had built with Cognito Motorsports, and now he's in one of the turnkey factory Polaris Razors that you can actually buy.
Correct.
So you've seen more and more drivers. Wayne and Kristen Matlock are in those factory cars now. Obviously the factory team, Lambert, and I'm going to say there's maybe 3 to 5 other people that are in those factory cars. And that whole program's pretty cool because you can buy a turnkey factory Pro R, just like what Brock Hager's racing, for about 150 grand, and then do whatever upgrades that you want to it. And then if you have any parts break or any issues, they have part numbers for these factory race parts. So instead of being a one-off vehicle that you build yourself, you're able to order parts, which I think that's a huge thing for the sport, for people that want to get into this. That's a great kind of entry-level way to get involved in Baja racing.
And it is important to note that these things are all of 150 grand, to be fair. If you're trying to just buy a Pro R and say, oh, why would I spend that much money? I mean, these things are built to the till. These are real race cars coming straight from Polaris. It's not like you're going to go buy a Pro R off the dealership floor and compare that to a $150,000 car.
Yeah, when I was looking at building a car myself, I mean, we were getting close to 200 on the spreadsheet. And so I think it's actually a bargain to get a turnkey race car for 150. I mean, relative bargain, I guess.
Correct.
And are they stopping to? We're watching on.
There's not enough room to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it?
Either.
So somebody up in front of them as well. Clearly one on its side, back behind them.
But that left side doesn't look too good either.
This is the question. Do you get out and try and help the guy to get it on 4 wheels and get out of the way? Do you try and find another way around? So they're considering all their options, but look at the truck on the left.
Yeah,
there's a white truck that just went by over there. He's like, hey, I'm going to get over there.
Another one coming back up behind him. I thought I saw back off in the distance.
And you've been busting your hump for hours trying to gain seconds, and then you just lose 2 minutes because someone crashed in front of you, put it on its side. Yeah, back up and go the way the white truck just did. That's your path.
I think Hall of Famer Kurt LeDuc also heavily involved in this Ford racing program. I believe Ford has the better part of 80 people down here to support this program.
There you go. There's the trail to the left that the white truck just went around.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to back up and then help this guy get back on
that is
rubber
not a
side
race
down.
Nope. And that's you were at the mercy and help of the locals so many times. It's awesome. I've been in some spots where trophy trucks are stuck, and then you see somebody in a little Ford Ranger 2-wheel drive, and they're towing them out. And you're like, how in the heck did this guy even make it here, let alone? And they got a tow strap, and these guys with $400,000 trucks are just praising this guy for helping them out.
And that guy in the Ranger has driven that probably 15,000 times.
Yeah, yeah.
Michael, here we go.
So he's in Maverick R, and that's one of the things we saw Phil Blurton earlier. Yeah, and I was talking about, can the Can-Am guys give the Factory Polaris team a run here? And Michael McFadden is definitely one of the drivers that has the potential to. They just need to have a clean run. I think what's good for McFadden is he entered in the Pro UTV Open class, so he got to start in the same category as Brock Hager and Caden McCachran and those guys, so he won't have to work through the pack quite as much as Phil Blurton will.
Hey Wes, did you see the co-pilot there? She reached up and she touched a blue button on the Stella unit. So that was the Stella in the upper right-hand corner. And when you touch the blue button, it gives the signal to the car in front of you that, hey, get out of my way. And so it gives them a squawk or a beep to say someone is trying to pass you. So she reached up and did that. You saw a little blue light activate. And so she's trying to do that. Now, it's always up to the driver in front of you to say, well, you know what, I'm going to ignore that, or I'm going to not ignore that. And if it's a big trophy truck that's going to punch you to the moon, you probably pay heed to it. And if it's just another UTV, you might say, well, sorry, you're just going to pass me the hard way.
The proverbial push the pass argument.
Push the pass. I like that.
Thought we saw Brett Fox there for just a second, who qualified third.
Look at those two-wheel drives.
Two-wheel drive trucks, yeah. Jack Olligus here, of course, legendary name out here in the desert. We were on board with Justin Davis, who last we looked was leading.
While we've got Jack on here, I was looking at the trophy specs to look at the leaders, and I believe Justin Davis in that Green Army truck is the leader, followed by Brent Fox.
You see that car, the truck?
That is the Baldy truck, yeah.
You got to the corner, turned left, and it just went, ooh.
All those two-wheel drives are having a heck of a time making that 90 left and then accelerating in the cobble. You can see like all the wheel spin they have there. We saw Ethan Ebert do it, and really all the two-wheel drives are having an issue there.
The potential for damage.
Oh yeah, those are like 6 to 12 pound boulders that are just getting shot out of the rear wheels at 40 miles an hour right at you.
Now this, Sam Baldy, this is a very unique truck. This is one of the only trucks on the field that is actually an in-house design developed truck.
Yeah, they've been building their own trucks for many, many years. Pretty cool. Their own engineers, everything.
They did not go purchase a truck. They went out, designed their own, developed their own, built their own.
Yeah, Sam legendary out here as well. So successful with what they do. Good look at Cameron Steele, former winner here in the 1000. Of course, the Desert Assassins. Short course champ, and
he handled that corner better than the other two-wheel drives.
Yeah, he did a really nice job, didn't he?
in there a time or two.
Kind of set the nose and
There's
got
some
it to turn
experience
and
on
got
that
right
one.
back, carried a little bit of momentum, if you will.
And Cameron, I'm showing him sitting in third. So you got Ethan Ebert first in two-wheel drive trophy, followed by Sam Baldy, and then Cameron Steele is, I mean, we just saw Sam come through this, so Cameron's right on him.
I think part of that was Cameron's qualifying effort. He had a good qualifying lap. I know he doesn't always push in qualifying, but he qualified second in class. And the reason I really think it's important is because he got himself in front of a number of those trophy truck specs, because the spec trophy trucks were blended in because they went off based on how they qualified, not per class. So if you were in a two-wheel drive trophy truck and you didn't have a good qualifying session, you find yourself behind 3 or 4 spec trophy trucks.
Or class 1, to be fair.
Right.
Well, there are 3 class
100%.
1s in the mix too.
And that is a change to the rules that SCORE has implemented over the last few years, because it used to be all the trophy trucks first, and then the two-wheel drives, and then this class, and then that class. And there were several people from those teams that were fast in those classes saying, hey, wait a minute, I'm just as fast as this guy. We should go it all on speed. So SCORE finally just said, okay, go out and qualify, and we'll just rack you according to how fast you did the qualifying lap.
I can see both sides of that argument. I mean, I don't know if a 4.5-minute qualifying lap is a true sample of, you know, what you're going to see over a long course of time with a two-wheel drive versus a spec truck. But conversely, the really good spec drivers could be better than some of the two-wheel drive drivers. So they're saying, well, I just outdrove him. I want my starting spot. So I can see both sides of that argument.
And keep in mind, 2 class 1s beat quite a few trucks in qualifying.
Yeah.
So you had Brendan, and then you had Cody Reed right up there.
Well, and there was a number of spec trophy trucks that, I mean, I think there was one, I think Justin Davis might have been 9th overall.
Yeah, he was way up there, way up there. And it's, you know, it's like kind of like that mentality of, you know, run what you brung, you know, put up or shut up. And those guys, they want to throw down, and they've been arguing this for a long time. And I think the 400 was the first race that SCORE allowed it. And although, you know, you've got a handful of guys that have in essence never really qualified before, are now getting thrown into it. So it's going to probably take another few races for some of these guys to get in the groove. And then I think we're going to really start to see stuff get mixed up even more.
Thought I saw a drone in there in that shot there for just a second.
Yeah, this is at Cuatro Casas, I think.
There it
That's
is.
the silt bed there where we've got the drone. While we're talking, something that's funny to me is just how things have changed so much with technology now, and with all these trucks running Starlinks. Jason Duncan, who is co-driving for Rob Mack and Luke McMillan, he just sent me a text. And he said everything's going all good in the truck, and they had just cleared race mile 215. So things are going smooth enough that he can be texting me at the SCORE action desk over here.
Yeah, and 215 is where the course joins the asphalt, and so they have a looks like about a 4-mile section of pavement right before they turn off and head back into the mountains on the east side of the highway.
Yep, and that's the area I was talking about where the course is going to change now. So it's been pretty wide open down the entire coast, and we've seen a really fast pace. You know, we saw, I think on the telemetry, 128 was the fastest. But I bet some guys were hitting over $130 through there. Now it's going to get rocky, tore up, and pace is going to slow down for a little bit here. There's a few areas where it opens up, but for the most part, all the way from here to the end of Fred's Tractor Trail, it's just rocky, slow. You got to pick your way through. So I think we're going to go from, I haven't seen the exact average, but I bet they were probably over 60 mile an hour average through that whole stretch we've done so far. Matt, we could calculate it here in a second, but this next section, they're probably going to be more in that like 48 to 50 mile an hour average now, until we get to the speed zone over on Highway 5.
Looks like the Cowboy is in the pits. Not sure if that was planned or extended stop right there.
I would say that's definitely an extended stop. They had tools out that should not be out.
Both of them are out.
There you go. Those are real tools.
Usually the driver doesn't get out unless it's something
like wheel off and
shoot.
Yeah.
And you see that Stella is on the right there. They're at race mile 108.62. So if their supporters or their chase crews are wondering exactly where they're at, that's where they're at.
Jason Burgess, one of the spotters. He's actually in Indianapolis, but he's one of the spotters for Cowboy, and also I believe on the 11 trophy truck as well. So longtime spotter for Andretti, Alex Rossi, does a lot of sports car stuff, but he calls it the marching ants. You know, they sit back and watch a computer, and they'll talk to the drivers throughout and the team of where that driver is. Of course, the technology has come so far now. I think everybody has really good comms with where the vehicle is, but he's been doing it for a number of years.
Yeah, I just got word from Cowboys crew. They said that they hit something, so they're, I think, doing damage control. I'll try to get more news. Well, let's see. I got another text coming through right now. So again, back to everybody having Starlinks. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, Jason Burgess is spotting for Cowboy, and word is they hit something. We'll try to find out. Okay, broken A-arm.
I don't understand.
Says they might be able to fix it. If they have access to another A-arm, that's not a horrible part to try to fix. The thing is do you have a spare A-arm at that spot?
And they probably still have another roughly 15 hours in this race. So there's a lot of things that can happen for every team. So even if they took a half hour to get that thing back up and running, they're maybe not out of the race.
Well, and they I mean, most people would have a pre-runner or something there that you can scavenge parts off. So if they can, they might be able to pull an A-arm off of another vehicle and then throw it onto that car too.
They can always Baja weld a wrench between the broken arm and put it back on the racetrack too.
Lots of fixes. Creativity is the only limitation.
I don't know from race mile 108 that I want to have a wrench holding my A-arm together for the next 700 plus miles though.
That's supposed to be until you get to the next your next pit. You know, hopefully the BFG pit. Then you weld 2 wrenches to see if it'll go the distance.
Or weld one on the other side, then they're even.
There you go.
Yeah.
EJ Herbst, watching him, of course, legendary name out here. The Terrible Herbst team. It's been so popular, one of the winningest teams out here in the desert. 19 Industries, Dugan's engine, transmission inside of this one as well.
He did a phenomenal job coming on that left-hand turn. I don't know if you guys caught that real quick, but he held that momentum perfectly.
The camera kind of faded right then, but it looked like he made it right through.
One of the chase trucks out there.
Yeah, probably trying to help the Cowboy.
Back on board with EJ. 2024 was third in Trophy Truck Spec points, 6 consecutive top 10s in Trophy Truck Spec working, so very solid, very consistent.
There we go, Cody Reed. This is the all-wheel drive Alumacraft. This is their first race on a Croyer engine too, true Croyer engine.
And what kind of displacement, how many cylinders, what are we talking about?
Well, this is a V8. I'm not sure what the displacement is on this specific engine.
Okay.
They had switched engine builders recently, but this is an Alumacraft all-wheel drive. This is the first Alumacraft all-wheel drive that they had built. So this does, in essence, this is a big car. So it's a 40-inch tire car, big wheelbase, big Class 1.
So qualifies as a buggy, kind of still, but it's got the V8 motor in it. What class?
Well,
1?
it's unlimited class,
Okay.
so you can in essence do whatever you want as long as it's in essence a buggy. So, in this context, it is a big block. It's a throttle body big block, and some of the guys are still running small blocks in Class 1, but this one truly is a big block. And with that all-wheel drive, you want that low-end torque, and this car gets up and moves. Cody's a phenomenal driver. And I don't know where they're changing off, but at some point Adam is going to jump in the car and he's probably going to do the back half like they did last 1000.
Worth a mention, since you're talking about Alumacraft leading on the manufacturer's points as well, they've won it 6 times, not counting this year, which looks like they'll have a chance to make that 7, but have done that in the last 9 years. So very impressive out of Alumacraft.
And remember, this is Cody. This is Shelby Reed's son. Shelby has won championships, etc. in Class 1 and Class 10. So this family has a pedigree of racing, both stateside and in Baja. Oh, this is the #1 qualifier for Class 1. He beat Cody out by a fraction of a second. And he did pretty good through that little section right there.
Yep. And it's obvious that the racers have learned that those little tiki hut things must be very strong. It looks like they're in concrete, and they must be steel. Otherwise, they would have knocked it over early in the race, and it would be just smithereens. But it must be so stout that it ruins your car. There's the Stella with the 37-mile-an-hour speed zone, and then we see his actual speed just displayed above that. Looks like 36, 35.
And Mike Diora is co-driving for him. And yeah, these guys, man, they put in a lot of work. They are down in Baja for weeks. They basically live down there a good chunk of the year between all 4 races, and man, are they dedicated. This is so their family is Reed Products, RPI bolts. There you go. That's a perfect example of that corner just biting people.
He's in that point as a driver where you're just burning them off, and you're like, do I let up so that I can get more traction? But if I let up, I might get stuck. I don't know. Keep it pinned, let off. Keep it pinned, and you're not quite sure.
Usually you want to sit underneath the thatch roof, but I don't think I want to sit underneath any of those umbrellas right there. Yeah. A great shot of the helicopter as well over there. It's given us some great shots.
And Michael's been doing really well. This truck basically lives at Evan Weller Racing. He's been handling all the prep, logistics, everything. And man, have they got a good program going.
Qualified 6th, 5th in the points. Another driver that's in the hunt for the Rod Hall Award.
And it appears they're using the old school hand signals to take the left line there. Of course, they could have intercoms as well.
Yeah, comms could be out. Could be a volume issue too.
Or maybe like me, you just like to talk with your hands.
Earned a podium finish at the 500, was 3rd in class and 10th overall. Great 500 for him.
There's the silt beds.
And I noticed the dust kind of laying there. You know, we were watching it earlier in the day. I mean, just an hour or so ago, and the breeze was blowing it out of the way, but now it seems like it's just laying there.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that can change during the day. Looks like there's a nice surf break there. That's right by my buddy's house. Shipwrecks. Looks like.
I couldn't tell, but it would appear to be a right-hand brake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's shout
yeah,
out
they're
there.
actually at Cuatros Casas right there,
Oh, is
which
that
is
what
a
it is?
little
Okay.
north of Shipwrecks, and yes, it is a right-hand brake.
Yeah, shout out to the Pierces, Troy and Dick there, and Carter as well.
I got a little video on Cowboy Cerrone. I don't know if we have it ready yet, but at some point I'll show you guys what happened on that car.
Yeah, Spotter said the left front was heavily damaged.
Yeah, so...
Hit a big rock.
Okay, so he hit a big rock, and Cowboy was behind the wheel. So, you know, I think Cowboy, he's made a career out of hitting things. We just got to teach him you're not supposed to hit rocks.
Well, that's a brake caliper in his hand right now.
They broke an A-arm.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so they're going to do an A-arm swap and try to get going again. So while we're on a UTV, Brock Hager is our physical leader and I believe leader on adjusted. He is right at the BFG pit going under the Highway 1 bridge just north of Colonet. And then he's got Max Eddy behind him, followed by Caden McCachran. So your top 3 physical are all the factory Polaris cars. They started that way. Caden started ahead of Max Eddy, so something, maybe he got a flat or something happened because Max got ahead of him. Then we've got, I believe, Mike Caffro, and then Michael McFadden. So your top 4 are Polarises, and then McFadden is our top Can-Am.
And McFadden's is not just a Can-Am. That's a new ARD car.
Yeah, he's got a pretty exotic Can-Am. You probably know more about it than I do, Jason. But
Also
I
racing
know,
development?
I know in some series they had to race that in the unlimited class because are they running bypasses on that car?
I don't know if it's this specific car. I'd have to look at it, but this was, so he had a previous tube chassis X3 ARD car, and he is now upgraded to the R variant that also builds.
Yep. I kind of feel like that they were running bypasses on that, but I'm not 100% sure. I know that there was some issue that was making them race unlimited, though.
Are you asking about stateside, Wes?
Yes,
I believe that was the track width thing with the different wheel tire widths, if I remember correctly, yeah.
Okay.
So Yoshua Marquecho, 3926. Looked like they're off the road, had a little trouble there. At least
Big
it's
trouble.
right side up, but they're looking for some help. And I also got an update on the motorcycles. So the battle for the first overall bike has gotten tighter. And so the lead bike right now is about 628 miles in, race mile 628. And the 1X team has knocked off 12 minutes. I guess David Camo is on the bike for the 7X, and Kieran Nairn is on the bike for the 1X. So the battle continues on, and it's down to about 9 minutes at one of the last points that they had checked in.
And I think you said it was 13 last time you looked at it, so it's getting tight.
It's not over for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if they're having comm issues. I mean, you got to think they're having comm issues, right? I mean, for her to be giving...
Definitely.
Back to the UTVs, Cafro, he's in a Doug Mittag chassis there. So that's for the Polaris Pro Rs, that's the only non-factory build that's running in that top 5.
And that is a true tube chassis car. That is not a pan car.
So and then Justin Morgan is a little bit behind them. And he had started ahead of Cafro, so I'm thinking he definitely had some sort of an issue, maybe a blown belt or something. I'm just speculating, but he has lost some time on them. And Justin comes from Moto, definitely knows his way around Baja, so he's a good driver. I'm gonna say something slowed them up. I'll try to talk to the Polaris team and see if I can get some updates on those guys.
So Jason, you mentioned a pan car versus the tube car. So is the Pro car actually a pan, like a unibody base, and then connected with tubes, or how does that work?
The Mittag car is a true tube chassis car. The factory Polaris cars are true tube chassis cars in essence. But traditionally speaking, there are still guys that are competing today, and there are still building cars that are what would be considered pan cars, where in essence what we're doing is we're taking the front bulkhead, the rear bulkhead, and sort of the floor, and cutting out a lot of the unnecessary stuff, leaving all the stock pivots, and then grafting all the tube work to that. So we're technically not building a tube chassis, we're taking the pan of a stock car and building up from there.
Okay.
Saw Dave Taylor there for a brief moment as well. The 26T in the two-wheel drive category, the Geyser truck, as he negotiated that tight left-hander.
Lots of movement.
Yeah, that's a big four-seater chassis. Yeah. There we go. Another one of the Fords.
Raptor. They still look like coming down to Urapon.
Pretty wild. They can come out here and accomplish this with pretty much a stock truck.
Not just that they can just go through the terrain, but to be able to do the whole race like this, that's a lot of work.
And also for everyone, the SCORE does have a time limit. So if you don't finish within the time limit, now I have to double check it, but I believe it's 36 hours.
I think it's 36 hours as well.
For this race. So if you can complete the race, you can finish, and I actually have done that after having some bike problems and crossed the finish line, was so glad to get there, and then I didn't get a finisher pin. I'm like, doggone it. They're like, no, you were like 45 minutes after the official time. And so we all got mad at the one rider that waited for hours for help and didn't go walk for help. But yeah, so if the trucks are too slow, they won't get in a quote official finish. So you can see how awesome the drivers need to be. Usually I believe it's around 23 miles an hour. You have to average over the course distance to get a quote official finish with SCORE.
I believe the overall distance this year without double checking 854 miles.
Yes.
But the Sportsman guys will run a little bit shorter, right? 720 or 740, something like that.
Yeah, they definitely have some cutouts.
Yeah, 720.95 miles for the Sportsman. 50th time starting, and 31st time, I think, ending in Ensenada.
While we're watching this, I've been doing a little math and watching our trophy truck leaders, and I've been kind of keeping track of how the pace is. They were, 4.5 hours into this race at this point, and they're just clearing race mile 235. So we're at 52 to 53 mile an hour average, which I was predicting that this race would be about 55. So I think we're about right on track for that. They're gonna, when they hit the San Felipe side, the pace will pick back up. So we're going to be right in that range, I think. And it looks like the bikes are going to be somewhere in that 45 to probably 48 range for average speed for the entire event.
Justin's holding pace.
Right at the road crossing, look for Nick. He will guide you in.
I didn't hear that.
No, Justin Lambert, I spoke with him leading up to this event, and they've been doing a ton of suspension work to kind of get the shocks dialed in on that car. This is, I think, his third race in that factory car, so they're still kind of getting the bugs. Well, I guess bugs worked out. Yeah.
Here comes
Run,
dog.
run. And then also just getting used to it, because the factory Polaris car is based off of a 2-seat Pro R, and Justin's old car was based off of a 4-seater. So there's a big wheelbase difference. I think the stock car is about, I think it's 108, and then the 4-seater is 133. So that's a big difference in wheelbase length between the two cars.
And you got to keep in mind that even if the car shows up set up in theory just like the factory Polaris guys like Brock's, it could seriously be the inverse of Justin's driving style. So springs and all that stuff could be totally different, to where he wants to play with all of that to get it to fit him better,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know Justin
Let's get that one.
didn't really like the setup on it, and definitely every driver has a different driving style, and it's so he may like more compression rebound in it, or vice versa. So I don't know exactly what they did, but he did tell me that they'd been spent a lot of time suspension testing.
Yeah, play with the sway bars, the spring rates, valving, all that fun stuff.
I always like to just take the front sway bar off.
All right. And Wes, I did run the numbers on the number 7X team leading the race. So they're at 46.64 miles per hour average at this point. So they're definitely keeping the throttle down, especially with the competition tight. Sometimes when you got an hour lead or half an hour lead, the riders are all being told and wanting to slow it down just to be safe. Why go crazy when you're doing it? But if you have a tight battle, it'll keep those speeds up. So they're coming into some faster sections. So they're probably going to end up close to that 47 mile an hour zone, especially if they don't have any more, potentially not any more night, maybe an hour, 45 minutes of nighttime right at the end, if they can finish in that 5 or 6 p.m. window.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to be 46, 48, right in that range. Because they're in a faster section, so it is going to pick up. Really, they're going through Sierra Las Pintas Mountains right now, and it's pretty quick there. And then up by Saldana, and then they're coming down Arroyo Grande, and all of that's really fast. So I mean, they should be averaging faster than what they have through a lot of the course in there. But then that last 100, it's going to slow back down.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, there we go.
There, the tiki tech. Finally, the little thing went.
Just a hair off.
It was just a matter of time, and now he's stuck the boot.
It met its maker,
brutal.
but fortunately, there looks like room for a truck to go by if he does hug the inside line. But he found out how stiff it was. But you know, one of the things I was talking to some motos about was, if this rain came and the motos had a dry race and the trucks got into some serious rain, washes filled with mud, it might be the only chance for a motorcycle to ever beat a truck again, something like that, in an overall finish in SCORE.
That's a good point. I still don't think it'll matter, though.
Yeah,
so that was JP Gomez that just got stuck right there.
Yeah.
Especially now that they have all-wheel drives, because if they do get into mud, a lot of times they can still get out, whereas the two-wheel drives, just like this, they can get stuck. If you do something wrong, you pick a wrong line in silt or rocks, you're now...
Or that clayey like mud that just grabs the tire.
Oh, yeah. Yep, packs it in.
Creates a slick.
Yep, you're just ice skating.
A little bit of irony there for JP Gomez, who is so good in the rocks. He and his brothers.
I was just thinking
winning
the same
king of the
thing.
hammers, and he gets stuck in the rocks.
Oh, wow.
He's never going to hear this one.
He thought he could carry the speed through that corner and doink.
Yeah. Here, watch, this guy's going to, if he doesn't keep up momentum, he's going to get stuck. They need to keep momentum up through here.
You round that thing really wide. You got to
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's just surfing it. Oh, he's now going towards the ocean.
Risky.
Oh.
That's risky.
No. Here I am in my $400,000 truck, and I'm going to get stuck in the rocks. Darn it. Meanwhile, the pretend SUV with four-wheel drive Lexus just drives right by.
This is going to turn into a mess right here.
Two-wheel drive Class 1.
Yeah.
Keep up the momentum.
Go inside.
Oh, and he did the same thing, man. You can see it. If they got to get back on the throttle, it takes the weight off the front end. Then they feel the push in the car, and they decide to go straight.
And to their right is an edge to no end down to the water, the ocean water. Someone just got to tell him to hold tight to that inside line. He's going to make it. Brad Wilson got through there. Good job, sir.
That was looking a little sketchy.
Again, here's the two-wheel drive old Ford truck that's somehow going to pull this
massive
36-inch wheels, and this guy's just in a beat-up Ford that's going to get her done.
I think it is four-wheel drive. It looked like the front wheels were spinning.
He's got four-wheel drive, but he's still got like street tires on there. And
yeah, and that's like a 94 F-150.
No tailgate.
800,000 miles on that thing.
I'm not saying this is the best recovery vehicle in the world here.
But it's
going to work.
It's the only one you have at the time, so you take what you can get.
You're just like going to tell this guy where you're staying so you can pay him back and 6 packs of beer or something.
This poor thing is salt rusted.
And he's not afraid to wait. Look at him wail on it too, man.
Watch this. Bang.
Man, they buried that truck.
Yeah, he did not shut off. Keep the wheels straight. Oh, he's smoking it. Time for so they'll take off those pink paddles to put underneath the tires dude, you're just burying it more. Stop.
Yeah,
you're going to cause damage.
It's sitting on the chassis now. Frame.
Yeah, and how many fans at home have been through this before, whether it's snow or whether it's sand or what have you, when the vehicle gets stuck, you're just going to cry.
I got to say, man, that old Ford is navigating that stuff forward, backward, stopping,
He can go anywhere he wants. He can go.
It's pretty impressive.
Yes. See, Ford. This is the best ad for Ford right here. You know, we thought the Raptors were going to carry the show.
Yeah, he backed up and got a big run at it right there.
No, he can go anywhere he wants. That's what you need, is just a bone stalker with 3 inches of travel. Nice. That was a pretty nice rock that he got that time. I think you're going to need someone to push.
To be fair, it looks like there's a Jeep Wrangler in the background, so that may be up next.
Yeah, the question is always when you're there to help, you're like, I'm probably going to help, and it's going to rip the bumper right off the back of my car. Or that strap's going to get hooked on the side and just somehow damage your car beyond repair. But the Mexicans are always game. They're going to help you no matter what. Oh, I think the strap just got wrapped around his tire. When he went to back up. Oh, yeah, see, it's under the tire.
This is rapidly not improving, unfortunately.
This is where limbs can be lost. Be careful.
And I believe that is Pulvardi down there on the bottom right-hand side, still digging, just about 25 seconds back now from Alan Ampudia.
Still with a very clean truck.
And he's still leading physically. So he's got clean air still. He's done a great job at maintaining that lead. And it's so important. You can see all the dust behind his truck. So
you were talking about the hydraulic jacks before. There's one in use.
Yeah, 2 of them. They got both sides
Yeah, they have
out.
both down.
Awesome angle. Thanks, guys. Footage is outstanding. Link suspension.
Those are
back
the
there.
geyser jacks, previously AGM. Geyser has purchased the rights to those, so now that is a geyser jack.
And he's got
And they're
the
probably
jacks
on
fully extended.
Yeah, they're
and he's
36
still
inch
going,
throw.
how do I get that underneath there?
Yeah, that left side is buried, man.
So
they could put some sort of platform underneath the left side and get it up and higher, a little higher in the air. I'm sure they're like, yeah, well, we'd love to do that. Give me that platform.
Give me the spare wheel. We'll jam it in between there. Give me 12 inches more to get the thing off the ground. Sometimes it comes back
like
down to basics.
so these are the 36-inch throw ones. Sometimes on the shorter throw jack systems, they will have a secondary system where they can hook the rear end or the front arm to hold her up while you jack the car up. So you're not trying to jack the car and the entire extension travel of the suspension.
Okay.
It does not appear that's what they have on
Like
this
a
truck.
strap to keep the suspension
Correct.
from unloading.
So if you envision you're at ride height, you have a secondary strap somewhere that you can the co-driver can just plop on real quick,
I totally
then extend the jack system, and now you've basically gained, in essence, ride height to extension is just going to float up.
So what is the normal static ride sag on most of these trucks? Is it a foot? Is it 18
It's going to be in that range. This is a G6 Geyser, relatively new one. They sit a little lower than some of the older platforms, to be fair, but it's going to be right in that range. So typically speaking, on that 36-inch throw, like if he was on normal terrain, it should be fine. Like he'll probably going to get that rear tire up just ever so slightly to do a tire change. But this is an unfortunately unusual situation where you can see he's already put a foot. See the foot that he put on there you go. So that's what I was saying earlier about the rocks are just not great with the jacks. So you'll see teams carry these extra feet, so to speak, and they'll toss that in there real quick, and now you've just, quadrupled your surface area for your jack. So she doesn't want to sink in near as bad.
Right. So the magical number for motorcycles is 1/3. So it has 12 inches of travel on the back. You're going to sag at 4 inches of static sag when the rider's on it. Squatting that thing down.
Oh, yeah, these are all over the place depending on the driver, the team, the builder.
But they have, 3 feet of travel, so it might be a
These
foot.
are going to be right around 32 to 33 inches of wheel travel in the rear, roughly.
Yeah, and then let it sit down and squat to be a little more stable.
Yeah, and you have to envision the compression. The chassis is only a few inches, 4 inches off the ground at full compression.
Yeah.
So that tire can soak up into that car pretty good.
I always watch them when they get air, and you just see how far do the wheels drop out.
Fall out.
And it's like, oh, that thing's dropping out 2 feet. All right, well, it's sagging a lot.
Yeah.
Why do you think they aren't using the recovery boards on the back of the spare there?
It looked like they couldn't get the tires off the ground far enough to get them under it. Like they just can't jack it high enough to get anything under it.
It's actually, I don't know, it almost to me seems like it might be a situation where the boards may be in contact with the jacks. If you notice how close the jack is to that rear axle, it's hard to say how inboard, outboard that jack is relative to where you would want to place the board.
Yeah.
So I think they tried the jacks, and I think that didn't work, so I think they're going to go to the boards now. Or maybe they're free, I can't tell.
They got that left side way up in the air,
like
shoved a bunch of rocks underneath there. It's
under
definitely better than it was, for sure.
Yeah,
They might be able to get, with that other truck pulling them, they might be okay here.
Yeah, because they have retracted the jacks entirely now.
I think they're going to give it a go. They're giving the.
Yeah.
Here he goes. Here goes Mr. Ford. Yeah,
And
go,
he's
baby, go.
always so close.
Go more. Go more. Go more. We're all rooting for him.
Oh, he's so close.
Man, the thing is sucked down on that right side.
Certainly a good ad for BFG. I mean, he's trying to destroy those tires right now.
It just looks like it's
What about like the drive line being exposed to those rocks too?
Oh, it's in there. That drive line's for sure getting contact.
It's surfing the rocks.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a front engine truck, so your drive line's down the center. And unfortunately, I couldn't tell you how close it is, but it's definitely getting contact with something down there, whether it's rock or actual dirt. They're fairly robust, to be fair.
So you're trying to go water skiing with a 500-pound skier?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, that's just the boat is going down.
There you go. See what I was just saying about the hooks?
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to right there. That's a secondary hook.
Okay. Well, we're learning a lot about trucks today, folks.
So see that? That is going to catch. Yep.
Limiting the travel so that
Correct.
now it'll get airborne so that they can shove something under the tire.
So on this system, they're using it off the sway bar linkage.
Those fans are going crazy now. That engine was hot.
The key is not to forget that the hooks are on when you leave.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So some of the guys, what they'll do is they'll put a type of hook on that it kind of floats to where as it compresses again, it pops off. So in case you accidentally leave it on, it's not catastrophic.
So
good idea.
Motocrossers have a hole shot device, they call it, and they suck the front end down, and they have something on the fork guard that holds it down so they can accelerate fast out of the start gate. And the first bump you hit, it goes deep enough in the stroke that pops off, and then you go back to full travel.
Exact same concept, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. There's the strap.
Mm-hmm.
And each of these solutions was carved out of someone stuck by the race course for hours trying to get out.
Yeah, so now they're going to put the feet back underneath it, get it up in the air again, and then finally get the boards underneath it.
Yeah, because they shoved a ton of rock back under there, and it just went away.
And you think of how simple of a mistake it was. Really not much, just how loose those rocks are. And then another variable is if the guy's later in the day, if it starts to rain. I've been riding those rocks, one of the races in 1992, and it was wet, and those rocks were slick as could be, and trying to keep that motorcycle straight through those rocks was quite a battle.
Well, gentlemen, we are going to take a break here and pay some bills. We have a lot of racing action, obviously, to go here. Long ways to go with the 58th running of the BFG SCORE Baja 1000. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions.
Racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now. Copy that.
Hey, if you're looking for some good dirt in the off-road industry, what's happening in the racing, all the different classes, check out SCORE Journal. They're always covering all the different aspects and the current events and giving tech tips.
Make sure you read the SCORE Journal. It's the best magazine out there and it keeps you up to date with all Baja racing stuff.
Hey, SCORE Journal. It's the best way to get your news, get your information, catch up on all the off-road gossip.
I want to remind you guys to take a look and give a read to the SCORE Journal, the best place to pick up any news that's going on down here in Baja.
Best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Okay, welcome back to the SCORE Baja 1000. And we've got this little clip here. They were finally able to get JP Gomez out of the cobblestone rocks. We saw he took out the umbrella and then was having a extremely hard time getting out of those rocks, as well as kind of holding people up. It looked like the two-wheel drives, a lot were pushing through that berm, and you got to carry momentum there because they can't come to a complete stop or you just spin and get stuck. Now we've got a bunch of in-cars here. I've been watching our leaders. I'm showing Alan Impudia is our leader on adjusted time. You can see he's right in Polvarde's dust, basically where he's been sitting all day long. They are just past race mile 250. And let's see here. So looks like we've got Polvarde and Impudia both through 250. At 245, it was on adjusted time here. Impudia, then 42 seconds back, Rob Mack in the McMillan truck, and then Paul Wheel in the 46 with Toby Price. He was 53 seconds back, and then Tavo at 152 back. So still a tight race. Everyone has been holding track position physically. So basically just how they started, we haven't seen much movement there. Pulvardi's been holding on, and Impudia's about 30 seconds back from him, and then you've got Paul Wheel, and it looks like Paul has a little bit of dust hanging there too. It does look like Rob Mack is fairly close to Paul. I'd like to see an in-car from Rob Mack if we had it in the 83 and see if he is in Paul Wheel's dust. This next go-around on pits, we're getting fairly close. I guess we've got another 100 or so miles where I think we're gonna see some driver changes. And then especially when we get over onto the coast in the speed zone there, we'll have more driver changes going on there after Fred's tractor trail in the speed zone. They go over 60 miles there and then turn right or left into Matomi Wash. The area they're in right here, you're kind of up on this plateau on the top of these ridges, and it's very rally-esque. You can see Paul's really throwing it down through here. There are some corners that are increasing radius you got to watch, but these guys have been pre-running this. I'm sure they have it really well marked. Might be kind of fun to just kind of sit and listen in on the co-driver and driver interaction and hear him call this for him. So let's just kind of listen in to Paul's co-driver.
Left 5, right 6 narrow over, straight long. Left 3 coming, left 3, opens. Good. Left 5 long over, go. Left 4 long. Right 2 sweep. Left 4 long. Right 4 sweep. Left 3 sweep. Right 5. Right 3 sweep tightens. Right 2 sweep. Left what? Right 2 sweep. Left 3 sweep. Right 2 long. Left 2 sweep. Right 3 sweep, cut left 4. Right 3 long over. Right 4, cut left 4. Here. Right 5 over, left 5. Right 4 sweep over. Left 4. Right 3 sweep. Left 3 long. Tightens. Right 3 sweep, long. Right 4 tightens over. Left 3 sweep. Left 4.
Right 4 that is Brent Bauman that is doing the navigating there for Mr. Wheel, Paul Wheel. We go back and take a look at Christopher Pulvardi doing a nice job here still. Right there on corrected time at, just call it even. Boy, look at that. It is You make much of a mistake there, and you're in big trouble.
Between
incredible
Pulvardi
views.
and Impudia.
Sorry, Wes.
It's basically half a second, it looks like, on adjusted time between Impudia and Pulvardi.
That is phenomenal.
And then we've got Rob Mack and Luke's truck, 36 seconds back. This is all at race mile 240. Toby Price, which is Paul wheel driving, 45 seconds back. Tavo, 1:51. And then Kevin Thompson, who's teamed up with Harley Lettner, he's 7:39 back. I just heard from their crew, and apparently they had 3 flat tires so far. So their last pit, they had to rack 2 new spares in there. So that explains why they are 7:39 down at this point. But they do have Harley getting into the truck, and Harley's known for really being able to push the limits. So Harley may be able to make a little bit of run and catch back up, but at the pace these guys are going and how evenly matched they all are, 7 minutes is a pretty big gap at this point.
That's incredible to say that 7 minutes is a big gap. And you look at the top 4 separated by about 45 seconds, and they've already competed 240 miles. I mean, that is unbelievable. How good these trucks are, how good these drivers are.
And there is still plenty of racing to go. And to think that 7 minutes could be it at that point, that's pretty insane to think about. Going back 15 years, the variance from today versus then is unreal.
Yeah, well, what are we? A little more than 25% through. I mean, we're just getting 30%, started here.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're at a point now where a flat tire can determine the winner of the race.
Correct.
Which is crazy because.
Well, and I think to his point, to Jason's point, and as well, Wes. I mean, this is the beginning of the race, and it's all been pretty good. It's been a pretty good run here so far, but once the nighttime gets here and once that weather gets here, well, there's going to be a lot of deciding factors.
Completely. I think earlier I was saying get your vehicle to the speed zone at the end of Fred's tractor trail in one piece and then assess where you're at and start racing from there. I mean, we're not even that close to that point yet. So there's a lot of miles to get through, and I mean, anything can happen. It's just our top 5 trucks are. It's almost like a spec class because they're all a Mason all-wheel drive. They're a little bit of different motors, but they're so evenly matched that there's just nothing to separate these guys.
There's small variations between them, but for the most part, they're pretty much right there with each other.
And I think their driving skills have to be commended as well because, I mean, they're clearly proving that they're all right there with each other.
I mean, look at Paul. The last few seasons, man, he has just become incredibly crisp. That last section, there you go. I mean, look at how good he's doing.
Well, and I think people think, Toby Price, he's carrying all the weight with Paul Wheel. And it's just not really the case. Paul's an extremely accomplished driver, and there's not much drop-off from Paul to Toby. I do think Toby's a touch faster, but Paul is no slouch by any means.
Well, to be fair, Toby doesn't have to pay the bill, so.
I would agree with that. From what I understand, Paul has an issue with seeing at night. And I think that played into their race strategy. And I think that we may be seeing some more driver changes here coming up. So I do feel like having Toby in for the second half of this race, that's going to be a factor. That's something that's got to be looming in the back of somebody like Alan Impudia's mind is like, okay, I'm driving pretty much probably as hard as I can go right now to hold pace with Christopher Pulvardi. I don't necessarily know that I feel like Bryce is going to be faster than Christopher, but I do think you get Toby in there Toby can really push the limits here, and he may be able to test Pulvardi and Impudia beyond what they have kind of up their sleeve for him.
Wes, you bring up a good point. I wonder if some of the strategy was to have Toby qualify the truck so they could get a little better starting position, thinking he's probably a little bit quicker than Paul, but then Paul needs to be driving during the day to put Toby back in at nighttime. So maybe that's why he qualified the truck, got out early, and then put Paul in.
And Toby is a strong qualifier.
I think that one was 100% their strategy was, Toby is known for being one of the fastest qualifiers out there. So you have Toby go out there, get you a good start position, let him run the first, 80 miles, try to, I think they probably were thinking, try to establish a little bit of a lead. But just holding pace and then being able to do the driver change without losing track position, that was huge.
Yeah, he qualified third, so if he could accomplish that, they could stay third and make the driver switch. That's a win-win.
Exactly.
And keep in mind, Paul, although relatively newer to racing up here, he has a pedigree racing in Australia his entire life.
Sure.
I mean, this is the Paul Wheel of PWR cooling technology. The Wheel family has been in racing for generations.
Is it called the Fink?
Fink is one of the races down there, yes. He's won other stuff.
Truck, yeah.
And he's also was on a dirt bike for many years too, and raced when he was younger. So he is by no means any slouch whatsoever.
Race leaders are coming through 261, we're being told.
Yeah, Paul, he raced Supercross, so he's got a dirt bike background, and then he ran, what do they call it, the V8, basically the stock car races over in
V8
Australia.
Supercars,
Yeah, V8 Supercars. And I think I feel like he won 3 championships or something like that in V8
Australia's
Supercars.
NASCAR.
Yeah.
Really talented motorcycle racer as well.
And then being the owner of PWR, you know that they have the absolute best cooling packages on their vehicle that are available. And I think that that's something that has allowed them to maybe push a little bit harder at times than some of the other trucks. Yeah, so here's Polvarde. This is, Rancho El Tablon, and they're right about to cross El Rosario Wash. And then from there at race mile 265, so about 4 miles away from it, they're going to go up La Vibra hill climb, which La Vibra means the snake. So that hill climb is going to wind up into the mountains.
And Pudia right there as well. As you can see there, race mile 261. And we're thinking Wheel is right there in the dust. You can see the initiation of some more new dust, if you will. Not too far behind as you take a look at Christopher Polvarde.
But on corrected time,
they're all right there.
And Pudia would be ahead, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I see that there.
Yeah.
And Polvarde was within, they were basically even just a couple of miles ago. So now it looks like Allen is pulled back out by 20 seconds or so. But I think that's going to be an accordion effect depending on the piece of course that they're on. If you've got to really check up or not, and the other guy's in a faster area. They're so close.
It is impressive that he is pushing that hard. All he really needs to do is finish, and the championship's his.
You know that Allen wants to sweep this thing,
Correct.
though, and that's a very impressive accomplishment. If you can come out here, win every race, go back-to-back championships, back-to-back Baja 1000s, that really stamps your legacy in the sport.
Coming across 261 is Paul Wheel. So right there in the thick of things. You guys have been around racing forever. And we always talk about them being conservative. If you're a points leader and you want to win that championship, they're points racing now, you want to be conservative. But I've seen it happen so many times where if you try to go that conservative route, you kind of get out of your rhythm. And it really destroys everything. And a lot of times bad things happen when you get out of that rhythm. I just think a lot of times it's easier to stick with what brought you to the dance and keep digging.
You can't tell a racer to slow down.
Yeah, you get them, like I say, out of their rhythm. They just, and then crazy things seem to happen.
So it's been a little bit since we saw Impudia and Polvardi come through there, so that means Paul's a little bit further back. You know, Impudia, we had that shot where you could see both him and Polvardi in the picture, and out through the front camera here with Paul, you see the dust is pretty far out there, so there's a little bit bigger gap there.
Yeah, it says here a minute, but I'm with you.
More.
I felt like it was a little bit more. We really couldn't even see him in that previous shot where we saw both of them. We're back a bit. But I mean, when we say that, we're still talking about, you know, a few more seconds. They're all right there. It wouldn't take much.
A shot I would like to see is how far back is Rob Mack from Paul Wheel? Because on the track, right now it's not showing him there, but when I saw the tracker before, it looked like Rob Mack had really kind of closed up on him. I don't know, do we have an in-car with Rob Mack in the 83 truck?
I was just going to say, are you talking about, the 83 truck?
I'd like to see if he's seeing
dust. And I don't even see him in the top 5 now.
Yeah.
Corrected.
Well, his tracker...
There he is, top 3 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just did an adjustment there, and he's P3.
I think he's right there. That's why I'd love to see out the front of his truck and see if we can see dust or not from Paul.
By the way, that trophy truck leaderboard there, as you see, on corrected time, powered by Optima batteries. We appreciate all of their support as we continue to watch the 58th running of the BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000. If you've just joined us, welcome. We're about 250 miles into this 854-mile contest. It has been a beautiful day so far. We'd all talked about weather and thought we might see a lot of weather, but it has not happened as of yet. On board with Alan Ampudia as he negotiates one of the tighter sections here of the course. We do expect weather here before the race is over with, sometime later on, maybe even into this evening. A lot of racing yet to go here, as you can tell. At 250 miles complete here, they went across the 261-mile mark. Ooh! And once again, looks like another truck stuck there on that left-hander.
I think that's still JP Gomez.
Oh, is that still? Oh, I'm sorry, Wes.
JP.
I thought I'd heard you say that he had got cleared earlier, so.
Well, we saw a shot of him getting pulled a little further, but...
He got like 50 yards.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
He's still stuck.
That is crazy that as long as you keep your momentum, you can keep going. But once you get stuck in it, there's almost no getting out of it.
I wonder if they broke a driveline or something, pounding it off the rocks. Because, look, I mean, it looks like they're looking under the truck at this point.
What have they gone there? Maybe 150 yards? Destroyed their race. One moment. One left-hand turn.
This area here, you could see the Cardone and the Sirio cactus there, which is the Bujum, or some people call them a Dr. Seuss cactus. This is right at that point at El Rosario Wash where the fauna really starts to change. And you get from more chaparral that they've been in prior to this, now they start to get into these cactus forests, and you just get a really different look. And like I say, I think a lot of people view this next probably 100, 200 miles of their favorite areas to race through all of Baja.
Great shot of Christopher.
Yeah, he's quite an accomplished driver there at the young age of 25. His 5th year really in the desert. 24 finished 3rd at the Baja 500 and 4th in the Baja 400. 3rd overall at the 2023 Baja 1000. Won trophy truck spec and 2025 King of the Hammers Desert Challenge champ. So he's done a lot of stuff. Of course, we talked about him in short course as well. 2-time Pro Light champ, 15 career wins over there, and went undefeated through 7 events. and into the next one of the events into the next year. So 8 consecutive there in the pro light category. So the young man is very, very talented. And now, of course, out here racing with the absolute best in the desert. And that co-driver he has with him, certainly a driver of excellence. 2 powerhouse families.
And coming off of last year, then to come and put on the pole this year,
yeah,
man, that's really cool to see.
Legit, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Talk about redemption. Come out strong. And look at how clean he's doing now.
And I think he passed on, was it San Felipe that he did not compete in? Otherwise, I think he'd be right there in the points. Didn't finish.
Yeah, he didn't race San Felipe. But he also had some DNFs too. So,
yeah, he had a DNF at the 500, yeah.
He wouldn't be.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he
would
had
not
that heartbreaking 500 where he went 3 turns into the race and DNF'd.
Beautiful blue sky up ahead. Mm-hmm. You can see the dust from Polvordi.
Look how close Ampudia is right there. He's right behind him. Yeah, this is an awesome shot showing how close these guys are together right here.
Yeah.
I mean, Ampudia is right there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Allen, it does look like that breeze is picked back up where they're at now and clearing that course, so just behind the dust. Some room to work, close it back up a little bit if he chooses to push a little harder. Helicopter shot, pretty cool.
I mean, really, for both these guys, I feel like you're sitting where you want to be. For Polvardi, he's held physical first position on the course all day long. Mm-hmm. And then for Allen, he's stayed right out of his dust. So he's been in adjusted lead all day long.
He can continue that and win the race.
Yeah, no, exactly. All Allen's got to do is stay right where he's at, and he'll win. There's a lot of miles to go still, so I mean, there's a lot to be said. So we're getting up to that. Actually, I think they may already be past La Vibra hill climb. I need to. I think they're coming up on it, to be honest here. But this is where it's more technical and rocky through this whole section. And they'll have to kind of pick their way through this. I've been watching the tracker. I'm still trying to get kind of an update on Rob Mack, because I think he is really close to Paul Wheel.
Yeah, adjusted. They have him quicker than Wheel, so that would make sense. Rob qualifying right behind him. Toby Price was third and Rob was fourth, of course, in Luke's truck. And now Wheel driving for Toby Price. So he has certainly, he's closed that gap and then put another 40 seconds on him. So I would think would be right there on him. Look at Kevin Thompson making his way through there out of New Braunfels, Texas. Good buddy of mine that we unfortunately lost out of New Braunfels was the owner of a Top Fuel hydro boat. Texans love their motorsports.
Cut left inside.
Oh, here we go.
In 630
fastball truck.
R4 left crest 10.
Yeah, speaking of Rob McCachran, of course, he's a driver of record, but inside of Luke's truck, but he's driver of record on this particular truck, the number 11. Josh Daniels doing the qualifying and now inside of the truck. Again, as we were talking about having spotters, Jason Burgess spotting for this one from Indianapolis.
I'm curious to see, Rob McCachran is the driver of record here, and he's going to be getting out of the 83 McMillan truck and then getting into this truck. Where do they do that driver change? Because right now, Josh Daniel has been doing a good job. He's 14 minutes back. So that's not a whole lot of leeway. I believe they're going to do the swap right before Fred's tractor trail. So I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of thinking Rob will probably hop in a car, try to rest, eat, close his eyes for a little bit, do the speed zone, let Josh do that, and then probably either get in at the entrance to Matomi Wash, or they had talked about doing it at El Chinero. My gut is that Rob ends up in sooner than El Chinero.
Is that the 600-mile mark?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he had indicated to me, that he was out at 365 of Luke's truck, and then the plan was to get in at the 600 race mile mark.
Yeah, he said that was going to be fluid though, so
we'll see. The initial plan, everything looks good before the race starts.
So
race mile 180, we have civilians stuck on the course, as you see right there, race traffic coming at them. And that is right in front of that left-hander.
Yeah.
So that we believe that is the chase vehicle for the truck that is stuck. So Gomez's truck is stuck, and now the chase vehicle's stuck, and now it looks like another chase vehicle to help from Gomez might help out this chase vehicle. You see him get out and lock the front hubs in.
Maybe they need to start putting winches on their trophy trucks.
Oh, man. From bad to worse. You feel bad for these guys, man.
Well, that was a little ode to their King of the Hammer prowess. They're used to having winches, so.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about how good he is in the rocks. It's the irony of it all.
Just not cobble rocks.
Yeah, a good bit different rocks here, aren't they?
I mean, we saw a ton of people getting stuck there. That section right there is Andy McMillan, probably about a week and a half or so ago, posted that area was going to be a mess, and he was very prophetic, I guess.
Quite interesting juxtaposition. You got one guy just sitting there stuck, and Alan is just letting it rip.
Yeah, continues to drive away.
Jason, what do you think? Do you think that's like a driveline issue?
I would say there's a high probability they got something going on, yeah.
I mean, you've got that thing spinning so fast trying to get that out of there, and those cobble rocks, they can get in the U-joints.
They were in there way too long, trying to throttle it too much, and it could very well just sat on it and shoot her up,
Yeah.
Get it just enough out of alignment, even if it's just a little bit, man, it's going to want to spit out now.
Right.
I mean, at one point they were smoking the tires,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it just had no grip at all, so it had to be beating that.
Or, I mean, they could have tore a brake line off. There's quite a few things that could happen throwing all of those
cobblestones
through
exactly right.
there.
Even, talk about coming in hot.
Yep.
So that's the lead UTV right there.
Of course, no problem navigating that turn.
Yeah, they're like, what's the big deal here, guys?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
Lightweight, all-wheel drive, great power-to-weight ratio. This could be Max Eddy right behind him. It looked like Max Eddy has been holding pace with Hager, which that's a good job by Max Eddy. Generally, I don't usually see him holding pace with Hager, but he's right there. That looks like, I swear it looks like Wayne Matlock or Kristen, like the color scheme on that.
I did not catch a number on that car.
Yeah, I was trying to catch a number as well.
Yeah, it's 1859. I'm looking to see who that is. I don't know. I don't see that on our entry list here.
Yeah, I don't have that either. I have an 1869 with Justin Lambert. But
That could potentially have been Justin Lambert.
Yeah.
Which, if that was Lambert, he's putting a good run in. I'm gonna see if I can find him on the tracker here. So that's kind of back to off-road racing's roots right there with a Baja bug.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, some of the Class 11 cars are out here as well doing what they do. You wonder how Class 11 could, well, I wonder if one of the cutoffs doesn't send them through this particular area. I just don't see a Class 11 car getting through here. Stan Potter, I believe that is, from San Marco, California. And John Paul Sire out of Vermont as well. Hood completely gone on that one.
Yeah, it's a spec truck. I can't see who it is.
So probably stuffed the front end at some point. I think Sean Geiser had a moment. I believe it was Sean Geiser that had a moment qualifying and stuffed the nose really hard. And was that their primary trophy truck that they were going to race? And they ended up in the spec trophy truck class.
Correct. That was the all-wheel drive. I talked to Sean after he flew back up to the States for medical care, and he was in good spirits. He got hurt a little bit, but nothing crazy. He'll be back out, and they broke a few things on that truck, and so they pulled it. Then they went to the spec truck, changed the number over to 200, and
that was a brand new truck. My understanding, it was debuting here at the 1000, correct?
Correct. That is the G6 all-wheel drive truck from Geiser. That is a front-engine all-wheel drive platform, and Sean was qualifying it. So this was in theory going to be its race. I was actually pulling for him. I was hoping they could give the Masons a run for their money. So as soon as I saw that, I texted Sean, and he's like, "Oh man, I'm already back stateside, man. This is what happened." And I was like, "Oh man."
Yeah, it was a pretty hard hit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was very hard. Yeah.
It didn't go much farther after he's finished, as we go back on board with one of our Team Ford efforts, and Brad Lovell once again.
I checked the tracker, and Brock Hager must have had a problem because he's a ways back in the UTV class, and it does look like that was Justin Lambert behind him, but they have quite a few UTVs ahead of them. It looks like Max, I believe it's Max Eddy, Caden McCachran, and then Michael McFadden is who I'm showing as our top three with the tracker, and then Mike Caffro, Justin Morgan, Ronnie Anderson, Brandon Sims, Wayne Matlock. So I mean, he's quite a ways back. He's got a long way to go now to try to work his way back if he's going to try to sweep the UTVs this year in SCORE. So I wonder what happened with Brock, but maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. There's a lot of things potentially could have happened. But when we saw him coming there, I was thinking, oh, maybe he was first, but he's not first anymore. He's close to 10th or so there. Another thing that I want to touch on, that any of the teams listening right now, this is super important. Because of the weather, SCORE has now moved the finish to Rancho Nelson. So we aren't going to do the wash back into town. I think with the forecast for torrential downpours, they just don't want to risk dealing with that. and they're moving it to Rancho Nelson. So everybody, if you want to spread the word, the finish has been moved to Rancho Nelson.
You mentioned McFadden there. Tommy Morse, Hall of Famer Tommy Morse, chimed in and said he actually has, we were talking about the damper packages on those things, shocks, and he said they actually have dual rear shocks with external bypasses on McFadden's car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. So Jason, you and I were kind of speculating on that. So yes, he does have, I could have swore he did have them, so I'm glad you confirmed that.
So that pushes him into that class for sure. And he's sitting third, so he does, I mean, he's 7 miles behind right now. We still have a long race to go. McFadden can definitely come forward.
Yeah, he's right in the hunt there. So, I mean, that's, as far as a non-Polaris, that's the best shot, because everybody else is all Polaris, and they're almost all of them are in the factory cars too.
In that top 10, yeah. It's like a factory car sweep of McFadden.
Well, Max Eddy, factory car. McCachran, factory car.
Mm-hmm.
Then McFadden is in a Can-Am, but then you've got, well, Cafra's in that mid-tag car.
Correct. Still Pro R.
Yeah. And then Justin Morgan, factory car.
Matlock,
factory car. I don't know if Ronnie's in, they're in one of their own builds, aren't they? I don't think he switched to a factory
Ronnie
car.
may be a Matag car.
Yeah,
I'd have to check that. That may actually be in a Matag car.
Yeah. Unless they switched, they normally run that. Is it a mid-tag car that they're running? Yeah, it is, right?
I need to check that, but I'm almost positive that's a Matag car.
Because they had one that they had built themselves too, but I do think they were running a mid-tag car. So.
Saw Cameron Steele there for a moment, kind of appropriate to follow up Cameron with a 1600 car. Of course, the number 16 on Cameron Steele's truck is based off of his early days when he was running a 1600 buggy. That's how it all got started for him. Still a buggy dork to this day.
All right, we're gonna want to watch Paul Wheel in the Toby Price car, because they are coming into the highway section, and so here we got Alan pitting. We're gonna start seeing pit stops here. BFG2 is right here at El Sacrificio restaurant, right where you hit the highway, and we're gonna see a lot of pit stops in this area. So I would assume Polvarde would be pitting around here. Alan just did. So right now he's gonna go a little bit further. This is where the BFG pit is, and then he's gonna make a left and go onto Highway 1 into the speed zone. And El Sacrificio restaurant's right there on his left.
Kyle Kraft doing the navigating, by the way, for Alan Amputi as we go back on board with Cameron Steele in the two-wheel drive class.
The car I really want to watch right now would be Toby Price, because I think there might be another switch coming up here pretty soon.
Jason, is that a cutting brake up there by the shifter?
Yeah, what's even more important is like he's not on a sequential. He's still one of the old school guys. It would be a turning brake, not a cutting brake. Oh. Brenthal is not moving. I can't tell which Brenthal that is, though.
That seems like a spec truck, doesn't it?
I'm going to look it up right now.
Oh, I think it is.
No, that's 27.
That's a 27.
Well, they had problems right off the start.
Okay.
So I'm assuming like right off the start. So they probably try to get that thing going again, and then looks like now they're have another issue. There's Phil Blurton coming through 180. Something else to watch is Phil Blurton started in the Pro UTV forced induction class. So he started quite a ways back behind like say, well, Max Eddy, I think, is our physical leader in the UTVs. So on adjusted, is he able to make up time and, close distance as far as adjusted time?
I believe that was Gary Magnus that was that Gary Magnus that just negotiated that left-hander and made his way through. Thor Herbst still out here getting it done. As we talked about before, in the spec class.
I got an update on Luke McMillan and Rob Mack. I think we're thinking their Starlink might be down because they're on the Racer Redefined. They're not showing up there, and I'm not getting any other communication with them, as well as we don't have their in-car. So we may have lost Starlink on the 83 truck.
What that tube was that was running down the center bar. Looks like fire suppression.
No, that's gonna be vent. Their fuel cell's probably in the front.
Okay.
Yeah. Fire suppression is a much smaller diameter line.
Dig it, man. Monster Energy, Vision Wheels, BFG, all part of that program for Phil. And that is a 27 truck there on the split screen. Jonathan Brenthal and company, unfortunately, having a tough go of it here. The 2014 Baja 500 Trophy Truck Spec winners. Of course, the Brenthals, so talented and a big name in this industry.
And they blew a belt. That is a belt change.
It doesn't take much for that to happen, right? I mean, a rock gets in there and...
It could be something as simple as the power steering is not cooperating. There's several things that could cause the belt to not cooperate.
Cliff Beasley lined up over there now.
Straight on through.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff out of Yuma, Arizona.
And EJ, smooth. Makes that look a little too easy. He is just cruising.
We really had some good success here in the spec category. Finished 4th at the 1,000 going back to 2022. 12th overall, pretty impressive effort there for sure. Finished 3rd at the Mint a year ago. He is a cousin to Thor and Pierce. Speaking of Thor.
I mean, it just looks like they're cruising. No effort whatsoever. Phenomenal. I mean, you can tell he has got a lot of seat time. He knows that truck really well.
Thousands of miles of seat time, right? And it really pays off. And these kids have been born, they were born into this stuff.
And they have a phenomenal prep and logistics as well.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
500. Turn left and stay left.
Justin. I mean, another driver that has got an absurd amount of miles. Very smooth.
Yeah, so all that seat time in combination, you talked about the prep on these cars to get them so that they'll survive this incredibly tough terrain. But then the drivers, when they have so much seat time, they're also able to help take care of that car versus a younger driver that doesn't have that seat time and, you know, makes an unknowing mistake.
Yeah, there's definitely a big difference. If they are truly one with their platform, it is unreal how smooth they can be. And even more importantly, how they can save the car. If something's going wrong or whatever, they already know, they can see it, they can drive the car to that and continue to drive it to it and then finish the race.
I think it's just like we had John Griffin up here earlier. At one speed, he said he could see all the rocks. A little faster speed, he started losing track of some of the rocks, and it got a little rough on him, could hurt him. You know, conversely here inside of the trucks, these guys, I'm sure they're going to run whatever speed they can possibly run, but I think the veterans see stuff ahead and know when to tiptoe around it or steer clear of it, whatever the case may be. It's better to give up a little bit of speed here, keep the truck alive, where somebody that doesn't have that experience is just going to run it.
And knowing what your platform can and can't do. Knowing when you need the lift, when you can just hold it down and let the truck eat. I mean, there's those, you can only do that through seat time and experience. Nobody can tell you how to do that.
Belt changed here, it looks like, for the 27 Unlimited Trophy truck. They'll put the hood back on this one and hop back in, and hopefully all is well.
And this is their front engine all-wheel drive platform. You can hear Brent just letting her work. That is a Herbst platform that Brent is in. Or 19 Industries, I'm sorry. Boy, that thing is working.
Yeah, carrying some good speed here.
Definitely make it look like easy, like you can just go out and do this.
The good ones always do.
And then someone who's never been in a truck gets in one and they're like, whoa, man. Yeah. This is not what I thought.
Not quite as easy as it looked.
Davis. Oh, okay. Recovery is being recovered.
The second chase truck that's gotten buried in that mess.
Oh, this is a rough day.
Yeah, right in the middle of the course.
Yeah, is that the race truck on the left? I can't see.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I think so.
You see what I'm saying? You can almost see part of it.
So
yeah.
Now they've got the race course blocked and the right lane blocked, if you want to call that a lane. We did see him go on the outside of that truck. There's a wider version. You can't skinny by on the right side. And once you get around that tight left-hander, I think they're probably okay to go around the left side there, but it's a mess. It's treacherous. You've got people there trying to get vehicles that are not stuck. I mean, it's just enough room. And those guys, as you talked about before, I mean, standing on a throttle, flinging rocks. And you have no choice to do it. You've got to do that to get through there.
Thompson through another pit.
Concrete Motorsports there for Thompson.
And here is Baldy, two-wheel drive trophy truck class.
How about that? Kevin Thompson also completing every mile so far this year in the hunt for the Rod Hall Milestone Award. Here we go. Let's see how it goes down.
Class 10 approaching.
Oh, and he tries to stay left. That's a mistake. He's going to have to go to the right and around. Yee! And people trying to get out of the way, that's not easy to do. Well, it looks like the support truck's freed up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the race truck doesn't really look damaged.
I'm with you, though. I mean, don't you think something underneath there has to be?
Yeah, because right now it looks like he could go. So I could very well be something that's holding him up on that side of the table now. Five car, yeah.
Hardcore, man.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
First race car ever built was a 516.
Oh, really?
Yeah. UTVs didn't exist really back then. Those were the coolest things ever. Then UTVs came out and they got faster and faster.
I missed him. The 594, Peter Everett's out there as well. Another 5 car out of Dallas, Texas. And Brenthal
is moving again.
Back up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we talked about before, the Sportsman's running 721 miles, so they might not have to run that one difficult area. I don't know that they could get through that, and they do allow them to get around some areas where they would not be able to navigate it.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at the ruts. I mean, they make it look like it's nothing, but those things are huge or massive.
There we go. He's moving again.
Wow. What a battle.
He didn't really lose that much time. It wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
It was,
they might not feel that way inside the truck
or something. It's still a long ways to go for that class.
You're right. You're right.
That was Adler in the Jimco.
How about that? He'd been running in the Legends class and back to the two-wheel drive category.
And I believe him...
Greg or his brother?
They're teamed up together this race, so I'm not sure who's in the truck right now. Now back to full-pace trophy truck. Oh.
Boy, close. Oh, so close to not making it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not over yet, is it? In a little momentum. Now, I saw Christopher short shift that thing and just let it grunt a little bit. Back to first.
Yeah, he qualified starting in second.
And watching Christopher do what he does, we go to a split screen here and show Alan Ampudia as well, still has clean track. In the meantime, we're going to get it back up to my buddy Mr. Wes Miller. He has a, Wes, I understand you have a nice video for us.
As we're watching Alan and Polvardi come through this section here, yeah, right around race mile 310, went out there, was pre-run the course. Let's take a look at how things are looking and what they're going to be racing through.
As the competitors continue south, They're heading through this area towards Catavina. Now from San Quintin to here, it starts off really rocky and technical. The leaders are gonna need to be making sure they pick their way through, don't have any flats, because after that it starts to open up. As they come into Highway 1, there's a speed zone there that brings you into the area we're in now. And this is right by race mile 310. Should still be daylight for our leaders as they're coming in this area. It's gonna be a fast pace through here. There's really, from the whole start to this portion of the course, there's only a couple spots that are really rocky and technical. I think the area that's gonna kind of make or break things so far is gonna be coming just east of San Quintin, where it gets really rocky and there are some uphills in that area, as well as some of the silt coming into San Quintin. Other than that, the course is pretty fast. Once we hit here, we're gonna continue towards Catavina and then drop on the highway, go to the southernmost part of the course, take an area called Fred's Tractor Trail, and then turn north and start heading back towards the finish.
You see in this area, you have all those cardone cactus. This is where you get into the big forests of those. And then you also have elephant trees, the Boojum or Sirios cactus. And at race mile 292, they crossed over into a protected area here. What happens now is there's an alphanumeric VCP, and you can't really deviate from the course through this. It's a lot tighter. They're keeping them on that track through this whole section. Polvarde is leading. You got Impudia right behind him. You can see in this shot, you've got Polvarde's dust right there, which is basically where Alan's been keeping his truck all day. He's just keeping that pressure on Polvarde. And then I think Toby Price has gotten back in. I'm trying to get word from their team right now. But at some point soon, if Toby's not in, he's gonna be getting in. And then you have Rob Mack and Tavo. And that group of 5 trucks, they're all neck and neck. We also did a little piece on how SCORE is working with the Mexican authorities in this protected area to make sure that we keep this land open for future races. So let's have a look at this.
Racing organization, SCORE International, is always looking to improve, whether it's making them safer, more competitive, or working with local Mexican authorities to make sure that it protects the environment. So something that SCORE has done new for this year's Baja 1000 is created an alphanumeric VCP system. They've made 94 of them in this section of the course, and it has a 30-foot validation. So the competitors have to be within 30 feet to clear that VCP. At race mile 292, where they're in the speed zone on Highway 1, they actually cross over into a protected area here. This is a Unseco World Protected Area. And that's because it is a very unique environment here. You've got the Cardone cactus, Sirio cactus. This area is actually called Valle de los Sirio, and they want to preserve it as much as possible. So SCORE has worked hand in hand to make sure that the competitors stay on course here and they don't disrupt the environment. That way SCORE can continue to race through here, but it also protects this beautiful land.
Yeah, really nicely done there, Wes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's important. You know, that's a UNESCO protected area for the distinct fauna that they have there with all those different cactus. Those Boojum trees are basically only found in that region of Baja. There's one little area on mainland Mexico in the Sonoran Desert, but they want to protect that, and so SCORE's been working with the Mexican government to try to have a compromise where we can still race through there, but it is also keeping the land as protected as possible.
Boojum or Bougie?
Well, I'll just say a Cactus, which is the Spanish version, which actually I think it means like a candle, basically. And they kind of do look like a long, tall candle.
Jason, we'll have to keep an eye on him. I'm watching those tequila bottles and make sure that the labels are fresh, because they're really, really close to where Wes is there. So if he starts to, we'll know with all the names that he has to say. We'll know if he starts slurring a little bit. But I'm keeping an eye on those labels.
Yeah, so far they're still sealed, but we got a long way to go.
I'm pretty sure the ones to your left are not sealed.
Hey, you weren't supposed to say anything to anybody about those.
I didn't know about the ones to the left. All right. Now back on board here with Christopher Polverdi, who's had a great run since the start of this race. If you've just joined us, he qualified number 1. He and Bryce Menzies are sharing driving duties. Bryce has yet to get in, but Christopher has done an incredible job here in the number 94 truck. That is Bryce's truck, from what I understand. Best that money can buy out here, but Christopher, a very talented young driver, I believe at the age of 25. He's 25 or 26 years old. And wise beyond his years, has done a really good job of taking care of this truck. He's pushed just hard enough, as we've documented here, to stay out first on road and stay in that clean air. Not necessarily always first and corrected. I want to say maybe even fell back to 4th or 5th at one point on corrected time. With that said, we're talking about a matter of 45 seconds or so, but has done a fabulous job of keeping that truck out front, clean air, taking care of the truck, knowing that you're not going to win this thing in the first 300 miles.
And you ought to keep in mind that he also has a Mason Gen 1 as well. So he's got a truck, his personal truck that he races too, that's
They could have gone either way with either one of those trucks,
correct,
really.
Correct. So it's not like he just jumped in Bryce's and it's his first go. He's got a lot of experience in the mid-engine all-wheel drive platform. Now we're back to Alan.
Alan with a little bit of dust there. That'll give you an idea of just how close he is to Christopher. And as Wes has documented, he's pretty much kept that truck right there all day, just in the back of the dust trail from Christopher.
He's in the sweet spot. He's still ahead on corrected, what looks like to be roughly 31 seconds right now, and just barely kissing that dust.
He was safely out of it a little before, but now has closed that gap as we go back on board Luke McMillan's truck and Rob McCachran, the starting driver there. We see the corrected time at the 300 race mile mark. So Rob Mack just about to get out of this one here, another 65 miles or so.
One of the drivers that does like the lead nav. That's what you're hearing right there.
Sweeping 45 left. In 901 feet. Accelerate.
Again, he just makes it look easy. It's like when you see like professional surfers or anything, you think, oh man, I could easily do that. They make it look so easy.
No, I've had the pleasure of, Rob's a good friend, call him a good friend, and had the pleasure to be around him so much in short course racing, but there's just nobody any more dedicated. There might be somebody as dedicated, you'd be hard pressed to find that, but no more dedicated than Rob McCachran. When he wakes up in the morning, he's thinking about this. And when he goes to sleep, he's thinking about this. He's probably dreaming about this while he's sleeping. It never ends for him. And he's always trying to come up with a way to do it a little bit better. He's incredibly smart. And if you really get him to open up and talk to him, which I'm sure that you have along the way, Jason, that brain, man, it works on fire. It's a common denominator that I see with extremely talented race drivers is the high level of speed that they think and how efficiently they do it.
And the other note too is the sheer experience he has with all the different platforms. He's one of the few drivers that has basically driven everything.
Well, when you talk about the passion for it, it should be documented here for him. If he couldn't race anything else, he'd go climbing a 1600 and get it done. I mean, it doesn't matter to him. He'd prefer to be at a high level class, of course, but his passion for motorsports is just second to none. Hall of Famer, of course, 60 years old, I believe, and uber talented. So much experience.
And he still has his own truck, if I'm not mistaken. He still has a
he
Geyser,
does. He's the 11 truck that Josh Daniels is driving.
Straight over, in 702 feet, 30 left. 30 left, in 521 feet, straight accelerate, straight accelerate. In 647 feet, 10 left, in 993 feet, straight accelerate. Straight
Yeah, chatting with him, I'd mentioned this before, 13 days of pre-running out here.
Mm-hmm. Then wash out left. 10 left.
I know they opened up the beginning of the course literally yesterday. I think the first 45 miles for pre-running, and he said, I'll be on course first thing in the morning pre-running. So, I mean, every last opportunity to gain any sort of advantage that he possibly can, and he'll take advantage of it. Speaking
That's
of Josh
not good.
Daniel
Yeah.
and the 11 truck.
This is McCachran's. This is the fastball truck.
Yeah, and for the fans at home that wonder why it's called the fastball truck, it's because it's based after Bobby Patton, who's one of the owners for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Consequently, the fastball truck.
I can't hear you.
I can't quite tell what they're doing. Could be a few different things.
We'll see if we can dig into this and find out exactly what has gone wrong. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we have a lot more action to come here. The first 300 done, so a number of miles yet to go here at the 58th running of the BFGoodrich Tires SCORE Baja 1000. We'll be back in just a moment.
AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
All right, welcome back to the 58th SCORE Baja 1000. We're on here with Josh Daniel. They've been in this pit for a while. This is the Jimco fastball truck. We've seen it have issues with, I believe it was the power steering belt, I think, has been a problem before. So I kind of wonder if that's something that they have going on again here. Josh Daniel's been driving this. Rob Mack is supposed to get in this truck a little bit later. He is the driver of record. So we'll see if they can get this thing back up and going. In the meantime, we have been kind of monitoring some of our leaders here. The dirt bikes are coming into San Matias. 7X still has the lead. I can expand this here. So you've got 7X with Tyler Lynn. I want to see that updated 2 minutes ago, and then Arturo Salas 2 minutes ago. So Arturo Salas is at 688, and then Tyler Lynn is at 713. So they have a pretty substantial lead there. Yeah, the 1X had kind of closed it up a little bit at one point, but now we are back to a pretty substantial lead for the 7X team. From right here, though, the thing that we want to monitor, I think the lead bikes are going to get through this okay, but San Matias, they're going to head up a wash, and then they're going up into Valle de Trinidad. Then they're working their way back towards K77, Ojos, and then Ensenada. The other thing that I've been watching, though, here is the radar. So you see this big front that's coming in. We've been waiting for this to hit. And if we watch the animation on this, we start it starts filling in at so 3 o'clock, you've got Ensenada. This road we're seeing right there is Highway 3, and this is all race course in this area. So they're going to be getting some rain, and you see this big cell is working its way that direction. If we start getting into 335,
looks like that.
And we start getting a lot more moisture coming in. The good news for people is San Felipe's side is still looking like it's going to be fairly dry.
Right.
As well as the southern point. I think it's going to be this last 100 miles from Valle de Trinidad to Ensenada where there's potential for this to get pretty nasty in there. Right. And I think especially, this is 425. So our bikes are going to have to finish into the rain. But as this storm continues to come in, there's more moisture out there in the Pacific, and it's just going to keep working in. And we got this flow of moisture coming in. You see it as that refresh. There's a really long storm that is flowing into Baja.
Right.
And I think by the time our four-wheel vehicles get into this area, there's potential for this to be pretty inundated with water.
Right.
So you could have standing water. Some of the washes could have running water. And there's potential for it to get pretty muddy and nasty up in here.
Got it. Thank you, Wes. John Griffin and myself back. I want to shout out to Ken Stout and Jason Hurd. They're doing a little break right now as well. They did a fantastic job. We're kicking in. Thank you, Wes. As Wes was saying, John, as things get a little more later into this competition and the weather comes at us, these bikes and these quads are going to be getting nailed pretty solid. Well, hopefully the bikes will get through it. But
yeah, it looks like the bikes will probably finish in time. The storm keeps kind of swirling, and most of it keeps moving to the north.
Right.
So we'll see what ends up sticking, but they're certainly making some preparations for it. And I was just noticing that it appears the 1X motorcycle, by the way, it hasn't moved, so it looks like it's 0.0 mile an hour, which usually means he's dead in the water, so either the mechanical or a health issue or
hopefully
something.
It's not a tracking issue too.
But the
maybe.
7X is definitely pulling away, but normally they'll show that it just hasn't picked up, but there is a
Hasn't
speed the
pinged.
last time it pinged.
Yep.
So it's showing a 0 mile an hour. So we'll hope that the rider's okay there. But
Okay.
Anyway, the 7X is definitely sailing. They're just about ready to leave they've left the desert floor and are moving up the hills. But some of the other classes are
Okay.
still kind of an update. We've got the 400X still kind of leading the brigade of the 40 class, and they're having some battles with a sportsman team.
Okay.
And then we have the Ironman. There's 21 Ironmen.
Wow.
I was going to give you an update on that, and hold on just a second.
Well, you were speaking just a little earlier about the 7X. We've got some 7X footage here from before.
Nice.
Let's try to pull that up as you source the sportsman, the Ironman, I should say. And here's a replay.
That's a 7X by Morelia Junction earlier, yes. So on the right side of the screen here, you'll see Larry Cerna, and he's won in the past. Looks like he's got about a 10-mile lead over the Eric Estrada. Kyle Tunis in third, but just see how packed that class is. Of the motorcycles, that's the largest class of the day, and the whole race, 850 miles, all by themselves.
That's just unbelievable. I mean, you know what they're going through.
I just, I've had buddies talk about doing it. I'm like, no. I just, there's
You can appreciate it.
Oh yeah, there's a certain point when I'm just like ready to get off that bike. My rear end is sore. I can't think anymore. I'm going
Punishing.
crazy and nuts and want to eat food or whatever. Just ready to get off. So these guys are gluttons for punishment.
Yikes. All righty, back to Christopher Polvardi, and hopefully in a little bit too, we'll see what's going on with those quads. We'll get an update going for that too, and some of the other classes hopefully as well. In the meantime though, sunny, clear air, at least for Polvardi, as he leaves a massive trail of dust, setting that ground on fire, so to speak. We'll listen in as we go inside the cab of the 94 truck.
Wiggle, rock right. Squiggle, then right 5 tight. Right 5. Squiggle, then rock off. And right 4 tight, then left 3. Rock off. Right over, and squiggle. Then squiggle, then caution dip, then left 4 tight. Right 4 tight, then dip. Caution, right 3 tight. Squiggle, then narrow. Left right 2. Right 4, then left 3. Right 3 opens, then right 3, then left 3. Right 3, then left 3. Right 3, then left 3. Right 3 narrow, then left 3. Right 3 tight, left 3, then right 3. Rock left track, then caution narrow, big rock left. Left 3, right 2, left 2. Right 3 tight, then left 3, then right 3. Then caution, slide right over. Then left 3. Then vehicle with 3 left. Right 4, the left 4, the right 4 touches.
All right, here we see Alan Impudia making his way. And we also have some social media that we'd like to share with you guys too. We'll bring that up here. We transfer over to some of your footage. Some buggy action happening.
That's the heart of the Baja
There it
right
is.
there.
There it is
You
right
have
there.
to be a little off your rocker to just sign up and race one of those. I
All
love
right,
it.
so who's more off their rocker, a buggy or an Ironman on bike?
You know, you probably would want to be in a bar with both of them later because they're going to just be hilarious.
They'll be arm wrestling.
Yes.
For sure. Wow. One more time, once again with feeling. 19 truck Herps coming through. Oh, dang. Oof, that was a chase vehicle. That's a chase vehicle. I love the
Everybody is
effort.
Iron Man Stewart when it comes to Baja.
Apparently so.
Yes, the chase truck
He
drivers.
would be very proud. Okay, what else you got? Different pace on this one. Oh, dang. Oh, no. I'm just waiting for them to come out and push it over.
Yep. I use our
jeez.
little help.
In case you missed it, I love the commentary. I'll let him do it for me. Yeah, I think if that's what the truck would sound like.
I think so.
Yeah, that's probably
what the driver's saying right now.
Yeah, right. There we go. Woo! Yeah.
Look at that dust.
The one and only Robbie Gordon ripping through.
So you really hope that your tent is on the correct side of the road.
Yeah, not getting just coated.
Yes.
In his happy place.
Sometimes it changes during the day of what's the best side to be on.
Sure.
Sometimes it's like sitting around a campfire and the smoke always following you.
Yeah, exactly, no matter where you go. All right, back to Polvardi out front. You can also see it. Our adjusted times to the left of your screen, race mile 325, powered by Optima batteries. Let's see the shadow of the helicopter following, getting this amazing footage. It's such a different experience to see this sort of serene vantage point, and then you hear what's really happening down there. And it's so chaotic inside that cab.
Yeah, they've had a great day. I mean, Christopher has just done a great job driving that truck. Never lost the physical lead.
Nope.
And, we talked to Bryce Menzies earlier, who's going to be getting in the truck later around the San Felipe area. And, he has to be proud of his guy for keeping it in one piece so far. And, I'm sure he's just licking his chops at getting the truck in the lead.
For sure.
And having a clean course in front of him. And we'll see what they have in the last half of the race.
Super happy for Christopher. I mean, he really needs this. He really needs just a solid run. You know how bad he wants to give a great truck over to Bryce and let Bryce really just lean in, take it home maybe. Tough season, but look, it's a testament to their ability to not quit no matter what.
Yep.
Right? And this whole, every race is about, you just got to make it to that finish line no matter what. No matter what.
Yeah.
And these guys are a testament to that.
And the story runs throughout the whole race, and it's not just the driver or the co-pilot, but the chase teams.
Well, we just saw on social media how, how invested these chase teams are.
Well, yeah, the guy's getting big air in the truck, but even the chase teams that had to drive onto the rocks to get their other driver out of the rocks.
And then they get stuck, and then we got to get them out.
Absolutely. And then there's accidents on the highway, and they can't get to their section and so forth. So
here's something.
There's a motorcycle rider.
Can we see who that is? You recognize? Thumbs up. Okay, well, that's a good sign. Good spirits. No physical harm done.
Looks like some gray hairs, so probably either the 50 or 60 class would probably be my guess.
Gotcha.
There's a nice little line.
Yeah, you know, when we were on break, John, you were showing me some couple pretty brutal crashes on the motos.
Oh yeah, yeah. You overshoot a corner. One of the guys hit a big ditch right next to the road and over
right
the
into
bars,
the rut.
and
that looked painful.
Yeah, yeah. We saw the UTV just rolls over, and it's someone's needing their help and whatever, but everyone's pretty much inside and safe in a cage. But the motorcyclists, they're
vulnerable.
Yeah, they're vulnerable, and they're out there risking it, and boy, it's awesome when it works well.
Yep. Here we see Thor Herbst, the 200 truck.
Got a couple other classes for you, just to give you an update.
Would love an update.
In the Pro Quad, we have Timothy Levitt at race mile 357, about 30 miles ahead of Foley Lopez, and then Aaron Kosnick, looks like. Sorry if I announced the names, but those are the 3 teams in that Pro Quad class.
Okay. Did any of your team down there ping you, letting you know that 1X actually ran out of gas? Did you hear that?
No, didn't. It wouldn't probably be a gas thing, but they do have a chase driver or another team rider that's going to be riding a motorcycle into that spot to try and take care of him and find out whether it's mechanical or a physical thing.
Got you.
So they have sent Shane Logan out on a bike to go in and see what they can do.
Little Birdie had mentioned it might be a gas situation, but maybe it is mechanical, so we'll find out.
0.2 mile an hour a minute ago, so either someone's pushing the bike or something.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, that it could be a fuel pump. We've certainly had issues with fuel pumps in the past where they quit pumping, and the Eric Holt team that had a fuel injector go out. That's one of the things about the bikes is they have a dry fill, and so there's a cap typically on the top to try to keep dirt out, but you come in and they just stick the thing on and pour the gas in. So if there's dirt inside, they just force the dirt right into your tank, and then eventually the little screen on the inside the tank gets full of dirt, or it can, and then you're no longer pumping fuel, just pumping air.
A little while ago, we saw the 11 truck getting worked on. We were all kind of scratching our heads what was going on. I got word that it looks like they were working on the front limiting straps to get those in order. And once those are set to go, I'm sure that'll be get that truck back on the course and in action. So maybe we can maybe you'll see if it's actually moving on the course map there. See if the 11 truck is moving. In the meantime, we'll lock in here more back to Thor Herbst. Got nice clean air in front of him.
Yep, the 11 was doing 52 mile an hour at race mile 298.
Great. Back to Christopher Polvardi. Yeah, it is interesting as we go to all these different sections of our course. At 1 minute it's blue skies, sun's out looking good, and down by the water it looks like it's 6 o'clock almost.
Yeah, I did get an update from the team. It looks like they ran out of gas.
It's a gas situation.
So that's one of those where you start scratching your head
talking about it.
kicking some tails. It's really frustrating. Hopefully they can do it in time to save second place.
No issues here with those rocks. You know, it's so interesting. For some people that don't know, once we go in tight like that, you see the size of how big those rocks really are. Those aren't little stones.
Yeah.
Those are huge, you know.
Yeah, bigger than a softball in most
I was going to say,
cases.
they're
It's
like
a football almost.
Some of them are soccer ball, kind of small watermelon size down there, so they could do insane damage. Wade Porter on our screen now, Legends truck.
We look at that trophy truck, 5 trucks at race mile 325 within a minute and 33 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insanely good racing.
Fantastic. So.
And you almost think that there's probably some thought that you get to the desert floor in the San Felipe area where they've raced many times. There's some usually either ors and washes and so forth, that some of them might just be thinking, hey, we'll stay in line You know, unless someone, you know, obviously goes off the track, has a tire flat or something.
Yep.
But we'll settle the race there, where we can really get after it and pass someone without tangling.
There could be that opportunity they've been waiting for.
So yeah, all of us as viewers need to stay tuned because it's coming.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Plenty of race. Well, as we were saying, there's still a Baja 500 in front of some of these guys.
Yeah.
You know,
854 miles.
right?
So.
And so, you know, we're checking in here at the 325 mark. Yeah, they still got plenty of course to go.
It's just always going back and forth between Ampudia and Pavorde. It's just interesting to watch the difference in sound and the speed, and you're thinking, oh, he's clearly going slower. But then you look at it, he's still ahead on time because he's smooth and his on and off throttles. He's just kind of rolls through things.
Being very selective. Where do I punch it? Where do I let off? Yeah. Where do I risk just a little extra?
Yeah. Just definitely has a smooth throttle, you know, driving style, and both of them at this point are about the same speed, just done in a different way.
Right. Listen in there to Alan's truck.
This almost looks like a separate, a unique line or something.
I was going to say, yeah.
It doesn't look as beaten up as some of the others, but I guess it's
less
all rock.
Here we go. More smooth. Up goes the speedometer.
I would be interested in seeing that on the tracker.
All right. Here we are, 773 Ranger Raptor with Ford Racing. Still out there competing. I'll tell you, if that rain comes, they'll be happy to have a windshield. Another Ford here, the F50 Raptor. We have 4 different kind of Fords in this: the Raptor, the Raptor R, the 150, and the Bronco.
Okay.
So,
wow. That's excellent. Ford's putting a big effort in, a lot of crew on the ground as well to support the effort, and certainly finishing the SCORE Baja 1000 is still
big deal,
an important achievement.
Yep, big caveat. Feather in the cap, so to speak. Your buddy looks relatively calm inside. From this perspective?
Yeah, you're thinking that at this point the euphoria of the race and how I'm going to do it, I'm going to beat these guys, and now you're just like, how much longer till I get out of this car?
At what point, does that adrenaline start to wear off? Then the fatigue starts to set in, and then knowing that that's coming, how do I stay sharp? What does one do to kind of just, get yourself back in it?
I'll tell you what I do. I typically look at the mileage, and on the Stella, which is in every vehicle, motorcycle, quad, and vehicles, it'll tell you what race mile you are. Usually there's some posted 5 mile, every 5 miles there'll be a posted race mile, but a lot of those get knocked down by cars and trucks.
Yeah.
So I'll know in my head where I'm going to be swapping with the other rider. And so then I'm like, oh, it's only 90 miles left. Okay, how quick can I make these 90 miles? There's only 70 miles left. And it starts to build up of like,
okay, chop it down.
Yep.
Chop it down.
I can push that hard for this much longer.
Sure.
It's only going to be this much longer.
Good way to do it.
Or even if there's a gas stop. Hey, I got a gas stop coming in 20 miles. Like, okay, I can do that. I can
something to look forward to, so to speak. Yep. All right, back at race mile 180. So far, we don't see anybody stuck, which is a good thing. Looks like that fence is going to have to get repaired at some point, but as long as we don't have any casualties.
Starting to see some lights on the vehicles.
That is the good thing. Yep. All right. We'll see how this next competitor fares as they make their way into a sharp corner.
And it's interesting too, the daylight. You know, as we go between the cameras that are right here on the beach, look kind of almost not dark, but certainly later in the day.
Yeah.
And then you see those shots where they're on the desert floor further south, and it's still very bright,
It's
sunny.
gorgeous. Yep. Looks like these lines are starting to get dug in a bit better out there too.
Now those lighter cars just don't dig into the rocks nearly as much.
They're
They
not
can
as heavy.
Just balance and stay on the top.
Brett Fox.
Truck looks real steady.
Yep, steady.
Although I'll tell you what, those cameras, the newer the camera, they have the isolation from the shock, and they just make it look like it's a Cadillac ride.
Right.
And you're like,
If only.
that is not what it was like. I see
Yeah.
my friends on motorcycles use the latest GoPros and so forth, and you're just like, wait a minute, no way, I was getting my teeth just knocked out.
Maybe the move is to invest in getting some sort of a Baja VR machine, like F1's got sim racing and stuff. So maybe we set something up for Baja.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the old camera on that just is like jostling all over the place.
Or we'll just have two people left and right just punching you and pushing you back and forth.
Yeah, camera A and camera B. This is what it feels like. This is
reality
so
versus Instagram.
Fans at home aren't going to be all shaken up.
Right. Sam Baldy. There we go.
Looks like we got access to their K&N filter there, right inside the dash. Just slide one out, put another one in.
Let's listen in for a moment.
101 mile an hour.
Yeah. 110. Mile 743, and at any moment we are thinking that the 7X will be coming through. Looks like we got a
that looks like in
BFGoodrich
the
down
area
there.
they call Hamu, just after the goat trail, come up to the top and hit this spot. I did a pit for the Hero team there last year. And you see the guys all in jackets?
Yeah,
that's
the
where
blue jackets.
last year we got a little bit of rain, and up there it was some snowflakes coming down.
Really?
Yeah, it gets cold in a hurry, and the sun goes down. Had to fire up the hot cocoa.
Yeah, we'll see some people running. We'll keep our eye on this and come back if we see 7X coming through. In the meantime, we'll lean into Michael McFadden.
This is that Can-Am powered UTV, I believe.
He's close to someone here. He's got somebody in front.
Yep, co-pilot, she's steering him. Battle on.
Back to Phil Blurt.
Maybe they're competing with each other. I don't know.
Do we see that on your map there?
That's a
You
good
see
idea.
Phil in front?
2944. Let's find that.
A little dust, but that's much further down. Definitely taking a moment to wipe the visors off. final shot.
Pretty big.
She got out.
Yeah.
So I don't think she was gonna finish the whole thing, but
well, that would be a pretty wise decision.
Daunting
I think.
task.
Yeah.
Daunting task to solo that.
There's plenty left. You could go again.
Yeah. Get back in there.
6 feet. Gas, gas.
Josh Daniel. Here we go.
Gas, gas. In 928 feet. R4.
Lead nav.
R4. In
In your ear.
1,092 feet. L4 rocks both
Might have
sides.
been turned off in the helmet, but
L4 rocks
nonetheless.
both sides. In 1,280 feet. L4R3. L4R3.
So John, if you have a lead nav going like that, how else is the co-driver contributing to this experience here for the driver?
Well,
if he's not calling out
in 0.3 miles. L4.
Directions.
Well, another thing that they can do is carry on the communications with the team.
Right.
What position I am. Am I ahead? Am I behind? How far am I behind? Am I gaining? Am I losing ground?
He's doing diligence.
Yep.
Or she's doing diligence. Yeah.
And they might be running comms back and forth between, like I say, their chase crews.
Sure.
Are they all set up? Do we need anything at the next stop? Yeah, there's a rattle, there's a belt that's loose, there's a squeak. Can you be prepared? Have this. We think that the left side's got something wrong with it.
So they can prepare, their chase team can prepare.
Yep, have the tools all ready to go.
Yeah.
In 0.3 miles. L3 rock right.
And a lot of times they're both just tired and they're just both hanging on.
Yeah.
And so it's just like you're just both probably going to be quiet because having a pep talk in your ear might not help.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it will.
Yeah, well, maybe if it aggravates you, wake you up a little bit more.
Although if you found out that, hey, you're gaining ground on the guy in front of you,
That's
it's
motivating.
like, hey, I'd be like, okay, cool, let's go for it. So Baldy and Sam Baldy and Cameron Steele and Ethan Ebert are.
Oh, here we go. Race mile 743. There's 7X ripping through. That's Tyler Lynn. No pitting for him. And just like that, he's there and he's gone.
Yeah.
And here's our leaderboard for Pro Moto Unlimited. 7X in the lead, followed by 1X. Arturo Salas, Eric Holt 15X, Wayne Christopherson in the 40X. Sponsored by Optima Batteries.
Great
and
shot.
there he goes, yeah. Focus dialed in.
And the
Looking
1X,
great.
1X is still out at 688, waiting for the gas to arrive.
So what's the gap right now, do we think, between the 7X and the 1X at this point? We just had it up a minute ago. I needed to.
So you're 744 versus 688. So
Gotcha.
we've now got 60 miles, basically, an hour.
Wow.
Hour plus lead, hour and a half lead.
Okay.
You run out of gas, you've sunk your ship for getting a win. Although, with any motorcycle, you're one cow running in front of you or big rock that someone doesn't see away, or someone else runs out of gas or something. So, but usually the top teams don't have too many of those issues, but anything can happen. It's not over until it's over.
And that's part of your pre-run strategy. You're talking about places where potentially we're going to refuel here, we're going to refuel here.
Yep.
Things like that, yeah.
And you know, potential range, although it does depend on riders. Some bigger riders, some guys turn the throttle harder.
Exactly.
You know, between 55 to 65 miles is typically what they choose to do. But the sand out in San Felipe, it will suck some fuel down versus hard pack where you're able to keep more momentum and not really use the fuel.
Back with Neil Dricky, chasing a little dust. And back to race mile 180. Smiley.
Look at the rocks even in front of the wheels get pushed.
Just getting pushed out, yep. Back to Brent Fox. Some sun in the eyes, but doing good.
Heard a siren on that one.
Yeah,
they were
did
probably
too.
trying to pass somebody.
Yep, heard that going off. Paul Wheel here. 46, truck.
Now I'm showing them in second physically on the course. Yeah, at race mile 345.
Okay.
Luke McMillan third physically, 343. Tavo at 342.8, and Empudia at 340.0. Now that can depend on when the last time that the tracker collected, but we basically still have 5 guys within roughly 8 miles, and there's some minutes apart of when they started. So, wow, what a race!
Yep, we got our splits on the upper left there from race mile 335.
Especially knowing that one flat tire might take you, you know, if you're fast, maybe it's 45 seconds, but probably a couple minutes. So you could instantly be going from I'm the leader to now I'm 5th or 6th.
Right. Just like that. It's like they're getting into some silty silt.
Right 4, left 4 long.
Trying to battle through that, find some sort of grip.
Yeah, the trucks are getting closer to the southernmost portion of the race course, and then they're going to catch some highway for a little bit, and then they'll head back over towards the Sea of Cortez side for the first time and start heading towards San Felipe.
Right 4.
Cliff Beasley off to the side here. See if we can discern what's going on here.
The engine's running.
Unhooking, hooking in. What are we doing here? Seatbelt's still fastened. Tightening. Trying to. We're going to go up to the action desk with Wes. Wes, you got Mark Burnett on the line.
Yeah, Mark Burnett just got out of his Can-Am, so he's doing a little Zoom call with us. Let's hear how that race course is looking out there. Mark, you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
So how tore up is that course getting?
It's pretty bad. And I had a race on before the race. I thought it would be raining a little bit, and I am sopping wet of sweat in my suit. Took it off, getting dried out, and all of a sudden it's starting to sprinkle here at 174.
Well, that's Murphy's Law, right?
That's the way it always works.
I can remember the year that it got postponed 2 days because of the rain. I started off with Gore-Tex shell, pants and jacket. Same thing. I was soaked in sweat like 25 miles into the race, and I'm yelling at my co-driver, "Get this damn thing off me! I'm like burning up." So.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this about the course. At the beginning of the course, there was a lot of log jams, things that I could not believe right at the beginning of the race, and a couple hills. A few trucks were flipped over. The UTVs were flipped over. It was just a silt and dug in, and people just, I don't know, lost talent going up some of the hills. And we made some other trails to go up and over. I didn't think it would make it, but they did. And I would say that it was pretty brutal in the beginning, but after that, it started getting things out, and it wasn't that bad after you get up out of the coast.
Yeah, heading over from Ojos to Uruapan, there around race mile 68, there's that like little ravine that you go down in. It's a big silty uphill. I'm imagining that turned into a mess right there. Was that one of the areas you're talking about?
Yeah, that was it. That's a normal spot. You've been there, you've seen it, you've raced it. That's a major spot. I tell you, if you want to see a real log jam, it's going to definitely be at 580. You're going to see a lot of people have issues at 580. I checked it yesterday, and it's brutal. Brutal. We marked it, when we marked the course for SCORE, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it is now. And you can see people getting stuck there. There's a lot of ruts. So there's going to definitely be a log jam around 580 or so. So you'll be seeing that later on in the morning at night. So it's probably the worst.
Yeah, you sent me a message about that. And for the people that watched the SCORE social media, when I was out on course, I was one of the first guys going through there, and there was that uphill. And I talk about how I felt like that was going to get chewed up and there would potentially be a bottleneck or something there. I think it's a little bit past 580. It's basically going from Las Bonitas Wash, crossing over to Borrego Wash. I'm sure that's the uphill you're talking about. And I can see that being a major issue there.
Yeah, that's the one. It's bad. And it's really, really bad. It's definitely going to be something to watch because a lot of the two-wheel drive trucks are going to have an issue. I mean, even my four-wheel drive UTV, it was rough getting up the hill. And we made another line, but it's really sketchy. And so it's a one-time deal, and hopefully when we go for it later on in the night, we can pull it off. We'll see. And like I said, in the beginning of the race for us, we lost our Parker pumper, and it was just super dusty, foggy, couldn't see. We made up some time, but we still had issues. But overall, we're still doing good out there. And I have another guy driving. His name's Paul, and I'm getting back in on the San Felipe side. I love to drive on that area. I know the lines there. It's all about learning the lines in San Felipe. You've been there, you know what it's like, Wes.
Yeah, so I mean, let's talk about your team. Where are you guys sitting right now? And you're in the Pro Turbo class, right?
Yeah, I'm sitting in the Pro Turbo class. I built the car in a week. Brought my X3, not an R. I have my R2, but the frame was cracked on it. And I built a whole brand new X3, and we're probably the top 5, top 6 cars with only one probably with belts out there like Can-Am. So we did have a little issue with the belt. We had some issues, but overall, I mean, we're still in the hunt, and we're right there.
How about, what race mile are you sitting at right now?
174.5.
Okay. All right, so you're 175 miles in, a lot of race to go. What parts of the race course do you think are going to be critical and are kind of the make or break points where, say, like our lead trophy trucks, where we may see a lead change or something? Like, what do you think are going to be the most critical points of the race course?
Well, as you know, the Fred's the tractor trail thing, don't make a mistake there. That's a big one. But in Catavina, there's still silt beds, and it's really tight there. Left, right, left. They're probably coming into that section, I think, probably now. I don't know exactly where they're at, but I would say that they're probably maybe even by there. But I think that lead changes and stuff, and if you know lines, San Felipe is definitely going to be the area. If you did your homework, there's a lot of lines there, as you know.
For sure. I kind of felt like this race was going to be fairly single file till you get to San Felipe, and then San Felipe, there's just lines everywhere. And we'll see who can link all of those together. Yeah, to give you an update, they're through 350. They're almost at 355. So I think they're in that kind of silty area right now or just past it. And then they'll be pretty much hitting Fred's tractor trail here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they still have light. That's a good thing. So, that area, if you just come in hot, you don't want to definitely come in hot to the first 2 turns in there because it just takes a second for them to go off the cliff. And they're ending their day there, that's for sure. And then, like I said, if you didn't know that we have a lot of virtual checkpoints in, and you definitely, have to hit every one of them. I mean, not really areas so you can go around, but you can make a mistake there. A lot of rocks.
Right. Yeah. There's The new virtual checkpoints, it's the alphanumeric where you have that 30-foot validation, which means you got to be within 30 feet of that checkpoint. And there's 94 of them. And you actually helped mark the course, so you got to put a bunch of those VCP signs out there. Why don't you talk about that?
I would have to say that I was F-bombing Jose because we had a million VCPs, but there's a million there. There's seriously every 10 feet there was a VCP, and there's a good reason for that. That's protective area there with the cactus and all this stuff there. We're lucky to go through a lot of the properties and stuff that we still get to go through, so it is what it is, and you know the VCPs are everywhere. I'd have to say this year, every year it seems to get more VCPs. We're definitely doing a lot of work out there trying to do, put more VCPs in certain areas so we can still use the land down here.
Yeah, for sure. And for people that don't know, you and I have a lot of history with racing against each other, and we actually ran into each other while I was doing the course previews and you were marking the course, and I was just laughing because you were complaining about how many times you had to pull over and put VCP signs up. So, well, hey, thank you a lot for calling in. I appreciate it, giving us some updates on how it is out there, and then, keep sending me texts and let me know how you guys are doing. Good luck to your team, and keep us posted on you guys, and hopefully we see you guys at the finish in Ensenada.
I will. I'll keep you posted, and I'll be in some other spots too, Wes. I'll be over at 295 or so, and then also 456 or so. So if you want some updates, I'll give you some on the phone and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you could keep me, the one I'm really trying to watch is the battle for the UTV overall lead. You know, can Phil Blurton kind of sneak up from the forced induction class? I think he's leading it right now, and give that Factory Polaris team a little run for their money. Michael McFadden is actually doing pretty good too. He's sitting third the last I saw. So, are you Can-Am guys going to give these Polaris guys a run for their money?
Well, I hope so. As you know, it's all about knowledge, and the support they have is a big deal. They have a lot of support with the Polaris team, but we're working on some new stuff. Look for stuff for 20. So we'll see what happens. Both a great driver. A lot of good drivers up, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. I'll let you get going. I know you got stuff to do. Thank you for calling in, and be safe out there. Good luck, and I'll look for more messages from you.
Thanks, Wes. Nice talking to you.
All right, you too, man. Talk to you later.
All right, good stuff. Good to hear from Mark. Maybe next season we might get him back up here at the desk too. You never know. He joined us for a competition last season, which was nice. But I think he'd rather probably be down doing what he's doing right now. Here we see our leader, Christopher Polvardi.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you're the team principal that's also driving.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'd heard about him preparing his own car,
right,
and doing that in just a matter of a few days.
Yeah.
But pulling all the strings together, all of that effort, all the work.
So much work.
And then driving it, and you want to get some value out of it.
Yeah.
But some years you kind of think, what would it be like to just go to the announcing and not have to do all that? My whole October and November and September might be free.
Yeah.
So there you go.
You never know. You never know. Well, it's really interesting hearing him give us those details about that bottlenecking that was happening early on in the race. We didn't really see it. Obviously, we had so much going on all the times, but we shall see what happens, as he was alluding to, race mile 580 up in that area. Things could get really interesting.
Well, yeah, and we got to see, what happened on the rocks.
Right.
And that's just a little microcosm of what happens all over the course.
Yeah.
And suddenly someone misses the line by a little bit, and they didn't really miss it bad. Yeah. They just got a little into the rocks, and then a chase truck comes to help them, and then they're blocking the course.
Right.
Someone's having a great race, leading their class, just having a flawless run, and suddenly they're dodging these other cars.
Yeah.
He had to make a line that he had no idea whether his car would even make it over.
Right.
Fortunately, he did. There's so many little mini victories all along the whole race all day.
For sure.
And like I say, lots of prayers answered and so forth. You're like, I don't know how I got it. Guys that have to back down the hill hill, do it again. Sometimes they get out and help each other because they're blocking them. So it's like, if I push you on your four wheels, can you get out of the way? And that might be the only way to get through.
Yeah.
So you tag team together and you're losing time. If they're really bad, occasionally SCORE may give you time back.
Yeah.
But in general, not so much.
Not so much. Here we are at race mile 284. Pat Dean, Shane Robinson.
Oh, that's a terrible Herbst car from their camera from their helicopter, I believe. Yeah, that's awesome. Beautiful.
One of the other elements when we were talking about challenging obstacles of Baja sometimes isn't necessarily on the course itself, it's up in the air, and that's the sun. A little bit ago, we saw Alan Impudio's perspective. He's starting to drive right into that, where it's starting to get blinding. And depending upon how much dust is up in the air, it really starts to get kind of sticky in those situations.
Absolutely. You mix the two things together, the sun plus the dust. And you can usually handle one.
Go blind.
Although you notice a lot of the riders, like on the motorcycle, I've got a visor, but sometimes that's not far enough. And so you ride with one hand, your left hand up over the visor to block it. And but then it's, well, I should have both hands on the handlebars. But wait a minute, I can't see. That's not safe either.
Damned if I do and damned if I don't.
Yeah, and then you get some dust thrown in and you're just thinking, wow, I'm going to slow down.
Right. So here we are with E.J. Herbst, the 263 truck. Listen in on that for a second.
Twisty go. In 565 feet, accelerate. Accelerate. In 399 feet, turn left then right. In 533 feet, danger rocky both sides. Danger rocky both sides.
Must have gotten gas because they're on the road. And they're averaging right now 38 miles an hour, so they're back in business. They've maintained second overall motorcycle, so they didn't lose a spot.
That's good.
The 7X looks like he's closing in towards the finish. It's at race mile 761, so he's got another roughly 90 miles till Ensenada and maybe 75 miles to Rancho Nelson.
Gotcha. You see that? You see how that sun just biting in there, blinding him.
So Jason Duncan's sitting here with Rob Mack right now, and I talked about this earlier with technology with the Starstream. I've actually been having a text conversation with him.
Okay.
And it was funny because I could see him holding up the phone. I think he's put it away now at this point, and he might be back focused on the race. But he sent me a message just saying that they were all good. I asked if he could see Toby's dust, and they said, yeah, and we can confirm that right now by what we're seeing out of their GoPro here. And I asked them, how are they feeling about where they're sitting right now? Are they comfortable? Are they happy? They said, yep. And basically, the last thing he said was, the party's about to start. So, I think that Rob Mack feels really good about where they're sitting. If things stay how they are, he should be handing the car or truck off to Luke, sitting in the exact same physical position that they started. And, we've got 5 trucks that we pretty much can throw a blanket over right now with Polvardi and Pudia, Toby Price, Rob Mack, and then Tavo's right behind them.
Right.
So we've got a really good battle. I mean, this is shaping up to be, really, we haven't had any physical position changes so far. So those 5 trucks are just all staying single file, and you know, I think as we get into the night, that's where things might start changing.
Copy that.
In 646
Another thing that's
feet.
happening is that they're now passing motorcycles and ATVs. So that does add an extra variable where they might see some dust up ahead and go, oh, that's not enough dust. That's not the truck. That's a bike. And then they, do their best to be careful passing them. And the bikes and quads will usually hear the sirens. They'll turn on the sirens and let them know that they're coming. But you see in this difficult two-track, if you're a motorcycle that's down in a track and some truck comes behind you, you're now looking at the side going, where do I get off this trail without hitting a cactus or, crashing right in front of the truck? You don't want to do that either.
Sure.
So sometimes it takes you a little while to get off. So one of the things that I do as a rider is I'll take a leg off the foot peg and stick it out to the side so that they know I hear you and I'm looking for a spot to get off. Please don't run me over. And hopefully they'll be a little patient. I get off and then they go around and then you look. These days there's so many trucks too close together, you got to look to see if there's another one coming.
Most certainly.
Yeah.
Most certainly. Yeah, and these looking a little ruddy here. Not sure how deep they really are, but you can see them.
And as we were watching Rob through here, you could see the sun is at a low angle and it gets really blinding. I think for our leaders, what's working to their advantage right now is they've all kind of turned the corner after race mile 355, you start heading east. So you're going away from the sun and you don't have the sun in your eyes. A lot of other competitors are going to be battling the sun. They've got, for the most part, they're going to be going eastbound until it gets dark, other than like around 365. There's one section where you turn and kind of come back southwest. But for the most part, they should have the sun to their back, which that's really nice because if they were heading west right now, it would be blinding.
For sure.
And they're still going back and forth though, so they've got some more heading east than heading west and heading south. And you saw Rob Mack just explode a tumbleweed there and get some garbage inside the cab. So he couldn't see it for a minute or just decided to take it out. But it's a challenge.
Our leaders though, it's pretty much eastbound. Other than you cross over Highway 1. That 365 area, like 360, probably 3 to 365, they'll be heading in the sun a little bit there, but then you're in speed zone and then heading across Fred's tractor trail. All of that is eastbound too.
Yeah, and you can see the sun on the horizon on that Justin Davis shot too. And I know as a rider that I would just count down as to like, okay, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 before this drops down. And then basically your visibility comes right up. And even though the sun has dropped down, you still have the ambient light that you can see, so now you can make time. And then of course then it starts to get dark and then you're back to headlights and not being able to see is great. But
so here you go, you got the sun to your back here from Justin Davis, the rear view of his truck.
He still has a fair amount of heading west in front of him, so he's going to be dealing with the sun.
Nice little 8-shot. Some fun in cars.
As we're watching all of this, I was just checking on our bikes, and as of 1 minute ago, the 1X was back up going 36 miles an hour at race mile 696.
Yep.
So whatever was going on with them, they're moving again.
Yeah, and I did get an update that it was gas. They had run out of gas. So that's good. It's way better than having a rider crash and get hurt. So.
Or a blown motor or something like that. So hopefully they have a clean run the rest of the way, but that has allowed 7X to check out. Yeah, really 7X is maybe a little over, I'm probably right about an hour out, I would say, from Nelson's Ranch.
Well, it appears we have an awesome battle for the two-wheel drive trophy truck race. I'm showing Cameron Steele at 324.8 and Sam Baldy at 324.8, potentially at the same time. So those guys are going at it, and not far behind is Tim Herbst. So that's a raging battle to keep an eye on.
Cameron Steele, back to Sam Baldy.
Yeah, and Ethan Ebert, who was our leader, is at 3:04 at 0 miles per hour.
And I think that Sam Baldy was in front of Cameron Steele, so Cameron Steele might be right on their behind.
He's slowing down there for a second.
Yeah, Baldy was at 3:31 0 minutes ago, and then Cameron at 3:26 3 minutes ago.
Got you.
So Baldy is physically ahead of him.
Right. We'll see what Cameron can do here for the Baja 1000. 250 and 500 first place. Unfortunately, things did not go his way for the 400.
Yeah, and we had some people make some comments about where is Heidi Steele today. So Brandon wanted to give us an update on, we love Heidi, and her husband Cameron's out there taking it to him in second place in the two-wheel drive trophy truck.
Yeah, apparently Heidi's, their 13-year-old had a performance, a theatrical performance that she could not miss. She had to support her daughter, so sending the best. Hopefully the performance went great. It was a standing ovation.
Yeah, we miss you, Heidi. So, but anyway, love to have her on in studio. Dad's out working.
Yep. Okay. Back to the Ranger Raptor here.
I noticed the windshield wipers on there.
There's something we rarely see.
Water, rain?
A few dots. Yeah, it looks like a little rain is starting. Doesn't look like enough for the wipers, but heck, you got them, you might as well use them.
Those wipers look like they're working beautifully.
Yeah,
I mean, better than the car that I drove down here on.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Give them
a
a
rare
call
sight
out.
to see. Wipers.
It's the best tear off I've ever seen.
There you go. And see in the distance there, just
don't get roosted by those big rocks though, with a glass windshield.
Right. Oh boy. Back to Polvardi. Still having a fantastic Baja 1000.
Yeah, and I noticed, Wes, I hadn't put on my default on refreshing, so I had some old news there. You're telling me which way they're going, and I was like, hey, they're not. But Pavolder's still leading the way physically.
I think this has got to be exactly what Polvardi and Menzies, this is going exactly how they wanted it. Yeah. I think Christopher's not pushing too hard. He's maintained the physical lead. He's kept the whole pack behind him, and hopefully he can hand the truck over to Bryce in excellent condition, and then Bryce can take it to the finish.
Bring some fresh energy into that truck. You know that Bryce is itching to go. I build up that anticipation all day, watching, just getting behind the wheel.
Well, and sometimes you just get tired. You're just like, man, I've been, you're thinking about it all day, you're anticipating, and you're almost like, wow, do I have the energy to get in?
Well, you better do some jumping jacks or some push-ups or something.
Yeah.
Get the blood moving.
Something that we haven't, we touched on a little bit, but, Alan is soloing this race.
Right.
And so Polvardi is going to have to do a driver change. Generally, you can do a driver change in the 30 seconds it takes to do fuel and tires. Mm-hmm. So he shouldn't lose a lot of time, but there is a little bit more of a margin for error there in case if Bryce has a hard time with his belts or something like that happens.
Yeah.
And then sometimes if your driver is in a flow, Alan could just be feeling it, and as long as he doesn't get tired, there shouldn't be any drop off. sometimes when a new driver gets in, it takes a little while to kind of just get used to the truck, and so that'll be fun to watch. Is how does this strategy of Alan soloing it, and there's another truck stuck. Alan soloing it versus everybody else breaking this up into, all of our all-wheel drive trophy trucks are just using 2 drivers. So is 2 drivers better, or is just 1 driver soloing this better?
Boy, if I'm a betting man, I think I'm going to go with the 2 drivers. Especially as they're going to be finishing in the dark and all night and cold and everything else. Boy, I know some of the long night stints that I've had out there in the middle, and you're tired.
Yeah, it tests you.
And it's just, it does definitely test you, and being able to push, especially if, it's one thing when you're just consistent, you're hitting your marks and things like that, and you're okay, you're in a good position. But if there's 4 or 5 guys all within that same minute, it's the race is going to be on here in a little bit, and it's going to be go time. Which I think he'll still be fine in the San Felipe area because it'll be early enough. But boy, it'll be a true test of his abilities and and ability
his
to
desire
take care
to
of
win.
Yeah. So
well, somebody that's not in the best position, 52L here. They're literally on the race line. Go ahead, Wes.
I do think, like with Alan though, we're looking at say 15 and a half hours, which to some people may sound like a lot of time. But in off-road desert racing, I just don't think 15 and a half hours is really that long. That's totally doable, in my opinion, for one person to do. Yeah. And it's when you start kind of getting into that 20-hour range where it starts really getting crazy.
Yeah, you start seeing things.
15 hours, you're tired, but he's battling for the lead. So his adrenaline is pegged right now.
Exactly.
And as long as he doesn't have any issues, I don't think he's going to be tired. I mean, he'll be that last 100 where he might start, a normal person would get tired. If he's battling for the lead, as well as potentially sweeping the series this year and getting another championship, he's not. Trust me, he's not going to be tired.
He ain't going to sleep. The heart of any athlete at this level of how far he's gone for an entire season to come this far, he's got the whole country behind him. Well, there's a whole other level of fuel and caliber and maybe another gear that he will kick into if he's close enough. So
I think the truck drivers also have some advantages, or car drivers in general, being able to replenish the fluids, eat, and things like that as they go. Yeah. So reach down, grab some beef jerky or whatever, where sometimes us motorcyclists out there don't have that ability to refresh ourselves. Some have some special energy drinks, but you're kind of running on empty, plus the amount of energy you're expending riding a motorcycle versus driving a truck. I think is significant. But
no doubt.
I'm excited to see it because those 5 or 6 trucks at the lead are still nose to tail.
Well, and the thing that we've got coming up here is this big speed zone. So they're going to be in a speed zone for over an hour. And that really allows Impudia to kind of stretch, take a break. They have a speed limiter on those trucks, so you can kind of just set
cruise control,
and then at that point he can...
Can you go to the map, John, and show us what Wes is talking about? Keep going, Wes.
Yeah, so it allows, like, your co-driver can hand you, like, generally you'd have like snacks or like a goo gel or something like that, and you could take like the goo gel, some of them have caffeine in them, so you can do some things like that that'll kind of sustain you and keep you going, and it allows him to have an hour where it's not that intensity level of pushing through the dirt. The one thing though that can work against you is you kind of lose your adrenaline in those speed zones, and so like literally that's where he could get tired, and then you kind of need to get that back when you get into the dirt.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. You go from such a high, and then you have an hour or more of this fatigue almost that could set in.
Well, and I was showing on that map there where they were just getting ready to go to check 2. Yeah. And check 2 was where they get on the asphalt going south, and then they have a small stretch going across to where Old Coco's Corner was, and then take a long stretch up the highway. But if they did have something that they put on board, food, so this is a stretch of highway, they go to check 2, take some highway down, take the dirt off-road section to Old Cocos Corner, then hop on the highway heading up north. So this is all roughly 60 miles of pavement until they get up to Matomi Wash, and you see a lot of motorcyclists and Ironmen and so forth, 60 class, getting ready to that corner. So maybe they can get their food, get their drink, and get energized and be ready for the kind of the thriller at the end.
Now, yeah, I was going to say too, that was probably part of their strategy too for Alan too. If he's soloing, is like this is your pocket where you can kind of like regroup, recalibrate to a certain degree, get some food, and
yeah, and with a 30-second stop, I mean they do have time to potentially shove in some food, get your Subway sandwich or whatever you're going to do.
Whatever it is,
and whatever your favorite thing is.
Yeah. So far.
All right, Luke's hopping
he's under 60 seconds.
The smart thing here, or what's nice with doing your driver changes in these paved speed zones like this, is he'll be able to kind of take off. So something's going on. Jason just got out of the truck. So this is going to be a longer pit than they were thinking here.
Yeah. If we listen close.
There's Rob. Let's see if we can listen in.
I need you to pull forward. Are you ready for me to move?
Checking a drive shaft.
Clear. Pull forward.
Drive shaft. We got the drive shaft.
Drive shaft?
No bueno.
Huh. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, they've been running good all day, so if this is a drive shaft here, this is going to be an extended pit.
Is it over that? All good, Rob? Good job. Too fast?
So the Stella there says he's at race mile 366.07, and where they were making their pit.
What? No, that was someone behind you.
We should probably see Alan or one of the other trucks come by, I would think.
Yeah, I saw one truck go by a minute ago. Yep.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Tavo?
Tavo was right behind him, so I'm sure that was Tavo. The Kevin Thompson's a little ways back still.
Yeah.
So that would be the next truck that would come by.
70 to 75 gallons taken in the 83 at pit 2 for fuel.
Here's McFadden.
Mario, who's next behind me? How far?
It's got to be disheartening, though, because Rob put in a great drive.
For sure.
And now they're watching Polvardi and Pudia, Toby and Tavo all pull away from him.
Yep.
It's going to be hard to make up time on any of those four.
Over 5 miles.
Yep. All that horsepower has to go through the transmission, drive shafts, get to the wheels, and stopping, starting. Those bursts can lay waste.
Yeah.
This same pit right here in the McMillan pit, we should see Andy get out and Dan get in as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little ways back though. They're at they just went by 355.
Larry.
So they're about 10 miles out.
In the bag?
Get the snacks, Larry.
What?
Gotta have your snacks.
Hey,
come on.
If you can't drive, you better eat, because it's going to be another 8 hours before you're seeing anything else.
So, we saw the co-driver get out. What's the co-driver doing right now?
Well, since he's doing both stints, maybe he's going to use the restroom. Maybe he's going to get some food. If
he's taking his own break.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay.
I would hope so. I don't think he's going to be involved on a repair.
He's nothing doing. Yeah, I was going to say that's not his job right now at a pit. But every second that clicks by here is more lemon juice in the paper cut.
Yeah, they're definitely bummed.
We'll see what Luke can do.
Oh yeah, it's not
He's
over.
a champ.
And,
He's a champ.
And you never know. It's Baja.
Mm-hmm. Sun sets here, starting to set from Faden's perspective here.
I'm hearing some updates that it started raining on the hills towards on the Ensenada side of the mountain range.
On the Ensenada side, okay.
So up there,
rain is upon us. It begins.
Some areas.
In some areas, right?
Yep.
Hopefully, just enough to keep the dust down, not enough to interrupt our race, but we shall see what Baja has in store for us.
Yeah, it says a 95% chance of rain at 5 o'clock for Ensenada. So
we'll see.
They're going to get something.
40 more minutes.
And then nothing for a few hours after that. So.
Okay.
And then midnight.
Back to race mile 180.
Baja Challenge car.
Yeah. There we go.
You can rent one of these and go racing.
That's right. You can see those. The ruts are getting deeper now, much more defined. Still just spitting out those rocks. Chug, 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 chug. No problem. No problem. Beautiful shot. Back to Sam Baldy.
See if I can get an update on where Sam's at on the leaderboard. Race mile 344. Zoom in and try and find.
Still got a Baja 500 in front of him.
Cameron is roughly 340, so there's. Okay. He's still got a nice gap.
Yep.
But it's still anybody's race.
Right.
You know, to see the McMillans, have that issue with the drive shaft. It's pretty amazing, though, that all 5 or 6 of those cars made it all that far without one of them having problems. I mean, that's a long way to go before anyone's had trouble.
Yeah.
They're just so durable. I mean, there was a time where you would have, if they were elite level fast trophy trucks,
yep.
So, 3 of them, 3 of 5 were going to have some trouble. Wheels, flats, broken down parts, and the only 2, clear guys that didn't have trouble would make it to the finish.
Right.
But,
here's our leader, Tyler Lynn, 7X at race mile 778. Headlights on. It's starting to get dark, slowly, slowly.
Yep.
But he'll take
Looks like
every.
The rider might have a jacket on to show it's kind of cold up there.
It's getting chilly.
Clear and dry there.
Yep. Going back to your drive shaft comment too, Rob Mack doesn't take it easy on these vehicles. He'll push that vehicle as much as it can go.
Yeah.
So it's bound to happen. So John, when you're out there and you have that kind of a lead, what are you thinking? Does it? No one's pressing you. How are you feeling out there? What's going through your mind? It just looks so desolate and isolating, and you're by yourself. Is it a beautiful thing? I don't know.
Yes.
You know?
Especially if you have a lead, if they're
Like
right on your
that.
tail,
Well, that's
there's
different.
pressure.
No. But
when
what we
you have
just
a lead
saw
like that,
looks beautiful.
to me, you can ride at your 8/10 pace.
Okay.
Like a little bit more than a pre-run, but not much more than a pre-run pace.
Okay.
And then it's fun, and hopefully you're finding some flow. You're radialing the berms. You're hitting your lines.
Yeah.
And to me, that style of riding is great. Then you're just knocking off the miles, especially in that section where he's able to average, let's say 45, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So the miles are coming by quick. Sometimes in the tight sections where it's silty and it's rocky, you might ride for a half an hour and then you're like, wait a minute, is that the 5 mile marker? You mean it took me a half hour to go 5 miles?
So then you're like, whoa.
I'm only averaging 20. I'm going to be out here for another
pick it
hour
up.
and a half.
Yeah, I don't want to be out here much longer.
Yeah, I'm ready to be done.
Got
He's
it.
flowing. The last half of the race where he's at is all pretty consistent. Not a lot of gotchas. So I think he's in a great place.
He's in a great position.
Mhm.
Good.
And every once in a while, you gotta like hit a rock or something that you didn't see, and it
Wakes
wakes
you
you up.
up.
And like, holy smokes! Okay, pay
Yeah,
attention.
focus.
Pay attention. You can't be the guy that throws this away for the team.
Not with that kind of lead. Nope. Still lots of chatter inside the cab of the 94 truck. Some great heli shots here.
Big rock, right? Left 3, left 3.
No lights on that vehicle yet.
No, not yet.
Just a couple little dash front bumper lights.
There we go, inside the cab. Gas, gas, gas.
Then rock right track. Then right, rock right. Then rock left. Clear. Then cross dip. Then left 4. Then right 3.
Barking through the desert. Split cam with Alan and Pudia.
They shouldn't have you on all the time.
Calm and collected.
Gotta see if we can see any dust in front of Alan because he is still not too far. Shouldn't be too far.
Yeah, he's not too behind him.
Jorge.
Right. Okay, here we go. Your upper left-hand corner, there might be a little dust there from Alan's perspective. I can't really tell, but yeah, we've seen worse when he's much more close.
Yeah.
Back to Chris.
Timer hasn't refreshed for him for like 6 minutes, so
yeah.
I would guess, putting the mileage numbers together, that it's probably pretty close.
I did get an update from the 83 team that the Luke McMillan, Rob Mack truck, they are having a drive shaft issue, so I think they're installing a new drive shaft right now.
Yikes.
So not
That's tough.
Not what they wanted.
Not at all.
They also,
there they are.
We should have another, like Andy and Dan's truck should be in here any minute.
Luke really waving. I don't know if it's helping.
Come here and help me.
Back to Alan and Pudia.
And the Toby Price car is also right on top of each other. And Pudia, Price, and
it's been a minute since
Christopher
we've
are all intermingling, and Tavo's right behind him.
Yeah.
So.
It's been a minute since we've heard from Price Wheel team. We can get some in-car with them in a little bit.
Yeah, I would guess Toby.
All right, we got Cameron
Steele
Steele on the line here. Let's go up to the action desk with Wes.
All right, so Cameron just called in. He got out of the 16T, which he's running second in the two-wheel drive trophy truck class. Cameron, how things going, buddy?
Things are going smooth. I'm watching a beautiful sunset here below Academia. Just went by Fred's Tractor Trail. Someone just turned off there, and I was stoked to see my monster teammate Alan Ampudia running towards the front up there. That's good stuff too. So everything's going pretty smooth. We had a little hiccup there, but not a big one. So truck's perfect, and Dave and Evan are in the car having fun. We're watching them do their thing.
Yeah, it looks like on the tracker that would have been Tavo that just pulled off. So we've got lead trucks of Pulvardi. They're basically everyone's sitting physical where they were, other than Luke and Rob Mack are in a pit with a drive shaft. But you got Pulvardi, Ampudia, Price, and Tavo. So for a while, Ethan Ebert was leading. It looked like he was stopped. Did you guys pass him when he was broke, or what was going on there? And how's that battle shaping up for the two-wheel drive trophy truck win?
I think it's going pretty good. I mean, we still have a Baja 500 ahead of us. We're just off the back of San Baldi right now. So we're just, I think everything's going smooth and to plan, no real stress. And we did see Ethan and his navigator out there. I'm not sure if they had a mechanical or what. They were just off the side of the course. And they were, it looked like it took them a while to get going, but it didn't seem like it was a big deal. And they came out of race mile 285, maybe 15 minutes behind us or so, more or less.
Yeah, last I checked the tracker, they were stopped at 304 and not moving. So whatever had slowed them may have continued to slow them. I was trying to refresh the tracker right now. How's the race course out there?
I think the race course is actually holding up pretty well. I'm impressed. Everything that we saw looked, pretty much exactly like we expected. Of course, there's a little silt pocket here, a little bit of tough stuff here and there, but overall, that's what we expected to see, and not a big deal. So you can see, I see we're on board with Dave Mason and Evan. They're approaching race mile 350, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I just checked the tracker. Eberts is not moving, so I mean that's I guess good news for you guys, as you never really want to. You don't want to beat somebody because of a mechanical failure, but.
Yeah, we want everybody to keep racing. We want to go to war when we get to San Felipe. We get that big old fat, guys are big, and it loves to smash those whoops. So we're looking forward to racing in San Felipe.
So what do you think now? I've been asking everybody that we've talked to on these calls. From this point on, you're almost to kind of, you are in the Catavina area, but you're almost to Fred's Tractor Trail. From that point on, where do you think are the key points in this race? Like, what's going to separate you from San Baldi or some of the other competitors, and either put you on top of the box or not?
I think the race course kind of breaks down into a few spots. The one, we got all that remote stuff up there by kind of towards Nuevo York, outside El Rosario, and I think that the real crux of it is you got to get through the silt of Catavina, clean Fred's Tractor Trail, and those are two potential bottleneck or stuck spots. And I think once you get down to San Felipe, you can really start racing. And like I said, our truck really likes it down there, and I think that the tough stuff is that 100+ miles of San Felipe race course. That's where the really tough stuff is coming.
What are you guys anticipating for the finish here? We've been watching the radar, and rain is starting to move into that area. I don't think it's really gotten hit hard yet, but I think by the time you guys get there, there's going to be a decent amount of rain, especially from Valle de Trinidad to the finish. So kind of Hamao, Nuevo Junction, I think it could get pretty snotty up there. What's your plan to get through that section? How do you think the rain's going to affect this race?
Well, I think the rain's going to come into play. You know that the stuff that we always are concerned about when it rains is when you get to that topsoil, that hard packed kind of clay, that you end up having to go to battle with in the rain. So my meteorologist self from my surf world time says that storm's going to bank up against the hills, and we're going to have the storm's going to sit there on the west coast, and it's going to blow like unbelievable wind going down into the San Matias and stuff, and we're going to start fighting that rain probably around Valle Trinidad. And we're just going to have to go with it and see what happens. You know, if it gets a little snotty, we'll lower the tire pressure and go or whatever.
Yeah, what do you do as a competitor? Do you what changes do you make to the truck as a driver in your driving style? You know, how do you prepare for rain like that?
Well, we brought rain gear. We bring it to every race just in case. But it's hard, you know, we're running down that bottom part, down in the low desert, it's going to be super warm. So if you put rain gear on, you're going to be cooking when you get up on top. So we might have to make a snap decision when we get up to Valle Trinidad. But as far as car setup, we did a couple setup things on the car, a little bit more waterproofing. We did a little bit more sealing of some areas, closed a couple things off, added a little bit of different aluminum and actually some duct tape to try to keep the water out of some places and keep the mud out of some places as well.
Yeah, the water can wreak havoc on electronics in some of these vehicles, being that you know, generally desert racing, you're not in standing water quite a bit. So it'll be fun to watch how this plays out. Just want to say thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that you know, as the water comes down, Baja is going to suck some of it up just because it hasn't had rain in a few weeks, and hopefully it just makes it for beautiful traction and lots of fun. And I just wish everybody a safe and healthy race. And thanks for having us on. You know, the Monster Energy Yokohama FIDAC number 16 is just going to keep trucking and have a great time. And hopefully you guys see the podium at the end of it.
All right, no, I appreciate you calling in. Always a pleasure speaking to you. You know, you've got a ton of experience down here, so I love hearing what you have to say. And you know, you guys are in a nice tight battle. See if you can get another two-wheel drive trophy truck win under your belt. Stay safe out there. Good luck. And if you see anything important, please shoot me a message and keep us updated.
I will for sure. If my wife's listening, I just want to tell you I love you, babe, and everybody be safe out there.
All right. Thank you, man. All right. So that was cool talking to Cameron. What were your guys' thoughts on that there down at the desk?
Yeah, well, I think first off, it's great to see Cameron's in great spirits, and you know they're doing great so far. Would love to see them get up on that podium. Good point about how Baja could suck up some of that moisture, and maybe that surf experience and meteorology that's within him knows something that we don't. So. Good stuff, but yeah, it sounds like San Felipe, that whole section is going to be the big challenge, and also what Mark Burnett was saying too, up on 580 in that area too, is going to prove challenging. So yeah, we shall see. But boy, if anybody's got some experience down there, it's Cameron.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think if the rain was over on the San Felipe side more, it's more sandy, and that's where it really soaks it up.
Yeah.
Where I think we're going to get the rain in that Nuevo Junction and kind of Ojos, K77 area, it's more clay, and it just, there's some of those that the topsoil gets really gummy and it sticks to your tires, and it's going to stick to the undersides of the fenders and really weigh the vehicle down. And it doesn't handle water that well from my experience. So
well, that's why there's duct tape. God bless duct tape. When in
doubt.
Yeah,
and I mean I've seen guys actually put duct tape on the undersides of your fenders with a little tab, and when the mud gets really bad, you can pull that off.
Rip it off.
It just falls off.
So I don't know if some of these guys may have done that in preparation for this, but that's something that you may want to have done it in advance. I don't know at this point if you're going to have time in a pit stop, but those are little tricks that off-road racers kind of have up their sleeve to get through these. If you do have a mud race, there are things that you can do.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool right here. This is at the base of Fred's tractor trail. And it gets really technical and rocky through this section there.
Yeah.
As well as you're in all those Cardone.
Yep. Cool fisheye lens.
And it's, I was trying to remember the name of that wash. It's La Turquesa wash. There's actually, that means turquesa is turquoise in Spanish. And there's a turquoise mine that's an old abandoned mine that's off to the south side of that trail there.
Very cool.
This is Tavo.
Let's listen in inside the cab at Tavo.
45 left.
Was Tavo soloing it?
Well, this is Jason McNeil driving right now.
Oh, okay.
Rock right.
Number 83 is running again.
Rock right tire. Left 55. Tight. Tight. Rock right tire. Times 3. Times 3 here. Stay far left. Tight. Tight. Rock right tire. Stay left. Rock both sides, tight. Turn it into, stay far left. Right left. Tight. Rock tight. Rock right tire. Tire change. 65 left. Caution tight. Rock right tire. Caution ditch left. Stay right line. Rock right tire. Rock left. Rock right. Stay left. Five right tight. 65 right tight. Left. 65 right. Izquierda. Izquierda derecha. Tight. Tight. Drop off. Rock right.
right, we're going to go up to Wes at the action desk. He has a package on driving at night. Wes, take it away.
Yeah, as we're sitting here watching our competitors with their lights on and the sun going down, while I was down on the race course, I did a little piece talking about them racing into the night. So let's have a look at it.
A huge part of SCORE Desert Racing is the night. I anticipate the trophy trucks are starting at 9 a.m. So they should be, about probably 400, 450 miles into the race before it gets dark. It's getting dark pretty early now. So this is what it's going to be looking like. This is right at dusk. I think a lot of people talk about a Baja 1000. The race really doesn't begin until nighttime. And there's a lot to be said for that. You want to kind of get clean through the day. I think at this point we should have a lead pack established in most classes. But what happens at night, and especially if you don't have a full moon, is you lose all of your other landmarks. So all of your references of mountains, trees, things that are mental notes that from pre-running help you remember an area. At night, all you can see is what's in front of you. Now, with the advances in technology and navigation, having a co-driver, having all of your notes called out next to you, that really helps a lot. A lot of people can drive fast during the day, but not everyone can hold that same pace at night. But then there's other drivers that really excel at night. And it'll be interesting to see, as far as driver swaps, what teams are doing, who's getting into the vehicles. Lights play a really key role. You'll see some really exotic lighting packages on a lot of these trophy trucks where they've got short range, medium range, and long range lights. They're covering all aspects of what's going on in front of them. Even some side lights that kind of show, so they'll call those like a turning light. If your lights are just going straight ahead of you and you're making a corner, a lot of times you can't see what's off that side. So you want some lights point out in those areas as well. So, I think this is what really kind of is going to separate people and see who can take the checkered flag.
All right, so we're on board here with one of the Ford teams, and you can see how there's still a little bit of ambient light where he can see the edges of the mountains there, but in probably about half an hour or so, that's all gonna go away, and you're gonna end up with all you can see is what your lights are illuminating, and it takes all of your references away, and it makes it a lot more difficult getting through a course like this.
Wes, you mentioned in your video that there are some drivers who excel at night. Who are some of the drivers that come to mind that seem to excel in that kind of environment?
Well, I think Alan Impudia has always done really well. Really any of our top drivers, I don't think I know of any of them, other than the issue that Paul has seen at night.
Sure.
I don't think any of them really have a major drop off. It's back in the day, I can remember like on the motorcycles, Johnny Campbell would race with Steve Hengeveld, and Steve Hengeveld was always known as being really good at night.
Right.
So, I'd like to kind of hear from some of the drivers and what they had to say themselves. Sure. But as far as from what I've seen, just them proving it out on the course, I don't think I've ever seen much of a drop off with Polvarde or Menzies. I think is in the car now. Actually, I think Bryce is getting in right at the end of the speed zone.
Okay.
So we're about to see a driver swap there. By the end of the speed zone, we should have all of our driver swaps done. So Polvarde will be out, Menzies will be in, Impudia will still be in because he's soloing it. Toby's back in. Luke is now in the truck. I also got an update from Jason Duncan saying, it was a drive shaft. They got it fixed and they got going. Unfortunately, though, they lost a fair amount of track position and time. In fact, Luke's brother Dan, or I think it's his cousin actually. Anyways, Dan is ahead of Luke. And then I'm kind of looking at Harley Lettner should be in the Kevin Thompson truck. Just checking to see where they were doing their change. But by the end of the speed zone, we're going to have all of our driver changes done.
Fresh drivers.
And now we're going to be racing into the night. And the thing is we're not even halfway into the race. We're right about halfway through this race. So there's a lot of racing to still go. You got all the washes of San Felipe, the whole northern loop of San Felipe, and then that stretch going in that we keep talking about that we think where rain may be an issue.
Right. Yeah, so you mentioned it earlier in various ways of saying it, separation season could start once the sun goes down. We'll see. But that second wave of fresh drivers will enter a very, very challenging course. Entering into night, potential weather coming their way. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think that some of the we've seen in the last, I would say, 10 years, maybe 15, is the development of the lighting. So like Baja Designs is one of the companies that springs to mind of being specialist in Baja and Baja racing and LED lights and so forth. So you see those on a lot of the tops of the teams and Rigid and some of these others. But they really have gotten excellent lights. There used to be a point where you could see lower level teams where they had their lights were just horrible, and then the top level teams. But that's one of the big gaps between motorcycles and trucks. Again, is a truck or a car, you can string as many lights on that thing as you want, and you can have a bazillion lumens out there lighting the thing up. Still, how far can you get with a light? So a lot of times they say the eye of the light itself, how big that is how far they can project the beam.
Okay.
And so motorcycles used to run with some big, large HIDs that were sometimes 12 inches, 10 inches, 8 inches. And so those could project a good, almost a quarter mile, eighth of a mile out.
Wow.
And so now we run LEDs, which don't project quite as far, but they're much brighter, and so they work better in. Like this, you can see the lights are really lit up. You can see everything in the bush. And so like Wes was saying, you take the references away of, you go through this mountain pass, you go through this wash, and then and then you got to worry about these big ditches. So it then separates the drivers that really memorize their area.
Yeah.
I also think that the
pressure of the co-drivers too, yeah?
Yeah, and having fresh drivers, that wasn't always the case. There used to be a lot of guys that would try to Ironman, and now the top elite level guys, you see Rob Mack not driving necessarily in his own truck, but teaming with Luke and splitting that up so that they can stay fresh, and also so that they can just pre-run 400 miles instead of 800 miles. Well, if you only pre-run 400, you can memorize the terrain better, so that at night you're like, okay, it's going to be rough, and then it's going to open up and I can really get on the throttle. And so the chances, and one of the big gaps that Wes mentioned was like Steve Hengeveld on the motorcycles, again, there's the risk reward, and at night, the good thing is that now you see the shadows are the ditches. So big shadow, bigger ditch, and you can kind of get a flow for like, okay, this is what I'm dealing with for terrain.
You can assess it better.
And assess it better. And so there's some guys that I actually like riding at night. I don't like being cold, but I actually like riding at night. You do get a tunnel vision, and then I usually memorize the terrain pretty well of where I was at. And then it also helps if you have good lights. But
To follow up on what you're saying, I totally agree with you, where I would rather ride or drive at night where at least you can see some definition in the terrain and there are shadows, versus midday when the sun's directly overhead and there are no shadows. To me, that's the hardest time to try to be out on the course, because it's hard to see any definition in the terrain.
Yeah, and you can see in this shot sometimes where it shows the ground, you can see the rocks and the little rocks behind the shadows, so they start to stand out. And then another thing for the motorcycles is that with the lights being good, you only ride as fast as your lights are.
Yeah.
So I can remember testing different lights, and they would go, "Oh, you just did that section in this amount of time." And I'd be like, well, I didn't really risk anymore. I didn't feel like I was riding much faster with the lights I had before, but because they were so much better, I instantly rode 5 miles an hour faster or 3 miles an hour faster. So, but you didn't know it because, again, you're not risking, because you go to the point where you can't see, and then you make mistakes and then slow down. But yeah, the bikes.
Well, look at Luke right here talking about slowing down. He's just chomping over some rocks right now.
Yeah, he's going through that tight stuff.
That tight, yep.
A big thing with the lighting technology too is, we ran halogen lights forever, and you could only get so much out of them. And then there was a big jump when we went to HIDs.
Yep.
And you had less draw, so you could get more power out of it. But now with the LED lights, the draw is so minimal on those, you can run really exotic lighting packages. And that's where we're seeing, even on a motorcycle or a quad, they'll have multiple light bars or different setups going on where they get a nice spread, where they're covering all aspects of your lighting. So you've got a pencil or that's going way out, and then you've got floods that are your fill lights. And if you look at the lights that are on these trophy trucks, they have no shortage of vision in front of them, I don't think.
Yeah.
Where it does come into play is with if you're in dust.
Yeah,
because
for sure. Then
it reflects off the dust.
So Wes, what are we looking at on Noto's truck down here? It's much more yellow-green as opposed to a more white. What's the strategy behind that choice?
So your amber lights, I was just talking about reflecting in the dust.
Yeah.
And a lot of people prefer to run ambers when you have dust in front of you, or fog, because it doesn't reflect as bright back into your eyes as white light. So, as well as, I always like to run my lights below my hood, so you're not illuminating your hood, and it's also your lights are above or below your eye line. I think that's important. He's running a light bar up top, and they've got clean air right there, but if they didn't, I would be shutting that top light bar off.
Got you. Here's the 1X team coming into race mile 743. Quick pit.
And so a couple of things you'll see on this motorcycle. So look at his front fender. So they've painted the front fender black so that it doesn't reflect.
Yeah.
And then a couple other things that motorcyclists can do is I would always use black frame goggles. And the black frame goggle does not reflect the light as much. And then also inside your helmet. Sometimes helmets have plastic that can be white or something. So I tried to black that all out so that I didn't have glare. And a lot of times you might ride a short little distance and go, I didn't really notice much difference. But there's some fatigue going on in your eye. And if you're going to be riding for 2 or 3 hours at night, anything that's giving you fatigue, that's take some energy. So I try to get rid of that. And if you think a motorcycle light today is good, just be caught by a trophy truck. Because I'll tell you what, when the trophy truck came behind me, they light up the world. And you instantly go, you know what, their lights are a lot better. They're a lot better.
Yeah.
But they are better than what I rode with 30 years ago, that's for sure.
I would also have to think, though, when you see all those lights coming, you better get out of the way.
Yeah.
As quickly as possible.
Well, you usually see the lights bouncing off the hills around you.
Right.
And that's why I'd much rather be passed by a trophy truck at night than during the day. Because at day you can't see them, so you're just left with hearing the siren or something like that. But at the night, in fact, usually I pull over because I think they're behind me, and then I look back and go, wow, they're like a mile and a half behind me. I guess I'll keep going. And then I start looking and looking and looking, and then finally they catch up and go by you.
Wow. Yeah, we've come a long way in the sport.
Which is especially tough if you're in a class position. Like you might be battling for the 50 Pro win or the Ironman win, but then trucks come by and you go, okay, well, I need to live. So I'm going to pull over, but I also want to keep beating this guy. So you don't want to lose too much time.
No, you probably don't want to die.
Dying's not good.
No. So we've talked about a few things so far. Obviously, battling into the weather of possible rain. We've got going from the daytime into nighttime. But one thing that, John, you had mentioned, and it's been peppered into conversation here and there, is the temperature. As we move into night, the sun drops as we get up into higher elevations, and then as rain comes. But before the rain, you were telling me about how at different points, maybe you didn't plan for the weather to change or you did not dress properly. Kind of walk us through a kind of a precarious situation that you were in years ago.
So, yeah, in one of the races I was at, we had some struggles earlier on. One of the riders had crashed and broke the headlights, and we had to repair that and spend some time, so we were down. We were coming through the race, and then it kind of threw off our strategy. But like you saw, with Cameron Steele. You know, he's in a truck. Sometimes you're trying to change drivers more than once. Like a lot of these guys are just one change and then they're done. Well, with motorcyclists, you might do shorter stints. You might ride for 2 hours and then you're going to get back on again. So I was riding the desert floor, and my plan was to get off before the hill going up to San Mateus. So the desert floor was warm. I had, you know, just an undershirt under my jersey, which was fine down on the desert floor. Well, when I got to that spot where the rider was going to meet me, no rider. So as a rider race team, it's our motto is, if you don't see the other guy, you keep going.
Yeah.
So I kept going, and then I got up onto the mountains, and then I was up by Mike's Sky Ranch, which is at about 3,800 feet, and it was freezing temperatures, probably in the 30s.
Right.
And I got so cold. At that point, I was getting passed by trophy trucks. I pulled over and saw some locals with a campfire, and I decided to take some time warming up with their campfire. And in fact, I told them I was cold and I asked for some help. And
Kevin Thompson's.
Yeah, they actually, one of them gave me the sweatshirt off his back. So that was awesome.
No
to
kidding.
Keep me going, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just when you think you're out there alone, somebody pops out and gives you the shirt off their back.
Yes.
Amazing. Well, not amazing. Kevin Thompson at a dead stop here and out of the truck. Co-driver's out. Let's see what's going on here.
Are all the lights on?
Let's see if we can listen in a little more.
Taking light covers off? Yep.
Is that what's happening?
It looks like he's pulling off some covers off lights. I could be wrong.
I mean, how do they understand that? There we go.
Yeah, they were close to other trucks, so it's very possible another truck will come up on them.
Huh. They better get moving. Somebody else is coming. There he goes. So did they pull off to the side of the? I can't really tell, but I mean, or they're on the. They're not on the course.
So this is in Fred's Tractor Trail, and I'm pretty sure this is about midway down. There's like a 90 left, and it had triple down arrows when I was out there, and it's a pretty sketchy corner on the course. And where they're at, I think they're blocking the course.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not showing anyone on the tracker behind them for a little ways.
That's
so
good.
I think they're okay, but
it might be in the back of their mind.
They're not in a good spot right now at all. And the way they're looking at that right front, I'm just wondering what they got going on there. But
so it's not just lights, it's something else?
Yeah, but there's a drop off to the right.
Yeah.
Just past where that tire is.
Oh boy.
And then there's an embankment on the left. And so the road is cut in, and it's really rocky right there.
Yeah.
And there's no way around this. So luckily, the next vehicle I'm showing is Josh Daniel in Rob Mack's truck. And
he'll be coming.
They're a ways back. They're still up by Catavenia, so they're at least half an hour from getting there. But Kevin Thompson, they need to get that truck out of where they're at. The funny thing is I'm literally have been texting with Harley Lettner, and he was going to call in on a Zoom call, but I'm thinking he's a little preoccupied now with whatever's going on right here.
You probably don't want to just call in right now. Hey, can you walk us through what's going on, buddy?
I'm thinking Harley might have something a little more important going on right this second. But as soon as hopefully they get going again, and then I can get an update on like what's really going on right here. I mean, I feel like if it was just a flat or something, they would have just kept going and gotten down the hill and gotten out of the way.
Right.
Yeah, like a A-arm or a tie rod or something in there, because he's like having him turn the wheel out so he can peek in there and look at something.
Well, speak of the devil, I have Harley letting her on a Zoom call, so let's see what he has to say.
Fair enough. Take it away.
Harley, this is, I don't know if you're watching
worst possible timing, bro.
Yeah, I figured that. I was just saying you probably had something more important to do than the Zoom call right now. So if you got to jump, let me know. But are you watching what we're watching right now?
I am, unfortunately.
What do you think is going on?
Well, definitely we're not pulling light covers.
Well,
it just looks like, from the tail end of it, looks like maybe they just came into a corner hot and went into a ditch. And it might be stuck, I'm not sure.
It looks to me from the tracker and what I'm seeing, it's a 90 left corner on about midway down Fred's tractor trail. I'm almost positive that's where they're sitting, because I recognize this part of the course. There's an embankment off to the right, or a drop off to the right, and then there's an embankment on the left. So it's really narrow right there. I'm pretty sure they're blocking the course. I'm thinking maybe something with steering, something like that.
Yeah, it looks like that. The way Kellen got out and ran to the front of the hood real fast. Might have lost a steering box or something, or been a sector shaft, or maybe broke a tie rod. But yeah, because they don't look like they're trying to get out. So I wonder if the truck's immobile.
Yeah.
There he is looking down at the front again. So.
Well, yeah, and your co-driver keeps motioning him to turn the wheel, which is
maybe checking to see if it's working or functioning properly.
Right. Are you guys trying to work your way back towards them right now, or what are you doing?
I got a crew down there. I'm heading up to about 450 we're going to do a driver swap at 450.
Yeah.
So I got a crew they're down there at 387 where it comes out, so you assessing the situation.
So you've got guys that can handle this for you, and then you're just going to go get ready to get in the truck when it gets to you.
Yeah, we got a really amazing team that follows us around Mexico, and obviously can't do it without them. We're just drivers and navigators, so we got them down there handling business. I have high hopes we'll get that truck out and fixed, so we're going to head up to the driver change, and Steve and I will get ready to jump in and hopefully bring it home. And not too much rain.
So far, I mean, we've been watching it, and it doesn't look like there's been a ton of rain. But I think from Valle Trinidad to the finish, you guys might have your hands full there.
For sure. It was kind of like that last year, too. We had a couple of issues last year, and there was a little bit of snow coming down, and I was freezing. So this year, I'm going to be prepared with jackets and stuff.
How about when the lead trucks came through, how were they looking, and how do you think that race ahead of you guys is shaping up?
I can't believe that top 5 are still under 2 minutes. It's insane this far into the race. I can't, it's just, to have that many trucks that far into the race that close is crazy. It's a bummer we had a couple flats and lost an alternator. We were up in that top 6 battle for a little bit, but Baja struck again, so be interesting to see how it plays out. We do some driver changes and night running. Those top guys up front, it's gonna, once we get through San Felipe, it's time to push and make a run to the finish. So be interesting to watch that leaderboard for sure.
All right, man. Well, I know you probably have a lot on your mind right now. I appreciate you calling in, and I'm always pulling for you guys. You know, I think one of these times you'll have a clean run, and I think you'll put it on top of the box. But looks like you might be kind of trying to just salvage a good finish at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, try to get a good finish and see if we can't land somewhere up in the top 5 in points, name of the game, and build stronger and come back next year even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, you guys been running good this year. You've shown you got the speed. It's just linking it all together and having a clean run. Good luck. Be safe out there. You know, keep us posted. If you hear what happened, if you could shoot me a message, I'd love to be able to let people know what's going on with you guys. Hopefully you guys get it fixed quickly and get back on course, and then he can get the truck to you and go from there.
Absolutely, man. We've been looking for that Lady Luck. We're going to find her one of these days. And thanks for the call. And you guys are doing an amazing job on the show, man. Really informative. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe keep a rabbit's foot in the truck or something like that.
I tried that last year.
Well, 4-leaf clover, whatever you got to do, man.
I'm going to do something, man.
So, okay, man. Well, good luck, man. And hopefully we'll see you at the finish.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Right on. It's good to see you still in good spirits. Despite what he's seeing with his teammate.
Sorry, I'm thinking it might be a light cover. That does seem silly. I figured no one would have covers on anymore, but yeah, something more serious. So there's a little bit of rain coming down.
A little bit of drizzle, yeah.
Yeah, our Raptors are the Ranger Raptor.
Now you see how the lights are illuminating the drops, not the dust.
So this 773, these guys got their work cut out for them because they lost a corner on that truck right off the start. And they repaired it, but I don't even think they're to Urupan yet. So.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last I had checked, they were way, way back. So let me see what I got here.
I see the lights of civilization ahead of them, so you're probably right.
What are we looking at on the right as far as
I think they're coming into
map?
Urupan.
Yep.
Which that means you got a lot of racing ahead of you.
That means you turn right and drive to Ensenada is what I think it means.
So, yeah, I'm showing them at race mile 72.
No way.
And I think a buddy of mine, Wayne Israelson, is driving in this truck. He's a really good suspension tuner.
Yeah.
So, Wayne, if you're watching, man, hope you guys are ready for a long couple days.
So Wes, is to the right there on the screen, is that red dot them?
Yes, it is.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're at least like...
This is like race mile 67 or something, like really early.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they're at race mile 72.
So they're there, and we're seeing rain come in there.
So they're
just a little bit.
They're almost 10% of the way into the race.
Fair enough.
At 5:18 at night.
Hey, 36 hours to be considered a finisher.
Well,
Let's see how it plays out.
SCORE will actually close certain checkpoints, so they have a time limit.
Okay.
And so if you're not past a certain checkpoint at a certain time, they pull you off the truck.
Sorry.
Off the track, and motorcycles, they do it even earlier because they're worried about them getting passed by trophy trucks and so forth. And so they'll call your night early. They did have it in the bulletin of what mile point and what how far you needed to be or you were done.
I just got an update from Harley. They're back moving, and apparently it was just they hit a ditch. So I think Kevin probably came just a little hot into that corner and then got hung up.
Yeah.
But luckily, I think that's a pretty precarious corner because it drops off on the outside. So they were probably hanging a wheel off there or something, and I think that's why the co-driver hopped off because they didn't want to roll down that hill. But yeah, they're going. They're down at the base of Fred's now. So that's, in the grand scheme of things, that's relatively good news for Harley.
Mm-hmm.
So see Harley, you call in to the action desk, do a Zoom call with us,
Good
and you
Baja
get good
Karma
luck.
there.
It's called Baja Karma.
Yeah, there it is. Race mile 180. Sure looks different from a few hours ago.
Yeah, and you don't even notice the ocean.
No, you don't.
And that's the thing about riding at night.
Look at that shot. I mean, that's a great drone shot.
In one of the races in 1991, I'm racing, and at night, and my lights were horrible. I was riding a KX 500, and I didn't know where I was at, and then suddenly I'm smelling ocean air, and there's wet rocks in front of me. Now I know where I'm at. I'm right on the ocean. Okay, then it started to make sense.
Wow.
But yeah, that was before GPS and tracking and all that stuff. So
yeah, just a little glimmer there of the wave that the light caught for a second.
And when I did that piece on racing into the night, we talked about how you lose all your references.
Yeah.
And we had that dusk shot where you could see the edges of the mountains and you still had some reference, this is a great example of how you lose all of your references and all you can see is what's in front of you with your lights.
Yeah.
And you'd, in this case, go, okay, it's the fence post. Oh, I know where I'm at. There's these fields by this.
You're going to grab anything you can in this moment. It's
right,
like anything to give you a sense of direction.
And it depends on how much you pre-run also, and then how much you have to memorize.
Absorb.
So if your section's only 150 miles, you might have it pretty nailed. But if you're trying to drive the whole thing yourself, boy, good luck on that.
Yeah. Well, if you're soloing it, right?
Yes.
And we've got people soloing. Back to Brett Fox.
Brent's rig still sounds nice and tight.
Yeah. Nothing too rattly. Truck seems to be in one piece. Nothing flapping around.
He's got the camera that isolates a lot of shock. So.
Yeah.
But moving through it, you know, it's a nice clip.
Yep.
A lot of times in the race, you just get to a point where, okay, I can't beat this guy. Maybe they're in front of me, but I'm ahead of the other guys. Ride steady, ride steady, and
lock in.
Yeah, you just gotta let's just keep it on two wheels. Let's keep it going. These guys are gonna keep it on four wheels. Don't do anything crazy. Just and you know, it sounded like Harley was talking about, hey, let's get to San Felipe. Like all the drivers are going. Let's
make like
put
these
the hammer
bench
down
posts, right? These moments where like, okay, if I get to here, if I just get to here. And speaking of getting to here, we are getting close to having the 7X reach the finish line. We're not there yet, but we're sort of on standby, waiting to see when the 7X team will be coming into the Rancho Nelson area. We'll keep you up to date on that as soon as that happens. In the meantime, we'll continue to ride along with Brent Fox. Back to Cody Reed. He's in a speed zone here. Stuck at 60 for a while. Back to Vaughn Gittin Jr. Little sprinkle, little spatter. He's got some wipers.
Yeah, so far, you know, I haven't seen anything of real rain.
Nope.
You know, this is light enough that it's just kind of like flying like snow, and the dirt still looks dusty. So really nothing to impact any race results or anything like that.
Yeah.
Now, we're still thinking there could be more on the mountainside. Well, it's yet to be determined, but looks like the bikes are going to get, or at least some of the bikes are going to get through fairly clean.
Yeah, that's good.
Of it, but and I think Cameron was right. There's some areas up there by Hamu and that can take the first inch or two of rain.
Yeah,
and
absorb it.
depending on how fast it's coming down, it's just when you get more than that, or if it comes down all in one big thundercloud where it turns into a raging river, and you've got to go through this river, and you might get stuck, and then that could change some results pretty quick.
Right.
I didn't typically worry too much about the you know, a little bit of slickness or whatever, which is to me more of a challenge for a motorcycle than it is for a truck.
Sure.
Because okay, you're going to slide all four wheels. You got 4 times the contact patch and stuff. But we had berms to use as well, so you start really trusting the berms from the trucks. But I appreciated the traction.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, anybody that enters the Baja 1000, I mean, if it's your first time, it's your first time, but you have to understand what you're signing up for. And you can worry. I don't think it's going to change anything. It's not going. You're just going to have to deal with it. And it's one of those situations where, you know, it's a little bit of Baja Darwinism. The finest will survive and find a way to make it through, no matter what it throws at them. The bottom line is, finish that race, get there done, get it safely. Maybe it takes you longer, but you just never know what's going to come at you. And especially in the 1000, the longest race of the season, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, in that race that I was telling you where I was freezing my tail off and then borrowed a sweatshirt from someone.
There you go.
It wasn't too long, and I was just freezing and shivering and just bitter and you know, ready to.
That's a good
quit or
point, though,
something.
when you talk about the shivering. So look, I grew up in Minnesota. I know negative temperatures. It's gotten down negative 40 at times. Like, I understand it. I know what it does to the body, and it's an environment in which if you don't grow up in that and you're not adapted to it, it's absolutely debilitating and shocking. So once you get wet, if you get wet, one thing to be cold, but if you get wet and cold, the body tenses up. And so now you start burning calories just tensing, let alone trying to move this bike, let alone battling this wind coming at you, freezing off. Now you're moving into mental focus. The mental goes crazy. You're outside, it's nighttime.
Yes.
I mean, it's compiles and compiles of more and more challenge, so.
Oh yeah, well, and the value of performing, like, wow, okay, I really wanted to win, or I really wanted to,
surviving.
Man, you know what?
It goes from performing to surviving.
I was hungry, I'm cold, and so forth. And I remember that in that race, I came upon my pit crew, and I was just hoping that they would have my jacket, because you're in and out of different pit trucks during the day. Hey, I got out of this guy's truck, but now I'm going to meet the other guy in his truck. Will he have a jacket for me? Will he have
a cup of hot coffee?
Yes.
Like, that can change your entire mood and outlook, because something as simple as that.
So they had my jacket,
difference.
and then we taped up all the vents on my gloves and on my pants, and we taped up some stuff. And and you know what? I got back on the bike. I was warm. I had a little drink, and got some water and some Gatorade and some food. And it turned my attitude completely around. I was able to go way faster. I'm back on the pace, and I'm going for it because it was warm and I was ready to go.
You were feeling much more confident too at this point.
Yeah, just comfortable and ready to go. And so you heard like Harley driving last year without the right jacket, and some of these guys that said, well, I'm going to have the jacket this year.
Ain't going to make that mistake again.
And it's like, being warm and being able to concentrate on what's ahead of you instead of just that you're really uncomfortable with cold.
Yeah, and when you're in those negative temperatures too, I got pretty good at denial. So again, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't change it, and I just have to get it out of my mind and just say, well, you can piss and moan about it, or you can deal with it. And dealing with it is just like allowing it to happen, but pushing through whatever the task is that you need to accomplish, get it done. And if you get it done, you're on the other side of it, and hopefully you can get to some place that's warm. The sooner you can get that done, the sooner you can warm up.
Well, and the preparations that the teams make can make huge differences and consequences in having the right gear and the right truck, because that's something that we tried to do was, okay, which truck is going to be where during the day? And sometimes plans change because someone got hurt. Now this truck needs to go over there, and so you're hoping that you can do it. But something simple that I was telling the team before we came down was, hey, you just take a 55-gallon plastic trash bag, and you fold it up and you have it in the pocket or in your fanny pack. And so that can become a makeshift poncho, waterproof jacket. And just to get the water off of you and to block that wind suddenly can make a 10, 15 degree temperature change inside. So.
No, it's true. Body heat will collect inside there, and it'll work. Fun little tricks. See the split times there. Race mile 4:20 for the trophy trucks.
And this is Baja for 95% of the participants. You're by yourself. You're cutting through the middle of nowhere, and you and your co-driver, or you and yourself, are just out there in the middle of nowhere.
I think that's what kind of blows my mind is, years back as I entered the sport, just the understanding of being so far out there for those that solo, for those that Ironman. It's just like, I don't know, man. and back when you guys and the OGs and the greats started, I mean, you guys didn't have the kind of communication we had. We'll hopefully at some point talk about the weatherman. Thank God for him. God bless. But like, you barely had any kind of communication if things went sideways at 3:47 a.m. in the middle of the desert. What do you do?
Yeah, you really relied on the other riders. So you hope that you had riders coming from behind you. And then there's also the brotherhood of fellow riders and drivers, because if you see somebody down or someone stopped, you're pulling over. Are you okay? Yeah. Hey, can you tell my chase crew that I'm back here?
There you go.
You try to remember their number. Oh, it's 323X, and then you get to the next spot. 323X was back about 5 miles.
Yeah. So it's a game of like telephone almost.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. And then some of the drivers would have radios, or the chase crews would have a radio to go to weatherman and say, hey, have you heard about this?
Sure.
And they could only go primarily to the official SCORE checkpoints, or to sometimes the Baja pits might have a radio, and they could relay some messages.
Sure.
But a lot of the struggle was just keeping, is my rider okay? Because he's supposed to be here an hour ago. Is it mechanical? Did he crash?
Yeah.
And you're just really worrying and praying a lot.
Is there a part of you guys, and maybe not, but the guys in the Pro 50, Pro 60s, Pro Motos, seeing now what some of these competitors get to do and use now, like, is there, I wouldn't say jealous or anything, but like, is there a part of you would be like, man, I wish it would be nice to have experienced what these guys are now in their 20s per se, with this kind of equipment, like, is there a part of you ever that's just like, God, I wonder what John Griffin back in the day could have done with this kind of technology?
Well, I think that's an interesting question. The motorcycle era really, I didn't have a Camelback when I started. They didn't have those. They used to have a little Malcolm Smith bottle, like a canteen that you carried on your hip, or two of them, and that was the extent. And so we didn't drink while we rode, and we waited for a section, then we got off, and then we drank, and then we ate, and so forth. So it was different there. But the motorcycles themselves were pretty much the same.
It was all relative, I suppose, to the time and the era. It just kept evolving on its own.
Well, and even then, I rode a KX500 in 1991 that had 62 horsepower. It had 12 inches of travel both ends. The bike today, the best 450 Honda, is 60 horsepower. It's 12 inches of travel. They both had disc brakes. There's really very little difference other than fuel injection and maybe some response. But it's the same basic motorcycle. Now you go back another generation to the 70s, well then it's back to 6-inch travel, kind of like the guy on that XL 125. Not sure where he's at if he's made
France.
It there. But the battle remains, and honestly, the tracking and having some of the communications. So I'll carry like a Garmin with me so that I can text the team if I fall down. But that just makes everybody better. So I'm happy that the kids have that the younger racers have that, because it helps the chase crews. Is my guy okay? For instance, the 1X today ran out of gas. But you're thinking, this guy must be hurt. There's no reason for that bike to be 0 miles an hour, and then you know in your head what they're going through in that section, how rough it is. And so you're thinking, oh man, he could be hurt, he could be hurt, he could hurt. And then you find out, they text back and go, hey, I'm okay. And then you can see the tracking that they're moving again. So it makes everybody feel better. Yeah.
Rob Mack at a pit. Looks like he blew past that.
I think he's on the highway heading towards San Felipe.
Exactly. Thought that was a pit for a second. It was not a pit. Just directing him onto the highway.
We probably have a motorcycle here, I would think, coming to the finish pretty soon.
Pretty soon. Here's EJ Herbst. Climbing along. Rock over rock.
Yeah, they're at 8:13. I think that 8:54 minus 17 miles.
Getting close. Any minute now. That 7X should be coming in.
So yeah, roughly 8:37. So 24 miles, probably about 40 minutes, if this is current. That was 2 minutes ago. So yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be on watch. When that happens, we will let you know.
Yeah, definitely dark for all of them, though. All the motorcycles are having 2 nights of darkness.
I was going to say, they started in darkness, ending in darkness. Okay. So about 15, 20 minutes ago, we have 7X crossing mile 812. Let's pull that up on social media. We'll watch here. Everybody trying to capture that as well. We have some other people out there, but
Yeah, it's cool when you see the fans.
Yeah,
you know, he's basking in the glory. The people are happy to see the first motorcycle come through.
Yeah.
They're all camping for the night because they're all looking forward to seeing the trophy trucks and stuff in another 6-8 hours or something.
Sure.
But yeah, having a lead like that is awesome coming in and people are cheering. So good for them.
Good stuff. Yeah. Again, tag at SCORE International on Instagram on our socials and send in what you got. If you got any good stuff, we'd love to see it. Oh, here we go. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. over at the BF Goodrich pit.
And work on that windshield.
Windshield and lens on that camera, maybe. They're definitely cleaning off that windshield.
This is one of the Ford Raptors, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's the, I believe, Bronco Raptor.
Yeah, and there's different levels of goals for these teams. You know, sometimes a team like this get to the finish. You know, and then there's other teams that like Ampudia or Toby Price or something like that. That we just want to win.
Sure.
And we'll sacrifice. We'll break wheels off the car if we have to in that San Felipe section because man, it's been a tough year.
Yep.
We almost won, and now we're just going for it. And so they might be going for broke kind of a thing. And if they don't get the win, they're kind of bummed. But there's different teams along the way that they would really like to just finish the race. And I remember that after coming close to getting a finisher pin and being denied, how much we just wanted to finish. And I told my team, whatever it takes, we're going to finish.
Yep.
If that bike's broken in half, we'll weld it together. I don't care. We got to get it to the finish.
Well, we got to get it up to the action desk. Wes, what you got?
Well, while we're watching the Vaughn Gittin Jr. team here in a pit, I actually have a little piece that we did talking about trophy truck pits, so let's take a look at it.
Pit stops play a crucial role in the Baja 1000. Our lead teams will be making multiple stops for both fuel, tires, and some will be doing driver changes. It's critical that you get in and out of the pit as fast as possible. So let's take a look at what a SCORE Baja pit stop looks like.
Love that contrast that we saw of the overhead to actually being down on the ground and seeing how fast and how diligent they are.
I kind of like that F1 style overhead that shows that. And if you time that, I think it was about 32 seconds or so is what they were doing that. So that's how polished these trophy truck teams have their pits. So they're doing 2 rear tires and full fuel in basically 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so as we're talking about that, we're leading into what I think is going to be one of the most crucial points in this race for us, and that's we've got our 3 lead trucks. They're in the speed zone coming into Puertecitos. You can see on the map right here, and you've got Polvarde, Ampudia, and then Toby Price. Ampudia's soloing. Toby Price has already done his driver change. He got in with Paul Wheel. I don't know if they're going to have to stop for fuel or tires, but Polvarde is getting out right here at race mile 455. So I really want to watch that. I think when we get to that pit, we'll hop in car with him and watch that driver change. Bryce Menzies is going to get in, and The key thing here is, can Polvarde maintain physical track position?
Yeah.
If Allen can get by him here, I think that's the race.
Yeah.
I don't think that Bryce would be able to get back by him. Just, it's too hard to pass in the dust.
Yeah, unless a mechanical issue.
So,
Sure.
Judging from this, right now they're in a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone, so they're going a mile a minute.
Yeah.
And I believe he has enough time. They should be able to do this in 30 seconds, especially because Bryce has a little bit of speed zone still left. So he can get in, and then as they're going to the speed zone, he can adjust his belts and kind of get situated in the car before they hit the dirt. I think they're looking good, but if they do lose a position here, physical, that's going to be a major point in this race.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is we're getting ready to head into the washes of San Felipe. So I'll back out of this a little. And you see where this zigzags back and forth. So they're going into Matomi.
Yep.
And then Azufre. And we're going through Boulder Canyon, which is something that we haven't really run through a whole lot. And then you've got Guatamote and Chinate. In those washes, there are a ton of lines. And as well as it's sandy, so dust isn't quite as much of an issue. So I do think if you are going to try to make a move, make a push, make a pass, that's the place to make it happen. And whoever can link together all of these lines the best is going to be looking really good for a win. This could be a spot where you see Allen or Toby, if they don't get by Bryce on in that pit. You can see, I think they're going to push really hard through the washes and try to put pressure on Bryce and make a pass.
Yeah, and maybe even push Bryce to potentially make a mistake.
Well, and like how on his game is Bryce?
Yeah.
He's coming off this injury. Got to be in the back of his mind a little bit. Bryce is a great driver. He's got a ton of experience. But I think Allen and Toby are really going to turn up the pressure on him. And I just feel like Allen and Toby are gonna be smelling blood in the water.
Well, with pressure, you talk about pressure. Is it really on Toby? Is Toby the one that actually? Oh, here's the pit. Is Toby the one that pushes Allen, who then pushes, pushes Bryce's team?
Well, and if Toby did switch drivers and he's actually in there, my guess is that would be the time to do your tires.
Yeah.
So he may have already made that stop and he's ready to keep on rocking and rolling.
Okay.
So if Bryce has to change and loses 30 seconds with a swap of driver,
tires going on.
So they're racking a tire, which that means that Polvarde must have had a flat at some point here. Otherwise, you're not going to throw a good tire in for another good tire.
No.
Correct.
Okay,
So this is super close. I'd love to see a split screen. Okay, so he's going.
So Bryce is in.
Yeah, Bryce is in, and he's out ahead of Empudia.
That was still pretty dang quick. That was a quick pit.
Well, I mean, I thought it would be.
Yeah.
The thing is, though,
here comes Allen.
Okay, so Allen's got to pit too.
Split. Yeah.
So Allen's. This is going to be 30 seconds for Allen. And I'm going to think Toby is probably going to have to pit as well. So I don't think really that there's going to be that much time gained in just pits by either Toby or Allen.
Yeah. I see Toby 0.3 of a mile behind Allen. So they're literally, at a mile a minute. They're within 15 seconds of each other. So it's possible that we'll see the light of a car going by Allen if Toby's in a different spot.
Well, there's Toby down there.
Yeah, we're going to see both cameras.
Right.
So we see the lights up ahead, and could it be Allen off the side? So it's going to be super tight. Those guys are right neck and neck. There they are. That's them. That's it. And that's them. Side by side.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to pass him.
Okay, it's 60 mile an hour.
They're stuck.
And they're on the wrong side of the road, and no one's letting up.
No way.
He got him. And that's one. Did you have to speed to stay ahead? There we go.
Wow.
Okay, so the thing is here is now does Toby need to pit or not?
See, I would say if he got in the car already, Wes, he probably already pitted when he, if you're going to spend 16 seconds to get a driver in and out, you better be filling the car with gas and a tire then.
But they did that driver change back
that was
at BFG2 at 282.
Yeah.
So he's gone a long ways. I just think if Toby knew he had to make a pit, he wouldn't have made that move to get ahead of him right there. Because, I mean, he pretty much forced the issue to get physically ahead of Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know, and you know Alan's burning up inside right now.
I was going to say, what do you think's
that.
going on inside his head right now?
Well, I think Alan's pissed.
Yep.
And, you know, I think when they hit the dirt, it's going to be gloves are coming off.
Well, but you know, they both knew going in that it was close. Like,
hey,
I was looking at the tracking.
Listen in real quick. Can we get in there and see what they're saying?
I don't know that we've heard any in-car audio with Alan all day.
No, I guess not. I thought I heard something.
I did too.
It would be nice if, I don't know if we could play back on in-car with Toby when that pass happened.
That would be great.
And hear what they had to say from in-car.
We're going to try to cue that up. I mean, how frustrating, though, you're stuck at 60 miles an hour.
Yep.
With these beast vehicles. You can't do anything right now.
Fuel and tires, yep.
So we're hearing something.
Yeah, they knew. I mean, like, I could see it on the tracker that they were right on top of each other, and you just know if it takes you 30 seconds, well, that's, you know, half mile.
And you got the 87 team communicating probably like, look, Alan's in the pit.
Yep.
You know, it's your call. If you can get physical position on him, go for it, take it. And this is the team to do it. Obviously, it's very Toby Price.
Something else I think that's going to play into this is, you know, did Toby go over 60 miles an hour, and is he going to get dinged for speeding and have an infraction at the end of this, making that pass?
Yeah.
Because that's going to, I mean, that looked very precarious in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
if we could go back to that moment, maybe we could see inside and see how fast Alan was going and see if he was up to 60, because then Toby would have to go obviously more over 60 to get in front of him.
Well, and so the SCORE has some rules in regards to speed zones and passing or not passing.
Yeah.
You know, I think that it was within Toby's reign to like an oncoming car that's not allowing you to merge.
Okay.
Like, hey.
1 second, John. We do have replay with audio here. Let's listen back.
Coming out.
60, 61.
Is that allowed or what?
Huh?
Was that allowed?
Yeah, that was an unsafe release on them.
Yeah, fucking hell.
so watching that,
Toby was great.
Yeah, I didn't see Toby's go over, and
I saw 61. That was it.
Yeah.
Maybe 62 at the most. But it was like 61.
And that's well within his range to do what he did. Yeah. And you know, if anything, Alan was trying to come in. You know, it's a race, and they're both racers. And but they did enforce some rules or add some rules. SCORE did for the ends of speed zones because of what happened with Tavo and Ampudia a couple years ago, where they just ignored the speed zone at the end and tucked underneath them, banged doors around people that were standing there as fans.
Got dangerous.
And so they eliminated any late section passing within like 400 feet of a corner.
Oh boy!
But I will say that the mouth of the Matomi Wash is very, very wide.
Hood's coming off here.
When they go into that corner, that race is on for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to see split screen there. Back to while we're watching this with Tavo's team. So McNeil's in here. You can see Javi as co-driver. They're working on something under the hood there. But back to the deal with Toby and Ampudia, you're not supposed to pass in a speed zone, but the way I felt that played out, Toby was already established on the road. Alan was coming out and really tried to kind of cut him off. And it's not like Toby totally sped up to get around him or anything to make a pass. Like I think Toby was going 60, Alan popped out, tried to kind of block him. And I view that as a legal move there. I think there's going to be various opinions on this.
It's just a racing incident.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Toby was making his way into the pit and then made a strong left to try to get around him. He just saw the opening and he took it. His racer instinct just kicked in.
Well, and the right of way goes to the guy on the track. So Ampudia's off the track, and he's getting back onto the course. So you're supposed to potentially yield to the person on the course. But, you know, I think it's a perfectly good racing incident.
Really
and
well
the
executed.
race continues on. And
it's race IQ.
Like I say, in that wash, it's gonna be on, because it's a really wide wash. They could be on, 180 feet, 200 yards away, both throttle down.
Well, you talked about moments of like waking up.
Yeah.
And Alan's going to be.
There's adrenaline.
Awake.
There's adrenaline going on now. Yeah,
exactly. Just got to pop.
Well,
all right.
Yeah, and we were talking about Alan and Toby putting pressure on Bryce.
Yeah.
Well, those two are going to be pushing each other so
now.
hard, I think, that by default they may be putting pressure on Bryce. And you know, we are T-minus probably 2 or 3 minutes from seeing these guys all hit the dirt. And this is going to be really fun because they're going to come off the highway into Matomi, and it's going to be wide open from that point. Hopefully we can go to a split screen of Toby and Alan, because they are right on each other, and there are lines right away. So I think you're going to see Alan and Toby trying to make some moves here on each other. I think Alan's going to push hard to try and get him back.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be fun to watch.
Regarding lines, do we have some either ors? Is that what you're saying, or there's just?
Yeah, these washes, like heading up Matomi.
Yeah.
There might be literally 10 lines across a half-mile wide wash.
In the dark.
And fans, this is your 2-minute warning. You got to go to the restroom right away. Grab your popcorn, grab your soda, whatever you're going to get, because you don't want to miss this next action.
Yeah, put a pot of coffee
we've
on
got,
right
We've
now,
got
'cause it's gonna
cameras
get interesting.
between both cars. It is going to be on.
Yep.
And so yeah, be ready.
And we're getting close to having. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, Toby stopped. Okay,
Well,
so Alan probably just went right by.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. I thought Toby might have to pit.
You're right.
And so, so I mean, they're really going to be back. Honestly, they're kind of exactly how they came into the speed zone.
Yes.
Is how they're going to end up coming out of it. That said, Toby's still going to be pushing to get to Alan, and Alan is going to be pushing to get to Bryce. So it's still going to be really fun to watch here, as well as I'd like to. I mean, if we can do some split screens with these three guys and watch the different lines that they take, because there are a lot of different ways to link together the lines through these washes.
Yeah, and I still think Toby is potentially one of the fastest guys out there on the desert floor.
Oh, yeah.
And potentially makes more risks and things like that. And he doesn't have a championship to lose.
Nope.
So he'll be going for it. And,
For sure.
And we see Bryce now.
Well, yeah, probably in Toby's mind, he's got to be thinking, pushing Pudia to the point of he makes a mistake in DNFs.
Yep.
And then Toby.
Oh, that's a real
And then
black
Toby
eye.
takes the win. And then Toby, not only would Toby get the win in the 1,000, he also would take the championship.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, he's going to have to rip that out of Alan's hands, though, because Alan's not going to give that up easily.
Yeah, we'll see.
And you can see the lights are so good that there's not anything that they're missing out there, really, other than, maybe the mountain pass or something like that. But those trucks it's just very close to daylight. You can see why their mile per hour stays pretty steady.
Pretty high, yeah.
And a lot of these trucks, they can actually adjust their lights from in the car.
Within.
So their light bars have mechanical adjustments that they can control. So if they want to raise or lower, like their main light bar, they can.
There we go.
Yes.
Some split action.
It's when you get into the dust. That's when you have switches to sometimes turn off certain light bars.
Right.
Change to the amber lenses instead of the white. I was always kind of a white lens guy. I had some ambers, but I just chose usually the white lights better. But I did have a switch on my handlebar to turn off the high beam, the pencil beam when you got behind in traffic, and then turn it back on later. Otherwise, the blizzard whiteout.
I see some dust lingering a little bit for Toby.
Man,
This is
this
where
tracker's so far behind.
So when you go down and pre-run, a lot of times you're trying to mark the fastest line, but then you want to have like alternate options. So if you are in somebody's dust, that you might have an either or, and you want to have all of these marked. I'm pretty sure all of these guys will have that, you know, but that way, say if you're Toby and you're behind Alan and you're in his dust, any opportunity you have to take a line that would be an either or, you want to, if Alan goes right, you want to go left. If Alan goes left, you want to go right. And just always trying to be searching for clean air.
Here's our leader. Race mile 8:35. Tyler Lynn, 7X bike. Driver of record. Close, close, close.
Gracias.
Back to Bryce.
2 left, 45, just a little 45 left. Right. Rock on left here, then stay left. 2 left sweeper, open.
See that gas in the green, solid green.
2 right, 45 here, kicks right, open. Rock on right. 3 right. 3 right.
83 miles an hour, 86.
Yeah,
I'd say Bryce is looking good.
Yeah,
2 right,
he's feeling
sweeper up
confident.
Here. There's a big rock on right. 2 right, sweeper here. 2 left, ditch, fly.
Back to Toby as well.
Sweep left after this. Cross both. Good job. 3 left. Sweep it left, 2 left sweeper. 2 right, stay the inside line up here. 2 right, tightens up a little.
Terrain relatively flat for Bryce to really open up here.
Rock on the right up here, 2 right. 2 right, 45. 2 right, sweeper, rock inside.
Back to Allen.
He's in the dust.
He is in the dust.
Behind Bryce.
Yeah. We got our splits. Upper left-hand corner for the trophy trucks at race mile 457. Still
11 seconds between 3 trucks. That's
I
awesome.
mean, come on.
Right for it, sweep coming.
Yeah. Yep, these guys, they want it.
And of course, Menzies started first, so he started a minute ahead of Ampudia, who was a minute ahead of Toby Price.
Mm-hmm.
Straight. Without to take that cut straight through, remember?
Yeah.
Straight through this next turn.
Remember? Did you remember?
Right
I don't know if I'm.
Yep, now.
Yep.
Right now.
All right.
Suspension
Inside the
cam.
Herbst.
The rear suspension
That's
there.
a great shot. Let's see how much he's. See the suspension? You can see how much he's putting the hammer down right now.
We need the shock sponsor.
Yeah. That is bobbing. Back to Bryce.
Got that caution, rocky drop. Sweep straight, caution, rocky drop here.
Rocky drop.
Drops both.
Let's see how much it
See the right
drops.
line up here. See right line here, watch rock.
See the split?
Yep, there it was.
Stay right, straight again, stay right again, right again. Rock both. Stay right here.
And that's a wash that's a half mile wide,
Right,
quarter
that's
mile
huge.
wide. You can be on either side of it. And so they've kind of picked the side that they like.
Yeah.
And now that the dust for Ampudia, he might choose the other side just
Sure.
because it's less dust.
Sure.
Big rock on left.
And Bryce is ahead of him enough where maybe if he's close enough, he can see the lights of Bryce.
Oh, yeah.
And he can see which line. that he's going to take now.
Yeah, and
the
dust potentially will hang there because I don't see any wind or breeze. The trees or bushes aren't blowing around, so it's probably hanging there. And a lot of times the washes they're really wide, and so they'll zigzag back and forth.
Yeah.
And the wall where the water runs down when it rains, which they had some pretty big storms this last year, will be smooth. And then
here we go.
The opposite side might be rougher, but the trucks don't really suffer too much from pounding whoops.
Yeah.
So they might go across the middle.
And so it looks like Alan is out of the dust, doing what he can to catch up to Bryce.
And they still haven't wound up to the canyon yet where Matomi gets very tight. So they'll get up ahead another couple miles, and it'll get so narrow that the canyon walls are only 50 feet apart or 100 feet apart, and then there's some little stair steps that they'll drive through, but they've got to be careful to not take the front end off the car.
3 left here, 2 right, then left here.
Well, with regard to light choice, John, looks like Alan took your light, so to speak, the white light, and Bryce is more of an amber guy with some other illumination thrown in. A little bit of both.
Yeah, they might have a filter on the camera as well. A little lens.
Okay. All right, we're going to listen in.
Straight. Stay left, straight. The middle right. Yep, this line. Kicker, big rock on right. Kicker here, big rock on right. Good. Rock on right again. Watch rocks on the left here. Three left of here, big rock on left. Big rock on left, going to this 3 left. Good. 2 right, rock on left. 2 right, sweeper, opens and exit. Opens here. 2 right, 2 left, sweepers. After the 2 left, got caution, tight right up, out of the wash. Tight right up, big rock on left. Left 4 sweep. Left 2 sweep, rocks right. You want him or no?
Yellow bot.
Rock right, straddle. Rock right, then right. Right 3 sweep, then rocks. Left 5, rocks both. Straight long. Straight through. Two left and right. Tight two left here, then stay left side here, stay left, tight left. Two right, then left. Two right. Cactus on the left up here. Two left here, then two right. Cactus left, and then two right. Get a tight right up here, cactus outside. Tight right, cactus out. Two right, then left here, open. Narrow trees up here, then a cactus on the left. Two right, and tight two left. Gonna kick left. Two right tree inside, cactus right. Two left open. Two right, sweeper, 45. We're taking the tight two left line up here. Take this left, stay left here. Three left. Kicks right, 45. Two right, 45, back in the race line. Two left, tight two right. Sweeper, tight two right. Tight two left here. Left, then right. Two left, 45. 200 feet, then a tight two right, 90. Got a little sweep to it, just tight. Two right. Right, then left. All right. Tightens up, 45 right here, then two caution ditches up here. Cheers. Take the left cut up here, 100 feet. Here. Two right, then a two left. Tight two right, 45, just kicks right, pretty straight. Mark up left here. right. Go long sweeper. Get narrow up here and then sweeper left. You're also narrow here. Two right sweeper, opens and exit, 45. Right trees to get up here. Two right 45, pretty open. Cactus left. Rocket right up here. This right here. Check up Titans up here, 200 feet. Titans left. Rocks both. Watch rocks. Rocky berm up here. Two right opens. Cactus on the left up here. Two right, then cactus both sides. Two left sweeper, pretty open. Walk on right up here, three left. Three left and right. Big right, and a three left, stay left. Three left, stay left. Feet, caution berm. Goes three right, caution berm. Left line. Left line. 30 left line. My right, tight. 45 right, tight. 45 left. Open. Left, 30 right. 30 right. How's the pace through this shit? I think we're doing good. We gotta make up time, so we're good. Left line. Once we get time, we can set up the pace. Right now, we don't know. Right. $25 right, left out wide. 25 right, left out wide. 30 left. 30 left.
Let's go up to the action desk with Wes. Wes, who do you got on the line?
All right, we got Ricky Johnson, who he's teamed up with Gus in that 1L. Those guys have been dominating the Trophy Legends class for quite some time. RJ, what's going on, man?
Well, it was great until it wasn't great, but we got it patched up. So about race mile 175, I lost brakes. Rock hit the caliper and it bled out all the fluid. So I had to go for about 25 miles because our pits were staggered differently. So I'd go about 25 miles, no brakes. Then we capped it. I had one brake. And so instead of changing it there and losing spots early in the race, I just ran with about half brakes, mostly front, one rear. Got it to 350, 365. We got it to Mike Coleman, and now he's running up the highway to get back to Portecitos Road.
What were the course conditions like?
Silty. I wish we would have had more rain. I mean, we got sprinkled on a little bit in town. Other than that, there was no rain whatsoever. The course was really chalky and silty. I've been watching some of the highlights of the guy, poor people behind us. But yeah, it still doesn't hurt with the Mason all-wheel drive. We could just drive through it like we're driving a boat. So it's not even a threat. You just go slow enough to where it doesn't come over your hood, and it doesn't even challenge the Mason all-wheel drive, especially with the 40-inch tires. So But the course was pretty chewed up from pre-running, and I was in dust a good portion of it.
Yeah, I think you can get through it, no problem. The problem is it obscures your vision and you can't see. Now, you guys are sitting, what, about 9th or 10th physical on the course? Is that right?
I think probably about 9th or 10th or so. Justin Davis, I think, is in front of us. Sam Baldy is behind us. We're coming up the highway, and we're following the truck right now. Sam's about 2 miles back. 2-3 miles. Sam's about 2-3 miles behind us on the highway. Want to congratulate them right now. It's not over yet, but it's awesome to see the Baldy team doing so well right now. But yeah, what happens is the guys go through the silt, and there wasn't much wind before. There's a lot of wind now because the storm blowing in. But earlier today, there was no wind blowing, so the silt would just sit, so you'd have to come to a stop. And that's where you saw the big gap between the front guys.
Gotcha. Do you know, we saw Tavo, obviously you guys are teammates with Tavo. We saw Tavo stop for a second. Do you know what happened? Did you get word on that?
No, I didn't have word. I don't have word of that yet. In fact, we just heard that was that when Jason was in it or when Tavo was in?
No, it was when Jason was in.
Yeah, so I don't know what the issue was. They had it off, so maybe because you have to take the hood off to put brake fluid in. That's what we had to do when we capped the line. We had to add more fluid because I pumped it out trying to stop. So maybe they're having brake issues.
Yeah, we saw Javi hop out. They had the hood off. He was doing something up towards the front area, or towards the cab, I guess. So maybe he was adding brake fluid. It would make sense where a reservoir would be right there.
Yeah, reservoir is right on the left front, right in front of the driver.
Okay, and so Tyler Lynn and the 7X, they ended up taking the win in the dirt bike, so they swept this. You're a very, very well-known dirt bike rider, very accomplished yourself. I mean, what do you think about that they swept the whole series this year?
Well, I mean, it's tough because there's so many elements that can take you out in a desert race. Like us, I don't know what hit our line, and especially on a bike, because all it takes is a baseball-sized rock, and it can completely take you out on a motorcycle. So congratulations to those guys. I mean, they've been on fire all year long, and for them to dominate and win every race, that's amazing.
So one more quick little question for you, then I got to go. But we basically have a 4-truck race, 3 that are really tight between Pulvarde and Pudia, Toby Price, and then Tavo still kind of hanging in there. What do you think is going to determine the winner of this race?
Who doesn't have downtime? If I don't think you have to keep moving forward, and that's why we chose not to change my caliper when I was in it, because I didn't want to give up track time, and I wasn't holding anybody up. But you just got to keep moving forward. And they're entering the roughest desert in the world right now. So, and they've already been beating on the cars for over 400 miles. So, attrition is going to be the key.
Yep. Okay. All right. We'll let you get back to your race. Thank you for checking in with us. Always appreciate it. You always have very insightful comments. So, love talking to you, man. Good luck in the race. Be safe out there, and we'll see you at the finish line.
One final thing is that the good news for everyone racing tonight, with that storm blowing in, that the wind is blowing hectic. It's blowing really hard. So when you're racing in the dust, it'll blow the dust out of the way. But then in the mud, that's going to be a determining factor too. Did anybody pack, right amount of rags and all the different precautions for rain? So we're going to see it for sure. So the Baja never lets you down.
Yeah, I'm staring at a radar map right now, looking at rain pretty much all around that whole last 100 miles of the course. So it's going to be wet up there.
Yeah, well, doing a great job, Wes. Keep it up. Big fan. And hey, my visor worked awesome. I was going into the sun right at the finish, and I won't call it an LM70. I'll call it a WM70. Make sure you get one of those. and DRT, because it was the lifesaver for me going into the sun.
Yep. All right. I appreciate you giving me a little love there, man. Thank you. Take care. Be safe. See you at the finish.
See you, brother. Bye.
All right. All right. Like I said, always good to talk to RJ. Dude's a legend. He's been killing it on dirt bikes and four-wheel vehicles for quite some time. We have a package here. So our lead trucks, they're in the washes around San Felipe. We're seeing them race through this with their lights, but let's have a look at when I was there earlier, and you can actually see what it looks like during the day.
As the racers continue to work their way up this 58th annual Baja 1000 race course, they've come through Fred's Tractor Trail, up into the speed zone, through Gonzaga, Puertecitos, and to the entrance of Matome Wash. That puts them into the washes of San Felipe, and I think this is going to be a critical point in the race. It's now nighttime for our leaders, and they're going to be battling through these washes. There's a lot of lines, and there's a lot of time to be made if you can link all of those together. So this will determine the winner in a lot of classes, I believe. What we did is while we were here in the daytime, because you aren't going to be able to see a lot of what this course looks like during the night, I want to show you some drone shots of what these competitors are going through, all the different lines and the canyons here. So let's take a look.
Wow, what a perspective seeing all of these washes from that height, and just, you know, Wes's UTV just looks like a little ant out there as that drone pans back and you see how far out they are and how desolate it is.
Yeah, and these in-car cams, because of the darkness, you're going, oh, is it a wide canyon or not? You can't really tell.
Yeah. And so Bryce is moments away, right? Well, you were just saying that he's about to enter the section of what we just saw.
Yeah, one of the sections. So he's going to head due west pretty soon, okay, and go up one of the tighter washes that Wes had showed us. And but it's kind of like nonstop wash to wash to wash.
Wash to wash.
As you're going through the whole San Felipe area.
Very cool.
But you saw the multiple lines, lefts and
so
rights,
many
and
choices.
insides, outs, and
choose wisely.
Yep.
Well, somebody that chose wisely, the 7X team, Tyler Lynn, has finished, and we are just waiting for him to come down to Ensenada and have that ceremonial finish. So as soon as that's up and running, we will go down to the ramp. But until then, we will continue the battle of Alan Ampudia and Bryce Menzies right now on your screen. And it's dark, but it's still, it looks like the line that Alan's on, that he's got an opportunity to put the pedal down a little bit. Don't have the telemetry inside Alan, but Bryce is moving too.
Yeah,
under the circumstances.
We can probably give a little recap of some of the different classes of where they're at if you want it.
Sure.
I might be able to read through that. So we got the Tyler Lynn 7X, the Arturo Salas 1X team is still running in second, and then the Eric Holt team has managed to continue on and is in third. Then the amateur class, we got Gabriel Vasquez, who's in second, actually leading his class over Mario Navarrete. Those two are actually pretty close. And I had mentioned before, the Ironmen are actually still incredibly close. So Larry Cerna, race mile 6:16, and Eric Estrada at 6:09. And that they have been within like probably 5-10 minutes of each other.
Gotcha.
And probably haven't slept, haven't eaten, or or something.
Poof,
so
who knows?
what are they going to do? But having a great battle. So those two are really pulling it out.
Yeah, so at that point too, when it's like these two Ironmans going at it, so there's some ego involved too. You don't want to be the guy who doesn't finish, but at the same time, incredible mutual respect because you both know what you're attacking.
Well, and you start to think, is it worth spending 30 seconds to eat a sandwich or eat beef jerky or whatever
That's
at a
where I'm
pit?
going. Yeah.
And the guy that does that versus the guy that says, no, he's right there, I can catch him. But then he doesn't eat and he loses the energy and he causes a crash or whatever.
Sure.
So it's like all those decisions that they're making in their pit crews and stuff, and can they still hold on? Do they have blisters and all of that stuff? So those guys are unbelievable.
Yeah. Call them Iron Man for a reason.
In the Pro 30 class, we've got Jason Alossi leading the class at race mile 693, Michael Watts, and then Sam Hardy.
Okay.
I still have the Pro Moto 40, Shane Esposito, still running third overall motorcycle as a 40 class, and he's over 50 years old.
Yeah.
Jim O'Neill's on that team. Septian, Francisco Septian is on that team as well. And then Mark Bradford second, Willie Watts is running third in the 40 class.
Cool. Good stuff. Great to hear where everybody's at.
We also have a Pro Moto Adventure class. So some of those guys are on the Covey 450s, and just give an update for them.
Okay.
Travis Turner is still running 587, race mile 587.
Okay.
Wade Beatty is in second, quite a ways back at 399. So looks like both of them are still on the course and keeping the bike moving.
Sounds good. Well, Alan and Bryce are certainly keeping it moving. Continue to make their way through the washes into the night.
And then we've got the Sportsman Moto, Axel Mustad. And first, race mile 765, so he's actually having a great race pretty far up. Ernesto Carrillo and Roman Espinoza in third. And then give a shout out for the quads. And I had mentioned Gabriel Vasquez and Mario Navarrete, and they're both in a pretty tight battle. They're within 20 miles of each other at race mile 8:31. So they're getting close to the finish. They were, I believe, the Sportsman quads got to take the cutoff, so they eliminated 100 miles or roughly 3 hours of driving.
Yeah,
so,
that helps.
So yeah, they're getting close to the finish.
But you can still take a pounding on those quads. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it's brutal. Brutal on the body and on the quad. Literally your quads.
Yeah, and I'm still seeing. Looks like the trucks are pretty much in the same order. And Bryce Menzies is holding serve, staying out front, and then we have Ampudia and then Toby Price still behind them, and they all look like they're, maintaining that same pace. What do you do when the favorite section of the course is everybody's favorite section of the course, or everybody's best section of the course?
Well, one of the favorite places to be is at the finish line down in Ensenada. Let's go to the ramp.
Your 5 BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000 Unlimited Motorcycle Champ 7X. Congratulations, guys.
God, what a feeling it's got to boy.
I'm going to let the guys get their medals, and I'll have a word with them.
Getting their medals on, you know, I mean, you take the whole season, you win every race. Wow.
Carter, let's start with you. And how was it coming in tonight? A little change for you guys. I don't know. When did you find it was going to be out there in Nelson and not here?
At my 40 miles in my section, I started at 6:30, and then right at the road crossing, I was standing there, finishes at Rancho, and I was like, oh, that changes everything. That's nice. Yeah, I took it there, and it was good.
You guys had a great run, watching you all day. You took the lead. I think, were you passed it all the whole time?
Say that again.
Did anybody pass you? You went out first. 1X was right behind you for a while. Distance on them.
No, it's always good work in the morning.
Yeah. And the one thing I want to talk about too, we got all the rain, so that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, we can thank Carter for that, for pinning it. So we rained on. Maybe everybody else will, but not us.
The entire series. I mean, of course, official until we get everything done, but you guys had such a big lead, I'm assuming. I'm going to go it that way, because you've done it in that previous. Winning the 250, the 500, the 400, and now the 1,000. Before the season started, of course, did you ever think it would come to fruition?
Yeah, I did actually. Me and Carter, we put in a lot of hard work, and coming in here, we expected to win. You know, we wanted to win every round this year, and that's obviously where we're at. So that's super exciting. Yeah, just it was an awesome day for everyone.
Well, the hard work pays off. I know you guys do your homework every mile, every section, multiple. Overall, the course, everyone's saying was pretty tough. I'm sure it was. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, obviously the course has come down. But me, David, and Carter, yeah, we put in some pre-run miles, and we did our homework, and yeah, we had a super I think the bike only touched the ground once, and other than that, it was really clean.
Now, what do you think out there in your section?
Yeah, I feel like I think I got the hardest, not the long section. I got San Felipe, so I a few times, and I understand how it works and how it got the last few days, and definitely. And I might have put the bike down once. I popped back quick and got the bike to Carter, and so we didn't get rained on.
Yeah, that's incredible, and I'm so happy that you had a clean run out there. I know it's been a long season and a great effort, and again, congratulations on a full effort to sweep the series. But I know you have a lot of people behind this as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's a whole bunch of them. Obviously, first and foremost, the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Mark Samuels, you know, after that, for having an awesome team, building an awesome team, providing us with everything that we need to succeed, and then Bobby from San Diego Powerhouse for an absolute rock shot. Every race without any issues. You know, he had us build the best bike, and obviously the whole Monster Energy SLR team, Southern Honda, Lot. IMS Pro Circuit, Bound, Coast Powder Coating, J Pistons, Fly, Alpine Star, Heatwave. Man, just everyone. There's a lot of people that thank our families, the pit crew. And yeah, it takes a village. Just get to these races, and even a bigger village to win. Stoked.
And congrats. Anyone else you want to give a shout out to?
Mark. I don't know, bringing me on to the team at the beginning of the year, and didn't really expect it. Didn't think I was racing this year, and then got the call, and to be standing here, pretty sick.
That was a good phone call to take. People give it thanks to that couldn't be here today.
Yeah, just friends and family. It's great to have friends and family out and letting us come out and play and pop wheelies, and all the pit crews and are huge. I mean, we were able to make it to the finish line. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Is Mark around?
Over there. He was.
Okay, he's being camera shy. Oh, here we go. Come on over. First off, congratulations. You put together a team. To see you through all the series, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, the couple years I raced with Justin Morgan, did like the 500 or the 1,000, and you know, we won most of them, and it was cool to bring the younger kids up in the series and back to doing it. Last year we had we finished strong. You know, we had a goal to come in here and do what we worked on, and you know, try to win everything. The team did, and it was awesome. Getting Carter on the team this year has been great. Tyler's really took into
the best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Hola, Tavo Vildósola aquí, la revista SCORE Journal, que sale cada mes, hay que leerla para estar actualizados de todo lo que está pasando en nuestro deporte, el deporte que amamos y que queremos aquí de la Baja, entonces ahí nos vemos en la revista.
No se olviden de leer el SCORE Journal, la mejor revista para el off-road, manténganse al tanto de todos los updates y todas las noticias por ahí. Saludos.
Revista SCORE Journal, muy interesante, muy buena y pues síganla.
Ánimo.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the BF Goodrich Baja 1000. I can't believe we are already here at the end of the season, man. It's been a doozy. Joining me here, Ken Stout and Jason Hurd. Shout out to John Griffin. Thanks for doing that, guys. Got some fresh faces back up here, guys. How are we doing?
What did we miss while we were gone?
Yeah, right? Did you guys go off and grab a coffee or something?
Yeah, we grabbed a coffee. We were inside watching it, though. So some of the passes, after the pit stop and, pulling out onto the road and the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit and the guys split just a little bit, all pretty exciting, man. It's good stuff.
Good stuff. All right. Well, speaking of good stuff, we'll go back up to the action desk. Wes, who do you got on the line?
All right. So we got Toby Price's teammate, Paul Wheel, here. Paul, how things going, buddy?
She's a bit of a battle at the moment. Battle royale, I'd say, between the three of us, between obviously Ampudia and now Bryce is in the car. So, I think, my section was fantastic, exactly what we needed. With no flats, handed the car back to Tobes in exactly the same position, basically where we were. So that was the aim, and once again, Tobes proved how good he is through Freds by making up all that time. He's unbelievable through that section, and I think it was pretty exciting. I believe in the pit area when we come back out. So Mo and his team pretty much nearly got us back out in front of Alan, but we just missed that. But from what I've seen, I just stopped in San Felipe, got fuel. We're just heading out to another little spot to give them, if they need a tyre or a re-rack or whatever. As you know, we're a small team, so we're not haven't got as many cars as other guys to be stationed everywhere. So we're just trying our best.
Are you guys still doing pits with Jimco? I know you were doing that in the past. Is that still the same?
Yeah, so we have Jimco and Mohini in Motorsport doing our pits. Mo, who was doing pits last year with Menzies, but he's with Jimco. But those guys are doing an awesome job for us, and can't complain about their stops. They've done great all day. So we'll wait and see. Everything so far, we've made it further than last year, and I think we're in a great position.
Now, you got in at Santo Tomas, like race mile 80, and then you got out, I think, at BFG2, which was right at the start of the highway zone on highway, or speed zone on Highway 1. From what I understood, that's because you have a hard time with night vision. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on what that's all about, or like why did you guys choose that strategy?
Just because I get scared at night time. It's dark. I'm only joking. At the end of the day, my amount of experience that I've had in the dark is very minimal compared to Toby. I think I've done one race at the Mint 400 1 year, and that's the only time I've actually raced in the dark. So, Toby's got the experience of that. He's very fast through threads, track to trail, and through the bottom there. At the end of the day, for us, it doesn't make a difference who's in the car. We put whoever is going to do the best job in that section, and that's it's a team decision of whatever is to help us win the race.
Yeah, it looked like you guys did that driver change. You didn't really lose or gain a whole lot of time there. You just kind of the top three with Polvardi, Menzies, and Pudia, and then you guys have really just held position all day long. Have you guys had any issues, and what kind of condition is the truck in right now?
The truck is in really good condition. We had a little issue with the Starstream with the batteries there, but we were able to get that sorted once they got on into the speed zone after Freds, and so we got that back up and running. Truck is running fine. The boys are happy, in a good spot. It's just this is where the race starts really. So she's going to be a battle to the end. At the end of the day, I think I'm not quite sure. I haven't been watching the live stream, but I've been driving. but Tavo, I think, may have had an issue. We know that one of the road crossings where we were at with a tyre, he had a flat, so that cost him a bit of time. But obviously Rob and Luke have had an issue. So really at the moment the race is between the three of us. The two Red Bull cars and and Alan. And Toby will be doing everything he can to obviously close that gap and keep right in there. And he won't stop fighting until then, mate.
Oh, we know Toby's going to throw it down. So just to give you a little update, I'm looking at Racer Redefined, and through race mile 500, Bryce came through first, and then you had Empudia a minute 48 back. You guys are 3:14 back, and Tavo 3:21. So Tavo, he had a little bit of downtime, but not much, and he's actually seems like he's made a little up. And really, Bryce has been pulling a little bit on you guys. So what is it going to take? We haven't had any physical position changes other than where you guys got by Alan briefly in that speed zone. What's it going to take for you guys to win this race?
At the end of the day, we started in third spot. So really, we've just got to be within a minute or within 2 minutes of Bryce to win the race. Really, so there's still a long way. There's still so much to happen. You guys know what it's like here down in Baja. Anything can happen, and really at the end of the day, the boys are happy with how the car's going and everything like that. So I don't think we have too much of the comfortable where we are.
Definitely. All right. Thank you for calling in. This seems like a tradition now. I talk to you every race. So
exactly.
I really enjoy talking to you, man. Good luck to you guys. You guys be safe out there. There's going to be a little rain towards the end. I think that might make things a little interesting too. Spice it up here for that last 100 miles. But it's going to be a battle. I think we got a 4-truck race right now. And it honestly looks to me like Bryce is trying to throw it down on you guys and open a little gap. So we'll see what Alan and Toby can do. I know Toby's got speed, so this is going to be a fun race to watch.
Oh, exactly. And at the end of the day, I hope we're putting on a good show for everyone at home who's watching.
Oh, yeah.
Watching all of the live stream and everything like that. And at the end of it, we've got great ties with BFGoodrich. And it'd be nice to be able to get the win for them for the 50th year with Baja 1000 and with Red Bull on the side of the car too. So at the end of the day for us, we're happy where we are, and there's still a lot of racing to do. So I don't think it's anyone's race at the moment. So at the end of it, hopefully it's tight and hopefully it's fun for everyone to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you only have a little over 400 miles to go, so.
Yeah, thanks.
Anything could happen.
So, yeah, I would say anything can still happen, and you got a lot of tough terrain, all these washes. I know there's some silt areas, and then, that last 100 miles, man, when I pre-ran it, it just took forever to get from Valle de Trinidad to the finish. So we'll see who can be patient there and not throw it away in that section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. It's as you know, you've been down here for a long time, and hard turn, and you know how it is. It's just as hard chasing as we're doing right at the moment as it is on the racetrack. It's probably easier on the racetrack than it is chasing. So it's that last 100 miles is very important, and anything can happen.
All right, I'll let you get back to the race. Thank you for calling in. We'll see you guys at the finish line. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and from the boys at the desk, man, I wanted to say to him, congratulations on a great drive. He really did a great job. So great job, mate.
Yeah, and great to see that truck hasn't gotten stuck in 6th gear. again. I mean, you know, Wes was talking about those last 100 miles and what a heartbreak for something mechanically like that to happen. I don't think it's gonna, but boy, I mean, 400 miles left to go, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I like what he said there too. I mean, the race is really just beginning. It's kind of what we talked about at the beginning of the race. I mean, we've been waiting, I think all of these guys, I mean, to be as close as they are still. I mean, even with 3 minutes, I mean, it's nothing really. Anything goes wrong and that time is made up. But I think we're finally, we're starting this back half, if you will.
Yeah.
And it's going to come to us, and like they said, that last 100 miles, it's going to be, if it stays like this, it's going to be whoever makes the least amount of mistakes.
And that's a great point right there. These guys are so skilled. They've done the pre-running. They've got the notes. However, sometimes late at night and fatigue, does this affect Alan's concentration? Could, by some fluke, maybe they miss a VCP or something, or like something like random like that where at
So
the end,
easy,
because
right?
it's an unofficial, like when we get to the end of this whole thing, we got to wait, we got to tally everything up. You know, could something like slow slight? It's doubtful. But again, who knows what could happen in the dark? And especially once it starts raining, you get disoriented. Who knows?
I'd take a guy that has been in the seat for 6 or 7 hours versus 15 hours all
There you
day
go.
long. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, and especially
Right?
such challenging conditions here. It's nighttime now. I mean, we sit here and watch this, and I almost get tunnel vision. So imagine being super tired. And I know these guys are professionals, and they're very good at it. They're adapt to it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to affect them like it is me. But yeah, a little off course. I mean, maybe
Just took
that
something out there.
like that, a couple of those is a difference at the end,
A hint
as
of
close
something
as
to come.
these guys are. But yeah, at nighttime, and if we do get a little bit of rain, I don't know. I was kind of looking at the radar. I'm not sure. You know, it looks like
it'll affect them.
Yeah, maybe they skate by. Maybe it doesn't happen. But it's those things right at the very end, I think, that's going to make the difference if
Yeah.
everything stays the way it is right now.
Agreed. Jason, any thoughts?
Yeah, man. These last 15 minutes, we're seeing a change. The last few hours before Menzies got in the truck, it was almost like they were kind of pacing themselves and pacing each other to each other.
Yeah.
Right now, it would appear Menzies is kind of walking them, and
Yeah.
he's forcing them to push a little harder, and you can start to see these times
in the
increase.
splits, right?
Yeah, and so Menzies
I wonder
is
if
fresh.
it has something to do with them when they're in the daytime. They can see the dust. They kind of know where that other truck is, and like you said, pacing themselves against that person. And now, in the dark, they don't have that rabbit anymore.
Correct. I mean, in theory, you should be able to see some light, but it's not going to be near as telling as the dust, you know, a half mile, a mile out, so to speak. I mean, you're not going to see that. So,
Also, in these washes areas, they've got different lines that they can run to get out of the dust too, right? So choices are being made and things like that. But true to your point, if there's a light in the distance, okay, they're going that way, I'm going to choose this side to get out of the dust. Maybe I can catch up. But most certainly, Bryce Menzies is here to play.
He just opened up again. Look at that on AMPD. It was
9:43.
another few seconds. Yeah. So he's definitely pushing.
He's building the gap.
So this may be the start of the race, ironically enough. I mean, we're starting to see him really push hard. Look at this. I mean, he's definitely on a path right now.
So, and for myself, might sound like a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it because I think there's probably some people at home that might be wondering about the same thing. Once it gets dark like this, all the helicopters come out of the play, right?
I would assume so. Wes, you want to speak to that? But it's just not safe to fly at night.
I thought it was a mandatory thing that they had to land.
Generally,
am I
it is.
incorrect?
Yeah, they're
especially with weather coming in.
Yeah, they're grounded at night.
Yeah, for sure.
Something to touch on what Jason was saying, Bryce's pace, that last 5 miles, he averaged 98 miles an hour. That is hauling the mail down, well, I think he's in Azufre Wash right now, or Azufre Wash, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Azufre.
Yep, yeah, so they come to, Old Torrecitas Road. Sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue. And now they're heading up towards Chinate. So they came out of Guatamote and then on Old Torrecitas Road, and then now they're heading up towards Chinate. And that's a real fast section. So I could see him hitting over 100. Well, I mean, we got telemetry right now.
Yeah.
You know, so he's doing mid-80s.
Over 80s. Yeah.
He did slow
definitely
bike,
that section. To average 98 for 5 miles, that's
in the dark.
That's
He's up there ripping again, dude. He's 85 miles an hour through here.
You know, and I think
Into the whoops.
maybe the idea here is just have Pulvardi hold physical first, get it to Bryce, and then let it rip.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that looks like that's what's going down.
I know he's been chomping at the bit.
You can definitely see the variance in light packages between Alan and Bryce.
I noticed that as well.
Vast difference.
Yes, big
yeah.
difference.
Also, you know, we talked about what was Bryce, how was his health? I'm going to say he's good.
Yeah.
I think we got, you know,
I think we have our answer.
We got vintage Bryce back 100% in that truck right now.
Yep, for sure.
Allen's on Old Portocitas Road, I think, right here. He's going to make a left hand in just a second and then start heading up towards Chinate. Should be making a left-hand turn in a second. So Old Portocitas Road, people that raced in San Felipe will know that that's a pretty miserable road to go down for the whoops. So here's the left-hander he's making. And then this is a fast section for almost 15 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can cook here.
So I have a question for you, Jason, since you brought it up. Which light package would you prefer?
Oh, I actually kind of like Alan's a little better myself.
I like Alan's better too. It's a softer, it seems like a wider pattern, but I don't know if it's any wider, but it feels softer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's very
It
subjective.
does have that pencil light, but it's
just easier on the eyes for some reason.
I feel like the field of view is a little broader, and
No, I
it's
believe
almost like Bryce's is so aggressive.
It's hard to tell. It could also be the lens that's on that camera too. Could be making it look a little bit different than it truly is.
Yep.
To be fair.
Yep.
Because I believe Alan is on a Starstream system, which I talked to George earlier. He said they are working on doing the telemetry too. So we should be seeing that, you know, hopefully next season. I don't know. I'm sure he'll tell me. But what I'm getting at is this would be a great example to see both telemetries next to each other.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
If we get a chance, I'd like to look at a full screen of Bryce's truck. Jason, look at the Motec on the dash there. Looks like in the upper left corner is where volts are at. We're at 12.4. Is that a little low?
It shouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah.
I just, a buddy of mine that's a Motec tuner thought that might be a little low there.
There could be
But it looks
several
like it's
reasons
holding.
why. Yeah.
I don't see it dropping.
Yeah, if it continues to drop, that's where the concern would be. But if it's going to hold there, obviously just keep running.
Yeah.
You know, there could be several reasons why it's doing that.
And what would cause that?
Multiple. I mean, they have a ton of lights on. It could be something as simple as
draining it.
Yeah, something could be draining it. I mean, this runs electric over hydraulic jack system too. That I think has to refresh too, so that pulls amps.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's variable different things depending on how they set the truck up too.
Right.
And a pair of alternators on these things, right?
There's only two in essence. Yeah.
Right, there's two. Right.
Yeah. On the assembly. Yeah.
Also, Bryce Menzies is behind the wheel. He's pushing that thing. And just a minute ago, before we lost him, he was at a 111. He's moving.
Yeah, but
Pushing
even,
that
like
truck.
I'm saying, I wouldn't, if I was sitting there co-driving, I wouldn't be too concerned on that.
Yeah.
You know, if it starts diving down rapidly
Then we got an issue.
Continuing to do so, then we'd see an issue.
It seems to be holding at 12.4
Yeah.
pretty solid. I've seen it dip to 12.3, but it's definitely not rapidly dropping. Which I think if there was a charging issue, we'd be seeing it drop more quickly than that.
Shane Lewis, the Legends truck. Back to Wade Porter. On the side, got a cone.
Impressive career for him,
pitch.
spanning multiple decades. Finished second in class at the 1,000 back in 2021. Finished inside of the top 5 at the 400.
Not sure what's going on
Hear the lug wrench.
here. Yeah, could be a tire situation.
Or the impact, I should say, the lug wrench. You hear a lug wrench, something crazy's going on. People are fighting.
Zing, zing.
It's probably rear tires.
Yep,
my guess.
fresh tires
Yeah.
on. Little fuel.
Looks like they're cleaning the front there a bit. refueler.
Mm-hmm.
The lighting technology has come so far.
Yeah. Working frantically to get him out of there as fast as possible. Looks like we're moments away. The cone is off, and off Wade goes.
Oh, I had to hold him up for a moment because the tractor trailer was coming by. Not going to win that battle.
And back to Allen.
Yeah, still heard the audio there with him leaving the pits, but it was pretty cool to watch it get done at nighttime and some of the procedures.
Mm-hmm.
Something I want to look at this. It looks to me like actually Jason McNeil is making a little bit of a run here in Tabo's truck, because we're showing him in second place on adjusted on split. So our two fast trucks right now would be Bryce in the lead, and then physical fourth is McNeil, but I mean, we all know McNeil can drive. You know, he's extremely fast in his spec, and I believe he won the 400 if I remember correctly. But let's see, so through race mile 515, you had, well, basically all the splits that we have up on there. They haven't all come through 520 yet. We only have Polvardian and Pudia through there. Bryce. So Bryce is 230 ahead of Allen. Well, he was 244 5 miles prior to that. So Allen made a little bit of time on him. This is gonna be fun to watch these guys kind of work their way through this, because so far it seems like Bryce is kind of closing out. Whatever happened to McNeil where Javi jumped out there for a minute, you know, it seems like they have that figured out, and you know, can they make a run and kind of get up in this too? Because I mean, definitely we've got a 4-truck race here.
Yep.
Well, and look at the driver and navigator inside a 21 truck, just
hopping everywhere,
taking a beating.
Ping pong ball.
You're right again.
We'll listen in.
Right, right.
I want to watch the volts. We need to watch the volts on Menzies' truck, just because from what I understand earlier he was showing 14.2, and now they're showing 12.4, and that means that they're pushing like 260 plus amps on draw, which is going to be putting more load on that alternator. You know, so can that alternator handle this? What are your thoughts on that, Jason?
Well, it depends on which alternators too. I believe they've stepped up to larger alternators now, if I remember correctly. So they were running pretty close on the cusp before with the previous alternators that Ray was setting up on these things. And now they're larger, and I don't remember off the top of my head the amount of increase that they added to the newer ones, but they are definitely running larger alternators on the Dugan's packages now.
Okay. Well, hopefully that's not an issue for him, but
if it holds at 12.4, I mean, it just maybe it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, it certainly is not ideal to see, but it didn't really seem to be. I mean, I saw a 12.3 for a second, you know, but I wasn't seeing like 12.1, 12.4, 12, 12.4.
Like jumping all over the place. It wasn't.
Yeah. So it could just be. It kind of is just it's settling and it's not great, but it is what it is.
Not great. Speaking of not great. EJ Herbst. What's going on? You trying to get a tire out? No.
I can't tell.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
That's the rear. Did he lock it back on and they're getting... Wait a second.
That's not a good sign.
That's never a good sign.
No.
That is not a good sign. All the lights are on. Nobody's where they need to be.
All the lights are on and nobody's home?
And nobody's home,
Yeah.
clearly.
I mean, you need that guy on the left over there, otherwise the truck doesn't go fast.
You don't want it to say 0-0. All right, well, back to Bryce.
Yeah, he's still holding at 12.4.
Yeah, and I want to say, I did talk to Ray about that, and I have a note here somewhere, but I want to say between the two, I thought he said there was 400 amps available inside of these things.
Correct, but I think they actually increased them.
Okay.
I think that was the old set of alternators. I think the new set, they're pushing them more than that.
What
And I
would they
just don't
be
remember.
increased to?
I don't remember what it was, but it definitely is more.
It's more.
Yeah, because we have two different of race packages, and I have one with the older stuff and I have one with the newer stuff. And that was about, I would say mid last season. I think they were switching to the larger stuff. So I would assume Bryce probably has all the new stuff in there, guys, at a minimum.
And Wes, I'd kind of be curious when that change happened. Did it happen when they put all the lights on and immediately pulled it down and it's been sitting there ever since? Or has it fallen since they started using all the power that they were going to use? Right, exactly.
From what I understand, it was going into the night section. So when the lights came on, that's where we started to see that. So that would explain a difference in draw.
You also have an intermittent draw on the jacking system, to be fair. So you have electric over the hydraulic that has to kick on every now and then to prevent the jack from accidentally, in essence, coming down.
Okay.
Yes, because it has to hold itself back up, yeah. So that's the classic argument of if you're putting a jack system in, are you going to run it off the power steering system by itself, so it's hydraulically based, or you're going to run electric over hydraulic?
Here we see Kevin Thompson.
While we're watching Kevin here, I got an update from the Cody Reed team. They're running first place in Class 1, and Cody just got out and Adam got in. So they are looking good. They're in the speed zone. They're sitting.
There we go.
Yeah, there's Adam's driving, but
same strategy they did last 1,000. Adam took the back half.
Yep.
No need to fix it.
Wes, have you heard anything? Are Wilsons out? Is that a rumor, or what's going on? Have you heard anything about the Wilson Class 1?
So they're about 17th overall. On the Wilson Class 1, I'm showing Brandon Gaughan in second.
Yeah, Reed did pass him a while back.
I'm not seeing them anywhere close here.
But the Reeds have had a great run. So far, they only had 2 CV boots they had to replace. Otherwise, they just put fuel in the car, and it's been great. Cody has been real happy. Now, Adam, man, I don't know. Adam drives just as hard as Cody. He's phenomenal.
And then I believe Brent Fox is leading our trophy specs. I need to make sure and refresh this, though. I don't think it refreshed in a little while, so let me make sure this is correct.
Justin Davis in some dust, back to Brent Fox.
Okay.
That's a light package right there.
There it is.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Brent Fox is our leader, followed by he's got Mike Coleman in the 1L just ahead of him, and then just behind him, and then Justin Davis. Then we got a little bit of a break. Another thing here is we got a really good race between Sam Baldy and then Cameron, the 16T.
Yep.
They are like a mile or two apart from each other.
Here's Sam.
And Dave Mason Jr. is behind the wheel now in Cameron's truck.
Got it.
I've always been a fan of Cameron, but I am definitely rooting for Baldy today. That is a great group of guys.
Yeah, that is such a great story. You know, you touched on it earlier about how they had designed and built their own truck. You just don't really see that often anymore, and it really kind of, I think, goes back to the roots of off-road racing.
And they have put in a lot of work. The last few seasons, man, they've put in a lot of work.
Yeah, also worth mentioning 3 top 5s in all 3 races this year, so leading in the points in that division as well.
Yep.
He's had a great season.
Great trajectory to a win today.
Right,
that's for
sure.
Yeah.
Completed every mile in the hunt for the Rod Hall Milestone Award as well.
And then Jack August's team is 3rd physical out on course in Trophy Spec. Then I'm taking a look back here at our UTV class, see how those guys are doing.
Yeah, where is
Mr. Hager?
Michael Mafadden?
Now, Brock had some troubles early on, so I know he had fallen back.
So our leaders are kind of midway through the speed zone over by Gonzaga.
That's not good.
Flag on the
to
play.
the side here.
Getting out.
What do we just have happen there?
This is the 16.
Okay, so this is with
Dave Mason.
Jr. Got a flat maybe?
The co-driver brought a light up. He was obviously trying to look at something, but I'm not sure. It could be a flat.
It's making.
The battle you were just speaking about, Wes, will lengthen.
Yeah, this will give Sam a little more cushion here.
A little padding.
Prior to this, you were saying they were, what, a mile apart roughly?
Yeah, they were like a mile or 2 apart.
Okay. So it was close.
That's changing.
Yeah.
They're in that stretch going from where you come out of Matomi and you're heading north into Azufre, where it's just all whooped out and miserable out there. So.
Whew.
That's a Jack.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I saw the truck, the attitude of the truck changed. I saw him pushing on the button. I was just going to ask if that was a Jack.
He was just waiting for the co-driver to get set.
Yep, so clearly flat tire here.
Yeah.
So who just blasted past them?
On the tracker,
yeah.
I'm thinking it would be Jack August.
Gotcha.
I'm showing him as the next vehicle behind them.
If he changed the tire that quick,
that was a great change.
Man.
That was a great change. Yeah.
Pretty
definitely.
impressive.
Wow.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, Dave, real quick, put the mag lock back on for him.
I did see that.
That's a seasoned veteran right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, while he was out there, I saw him grab the hose so he wouldn't jump in on top of that. And obviously he plugged in whatever had come unplugged there. That one device.
It's the little things that make a world of difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's all time, right? It's all seconds.
Well, your co-driver's hustling. Last thing he wants to do is jump in there and accidentally sit on that thing and pull it down, and then start to fight while you're already moving. You got a lap belt. You're fighting all of that underneath you. Oh man, yeah.
Takes a village. Takes two. Tango.
But that's just a good example. Like that driver's in tune, because like that was very simple, but that could save him seconds. I mean, this is one of the older Geyser platforms, but they have modified this quite a bit. And this truck, or this chassis per se, may have the most miles out of any of the trucks on the course today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys had talked about it before with the RDE. You know, it still has the automatic transmission on the side of the thing. Doing very good. I mean, it's just a really consistent platform. You know, they've got it figured out.
If Cameron doesn't feel comfortable with a sequential and he's comfortable with this, there's no reason to change, you know?
By the way, I wanted to say this earlier. I want to give these guys a little bit of love here in the 16T. There's a blue stripe down the side of this truck in memory of Danny Street, who passed away just a few days ago, very, very close to Cameron Steele and the gang. I don't know, maybe you mentioned it earlier.
Cameron did a Instagram video, and he was mentioning that, and yeah, that's a very important point to make. So lots of love and sending so much support.
I don't know of anybody that spends much more time down here in Mexico than Cameron. So passionate about it. Of course, one of Baja's really biggest ambassadors. The Steele family supported Rancho Santa Maria, the orphanage down here, for many, I think, better part of 30 years. So heavily involved for sure.
Yeah. Yep. The love goes deep. We'll send it up to the action desk. Wes, what do you got?
All right. Something that people all know that are involved in Baja racing or have heard of is the weatherman. And we have the weatherman, Scott Steinberger, up on top of a mountain for us. And we want to talk to him about how things are going and what has he got going on up there. Scott, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Wes.
Hey, you look way too cozy up there, man. I'm expecting, like the newscasters where you got a raincoat on and it's snowing. You're like, the trees are flying sideways over there. What are you hanging out in your camper there?
Yeah, it's come a long way since my dad's Dust to Glory days in a tent in the wind.
Right. So tell us a little bit about the history of the weatherman.
All right, so my dad started putting radios in race cars back in 1972 after he got invited to the Baja 1000 with Bill Strop, and he told Strop it was the most boring thing he'd ever done and you need communications. Strop said, "Can you do it?" And he started putting radios in cars. 3 or 4 years later, he started doing relays for his customers, and that's when he started coming down to Baja to do Baja relays. This will be over 50 years of the weatherman doing relays in Baja at races. Back in the early days, it was a little different. The only person you could talk to when you were out in the middle of nowhere was my dad. So he was the lifeline. There was no Starlink, there was no video, there was no knowing what was going on. It was just hearing tidbits or pieces of your race through broken radio relays. And I would say, things have changed. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we're talking right now. Technology's changing so fast that my job on top of a mountain is starting to go away as far as having to be on top of a mountain. Pretty soon, technology's going to make it so I could be hanging out in the studio with you guys and do weatherman.
All right, well, we have an awesome video that talks about your dad and the history of the weatherman. So let's take a look at this package. Hang tight, because I want to come back to you and ask you some more questions, okay?
You got it.
Number 18, down. Bad accident, mile 3. At the start-finish line, stop sending out the trucks.
SCORE helicopter en route, race mile 3.
Copy, no assessment of damage yet. Juan Lopez is down, and he's on his side.
Every race, we have emergencies. There's no getting around it. And I'm glad that I'm there to dispatch the help that's needed in the fastest possible time. So the whole course I've got plotted out. So when an accident happens at a specific mile, I know the closest medic to that and the closest checkpoint to that particular location.
Weatherman has been around forever and ever and ever. But he was another one that didn't just take from the sport, he also gave back. And part of his giving back was to go down there and set up relays and communications to help the racers.
We have a rollover trophy truck. Rescue 3 is en route.
I don't know if it was 75 or 76, I met Bill Strop. And Bill got me intrigued in off-road racing, and I realized how terrible the communications were. So I had this bright idea. I put up a helium balloon and an antenna attached to the bottom, and it went up 175 feet. And I got the name Weatherman when Joe McPherson couldn't remember Bob. And he's coming around the infield and he wanted a time split, and he goes, Weatherman. And it stuck from there. 40 years later, I'm still doing it.
Weatherman is RPM pit.
The weatherman, he didn't do this for fame or glory. He just did it because the racers needed it. And he was always there to take care of the racers first.
I don't know why we got so much stats. It's because there's a Richard Cranium out there with a stuck mic for the last 15 minutes.
I came up with the phrase Richard Cranium because the other way to say it wouldn't go over the air very well with the FCC. Well, radio etiquette is very important when you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 radios on a single channel. So the main thing is to get your message and so it's succinct and to the point, using the 6 honest serving men. Who, where, how, what, why, and when. And not talking over somebody just because you can. I ignore people for doing that. You just treat people like you want to be treated, in radio and in life, whatever.
All right, I don't know if you were able to see that, Scott, were you?
Yeah, I saw it. That was neat.
Okay, great.
Great tribute to my dad.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about a character. You know, I think your dad was always very entertaining to listen to on the radio.
Yeah, and that entertainment, just with the amount of traffic and what's needed nowadays, is kind of going away. And I guess I just got to talk more on the radio.
So, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, this is a pretty historic kind of, I mean, it's not heartbreaking, but it's just a change in technology of you guys aren't going to do it the old school way anymore. Moving forward, you know, with everyone having Starlinks and just how communication has changed, what are you guys doing? It's the end of an era. You've been doing this for 50 years. How's it changing? What are we moving to?
We're going to move to an app-based weatherman. I'm still going to volunteer and help. That's what I'm doing right now, volunteering. I'm proud to be part of the Baja 1000 and carry on my dad's legacy. And I was proud to have my son Ranger up here today. It was pretty awesome, 3 generations of weathermen up here making sure the racers are safe. And my son this morning took care of a medical emergency before I got up on his own. And I'm proud of him.
Well, your family definitely has a very historic legacy in SCORE Baja racing. We appreciate everything that you guys have done. Now, speaking of weather, how is the weather looking up there, and what do you foresee for these racers as they are battling their way to the finish line?
Well, 2 things I'm seeing right now. First of all, the weather was beautiful up here. I had 65, 70 degrees today. They're talking maybe rain or snow tomorrow. Right now, you're going to start seeing a marine layer set in on everybody, and the dust is going to start hanging in the air, and I think you're going to see the gaps start to grow unless we actually get some rain. So unless we get some rain, the guys in front are going to run away.
So far, it's a 4-truck race for our 4-wheel overall. And, I mean, those guys have been, you could literally throw a blanket over them this entire race. So it'll be fun to watch how this plays out. We still have a few more washes in San Felipe, got Diablo, the whole northern loop. And then I still think that last 100 miles, it's really tight and technical in there. And then you may have rain that could be the crucial point in this race, is that last 100 miles.
So in my opinion, the rain would help because the marine layer that's going to set in when you get close to Ensenada is going to make the dust hang so hard that the gaps are going to turn from 2 minutes into 10 minutes. So for it to be a close race, I would say that Alan Amp is praying for the rain gods right now.
Well, Alan, Toby, and Jason McNeil's driving Taba's truck, but Taba's team.
Yeah.
So all of those guys, I think, want rain to knock the dust down.
I agree, man. I'm telling you that phenomenal race. It's phenomenal that these guys can run this pace all day. And I do think Bryce, being a little fresh, has a little bit of an advantage, but also the clean air. He doesn't have that dust, and that dust is going to start hanging in the wet air, and it's going to be hell for everybody unless it starts raining.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for everything that you and your family have done. Thank you for calling in. It was a pleasure talking to you. Hold it down for us up there on top of that mountain. You look way too comfy for me, but that's probably a good thing for you. So have a good time up there, and we will talk to you later.
All right, Viva Baja, man. Good luck, everybody. Be safe. And remember, the chupacabras come out at night. You got to be careful in Baja. Be safe.
The Chupacabra.
How about that? Scott Seinberger's last race on the mountain, man.
Amazing.
A round of applause for him and his dad.
The
Fabulous
whole family.
job, man.
Yeah,
Fabulous job.
Man, the fact that his son this morning was out attending to a medical emergency is a really incredible testament to their family generation.
I kind of like what he said there, too. And Wes, feel free to chime in. Well, Wes's mic is off, but it kind of goes back to that interview that Wes had with Ricky Johnson. And Ricky's saying, you know, a little bit of rain he felt like would have helped. It would have beat that dust down a little bit and things would have been a little bit closer. And he's kind of saying the same thing.
How important it is to get that track position right now. And like, even to this point, qualifying playing into it right now.
Sure.
And like getting ahead. And so far, we haven't really seen, you know, Jason, these trucks are doing what they got to do. There hasn't been any, like nothing too extreme mechanical taking them out. So they're getting to where they need to be. But to Scott's point, yeah, wow. If the rain comes in,
or if that sea layer, I mean,
that sea
I didn't
layer
even
just
think about that, but it's such a real thing.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people, I mean, for example, I'm out of the Midwest. Grew up in Florida. There's some sea layer that rolls in Clearwater, Florida, where I grew up, but it's not a thing like it is on the West Coast.
Nope.
On the West Coast, man, it rolls in. They call it a sea layer. For the folks in the Midwest or anywhere else in the country, the best way to describe it is it's fog.
It's fog.
So
Thick
it's fog that's rolled in, and obviously it's that water sitting there in the air is going to, any dust that gets in it, it's just going to really hang right there.
It's going to get on their visors too at some point too. You know, I mean, look at this example here on Allen's Light here. You can see that something's there. He's got some dust in the air, but you can just see how it's magnified now.
This is a good example of
what we're talking
how
about.
the light systems, and when you put that roof light on and you're not careful, it could make things almost white it out entirely.
And now we're seeing a little bit of rain kind of start to drop down.
It's kind of like driving in fog and you put your bright lights on, it gets worse. You know?
The other thing is it hasn't rained yet, so like they were saying earlier, because it hasn't rained, you still have the ground in essence that's super dusty, but the air itself is very, you know, saturated moisture content wise, and that is going to hold on to that a little bit more.
Sure.
So if it did rain previously and we didn't have such a brutal dust on the ground, so we're kind of in like almost a worst case scenario until it starts to really rain.
Sure. All right, let's see what Allen has up his sleeves.
Busy area right here.
Yeah, moving through the pits. BFGoodrich pit.
And back on the throttle.
Yeah. And rain starting. Not too crucial yet, but it is starting.
Funny how it goes. We were all worried about the rain, and now without the rain, we think the race it'll stretch out. Now we want a little bit.
Just
Can
a
we
little
get just
bit.
enough?
Yep. Yeah, the back end of these races that we've had all season have been really exciting and full of curveballs at different times. So.
There you go. See, it's whiting out pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think the video actually makes it worse. I think in real life it's not quite
It's
that
not
bad.
as extreme.
Yeah, I think the
cameras pull in a lot of light. They're so
the aperture,
good.
however, they got it set.
Correct. So it may not be this bad or what he's physically seeing in real life. But it certainly showcases how quickly that changes from turn to turn.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there are moments where, like, all of a sudden it gets clear, and then it goes back to fog, and then clear, and then fog. You know, like that starts to wear on you. Now remember, Allen's soloing, so
Thompson
is at 0 speeds.
Co-driver's out.
Yeah. Again, let's see.
Co-driver's back in.
And they are navigating over some rocky terrain.
Yeah, that looks pretty brutal wherever they're at. And whatever reason they came to a stop.
Yeah. So there was somebody down to the left. Did you see that?
I think it looked like it could have been a spectator, maybe a moto rider, maybe.
I thought I saw a helmet.
It was hard to tell.
Yeah. Yeah. This is washy.
How brutal this is.
According to the tracker, I think they're in a Zoufre wash.
Yeah.
And then Harley's driving right now.
Okay.
And you can see it's pretty rocky and technical right there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
these washes have a couple sections like that, and then it'll open back up into sand.
So maybe when we first punched into Kevin, they weren't experiencing anything technical. They were just navigating how they wanted to get through, and then they saw that potential spectator or the competitor to the left.
Okay, his tracker just updated, because I was going to say that looks like Boulder Canyon to me, not Azufre, and it's his tracker's showing him right where I kind of thought he was in Boulder Canyon.
Well, Boulder Canyon's a good description, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's named Boulder Canyon for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because when I went through their pre-run-in, it wasn't really that bad, and it's gotten really tore up in there. A lot of rocks have gotten churned up.
Putting those BFGs through their paces, and it looks like they're holding up just fine. I believe he has a Mesomatic inside of that truck. Gibbs Power.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I was told that a Gibbs motor costs about 130 grand.
No, they're more than that.
More than that?
Yeah,
wow.
I think they're more
Unfortunately. A little more of a sticker shock there for you.
I was struggling with 130.
Yeah.
If you
Welcome
have to
to the
ask,
show,
you
bud.
can't.
Yeah, and
these are seven-figure vehicles, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So you
yeah,
need to
I'm
keep in
100%,
mind
yeah.
that an engine that is well above 100 is more than acceptable these days.
But isn't it incredible the range of competitors and teams when it comes to financial backing? There's you've got that high echelon, and then you've got these people that are just coming out of nowhere, just gonna give it a whirl.
And you got to keep in mind, even though there are quite a few sponsors, this is still very heavily family orientated and family funded.
Yeah.
The stock market's setting records every day, just FYI.
Yeah.
It needs to as well if you're going to come play this game.
Yeah. A little pause here with Bryce's camera, but we're back in the swing of things with Alan.
Ooh.
And what is he approaching?
Wow.
A head-on spectator.
Another
a few
one.
head-on spectators.
A bunch of them, yeah.
3 of them over there.
All right, he's moving now. Yeah, Jason, to your point, I hope it's not as bad out there as what we see here.
I don't think so. I mean, it definitely isn't the best, but at the same time, if you notice, you've got, at most, it's like every third second.
Yeah.
It might get bad, so he's just staying on it like a normal racer.
Yep.
If it was probably 8 or 12 seconds of real bad, he'd probably shut the roof off.
Yeah.
And again, that could be the angle of the camera where it's mounted and what we're seeing and not necessarily what he's seeing.
His eyesight is probably 4 to 6 inches below that camera.
All right, let's go up to the action desk with Wes. Wes, who do we have today?
Okay, so we just had the weatherman, a legend of Baja racing. Let's go to another legend, Rob Mack. Rob.
Hey, what's happening?